The VTC Player application allows playback of VTC tutorial movies from a CD and also online. Having launched the application, a dialog box is shown that allows you to change the preferences of the player. By default, the application is set to look for a CD in the drive and will load the course into this window. If you need to change preferences at any time, please select Preferences located in the Edit menu. If you want to play lessons from a CD, make sure the first selection is chosen. We'll cover the preferences in more detail later. The VTC Player should now show a list of chapters and movies. If you click on one of the chapter arrows, the lessons are displayed or hidden. To play a lesson, simply double-click on the lesson, or select it, and then click on this button. Once the movie appears, it will automatically start playing, showing what the author is doing on screen. You will also hear the voice of the author as they explain what is happening. You can fast forward, rewind, and stop the movie at any time. And you can use the controller bar to pause, go to the next movie, or close the movie. The second button shown here will allow you to play the movie continuously from your starting point. Stopping the movie will stop the sequence. As you play each movie, it's marked with a tick. You can clear all ticks by using the refresh button. You can also deselect each movie by simply clicking the movie icon next to the lesson name. If you need to search for a subject, simply click on this button, or choose Command or Control F to bring up the search dialog box. Here you can search for movie lessons within the course and make your selection. There's also a feature to add bookmarks for lessons you wish to go back to later. Simply select the lesson you want bookmarked and then use the bookmark menu to add them. At any time you can choose that bookmark and the lesson will play. You can remove a bookmark by first selecting it and then choosing Remove Bookmark. If you would like to preview other titles by VTC, you can freely play the first 3 chapters of each title using your internet connection. Simply select Preferences located in the Edit menu. Choose Demo Online User and click OK. This will display a similar interface to that shown before, but this time a list of categories will appear in this menu and title names will be shown in the other menu. Now, simply click on the title you wish to preview, and the list of movies will appear. Again, you can search for a course by clicking here, or use Command or Control F to bring up the search dialog box. You will only be able to play the first 3 chapters of any title, but if you want to access the entire library, you can sign up via the option menu. It's just $25 per month per user to access everything in the VTC library. However, the sound and frame rate is not quite as good as the CD, and depending on your internet connection, some larger movies may be slow to load. Once you have signed up and received confirmation of your subscription, go back to the Edit menu and choose Preferences, and then select Authorized Online University Player. Enter your username and password and click OK. You can then access the entire library of online training. Please note that if you have a multi-user account with one username and password, our system will detect if the number of users is exceeded and a notification message will appear. A similar message will appear on a single user account if 2 users attempt to activate the player with the same username and password. Lastly, if you have purchased a multi-user CD, you will be able to access this in the Preferences dialog box. Here, you enter your username and password as given to you by your administrator, as well as the URL or IP address and port number of the server. Everything else works exactly the same. The other option in the Preferences is used to reset your defaults, which will reload certain settings such as the list of titles available. You can set this to happen automatically each day or each week by selecting the tab Internet/LAN. When using the Internet settings, you can use the Preference Cache settings to store a number of movies in cache, which will allow for faster playback. The cache will be deleted as soon as you quit the VTC Player application. Finally, if you are using a proxy server, then you can enter your details here. VTC is constantly developing new features for the player, and new versions are available at the vtc.com website.
Hello everybody, and welcome to Virtual Training Company's set of tutorials on Adobe Photoshop CS, also known as Adobe Photoshop 8. My name is Andrew Hathaway, and I am a certified Adobe Photoshop expert, certified by Adobe themselves. And I've been using Adobe Photoshop ever since it was a little bit more than scanning software, long before it supported layers. And I've also created several training tutorials on this particular product and earlier iterations, I should say, specifically. My background is as a photographer, and I'm segued into digital photography, and frankly I would call myself an illustrator that uses photography and relies heavily on the powerful set of tools inside Adobe Photoshop. Well, what is Adobe Photoshop? Simply said, it is the industry standard graphics application. If you are at all involved in graphics in any way, in publishing, in media, you are probably going to touch this application and use it to manipulate and manage several types of images. Graphic designers, video producers, movie people, pre-press people, photographers especially, all use Adobe Photoshop. Photoshop is now shipping as part of a suite of applications, thus the name Photoshop CS, Creative Suite. And when you get Photoshop, you also get another application called Adobe Image Ready. And Adobe Image Ready is the web-centric graphics application designed for creating highly refined graphics for the World Wide Web. Well, who uses Photoshop? Frankly, who doesn't use Photoshop? Just to place Photoshop in context, I wanted to briefly talk about what I call the imaging process overview, and basically I would break this down into three basic steps. Step 1, input. Step 2, image management. And step 3, output. Your input, of course, can be from digital cameras. You can use a flatbed scanner. You could simply avoid the input phase in general and simply go right into Photoshop and create graphics right in the application. Step 2 is really where Photoshop comes into play, image management. When I use that phrase image management, it's a very generalized phrase. It can mean basically anything that you need to do to process your images in an application such as Adobe Photoshop, from simply cropping a picture and changing the color values, perhaps lightening and changing the contrast, all the way to creating complex compositions and composited images, which Photoshop is simply great at. And finally, the last stage is output. Are you creating graphics for the World Wide Web? Well, that's a whole set of specific standards and needs that media needs, because basically your output device is your computer screen. Or are you going to publish in a magazine, or are you designing that for a movie screen, or are you going to print it out on your printer? All these various different types of output paths have different sets of needs, and Photoshop handles each one of them wonderfully. So sit back and enjoy the next set of tutorials on Adobe Photoshop CS. This is going to be a basic overview of how the application works and a lot of the basic functionality, and it should get you pretty well caught up with how to use Photoshop. Enjoy, and I'll see you later. Well, what's new in Photoshop CS is, simply said, a whole lot of stuff. For instance, and I will be going over a lot of these things in detail, the browser has expanded capabilities such as the ability to see the edit history of an image. You've always had the ability to see some metadata, but that has been expanded tremendously. And now, of course, you can also edit your metadata as well. And you have the option to get to some of the automation functions directly from the browser. Photoshop CS has expanded 16-bit editing functionality, and this will be of great interest to professional photographers and people that might have scanned images that come in at more than the normal or standard 8-bit mode. Many digital cameras support 10 and 12-bit files so that you have a lot more data to work with. And one of the nice features of 16-bit editing is now you can also use layers with 16-bit editing. Photoshop CS has non-square pixel support, and that will be of interest to people that work in video. Also, there's a lot more you can do with the PDF file format. You can save out directly to PDF, and you can also open multi-page documents. There's a new filter gallery in Photoshop CS where you can mix and match different filters and see what a collection of different filters might yield a particular type of result, all in one interface. Also, for professional photographers, there's the Camera Raw plugin. Allows you to edit the RAW file format directly from more high-end digital cameras. Photoshop CS has a nice new tool which allows you to match colors across documents. They've added a histogram palette with a lot of functionality. Allows you to actually see how the histogram will change when you add certain types of layers, such as adjustment layers. Also, they have imported the Panorama Maker, which is a great tool. That way you can stitch together several pictures that you've taken in one location and instantly create a very nice panorama. New to Photoshop is the Comp palette. And in this way, designers can experiment with different types of effects using various layers, and they can save different variations by using the Comp palette. There is a new brush called the Replace Color brush. It allows you simply to paint on a new color on an object. And again, for the people that use layers, Photoshop now allows you to nest layers. And this is a huge benefit because when you get very complex documents having only one level of layers, you would have a very, very long layers palette. So now you can nest these layers very much like working in an outline. And another nice feature is you can export multiple layers, or I should say a document with multiple layers, to individual files. I've often wanted that, and I'm very glad that's been added. And also, we can now have all sorts of functionality for exporting to the Flash format, or SWF. And there are a lot more little tweaks and refinements, which I will describe in the next set of tutorials. Before we get into working with Adobe Photoshop CS proper, I wanted to make a few comments about your basic work environment that you might want to consider. I've noticed a lot of people have very colorful desktop patterns or a colorful picture in the background. Actually, I recommend having a very boring gray colored background for your desktop when working in Adobe Photoshop CS. And the reason is that if you have a neutral colored background, it won't introduce any color casts or trick your eye into seeing a color that might not be there. For instance, if this was a bright red colored background, all my images might look too cool or too blue. So that's one of the things I recommend. Also, for your work environment, having a consistent lighting area with reduced lighting is best, I find. Another thing I wanted to talk about in terms of creating these movies for the tutorial is that the majority of these movies are going to be created with a screen size of 800 pixels by 600 pixels. Now that, of course, is for the purposes of creating a lot of content at a fairly reduced screen size. Well, the truth is that my screen, I think, would never be this small, and I would hope that you would have a much larger screen size to use because, frankly, Photoshop does have a fair amount of palettes that you need to see on your screen. And actually, the best way to use Photoshop, I find, is to actually run two monitors if you possibly can. One to put all your palettes on and one to work with a large image. The last thing I want to point out for a general work environment is actually a tool which I have attached to my computer that I frankly go nowhere without my Wacom tablet. I'm using a small 4x5 tablet, but generally I like to use the larger 6x8 tablet for most of my work. Now, as you can see here, instead of a mouse, and actually when you buy the tablet it does come with a mouse, but the reason to get a tablet is that it is a pressure sensitive tablet that works with a stylus. And the reason why this is so incredibly valuable is that Photoshop, like many other graphic applications, actually supports pressure sensitivity. So if we take something like this brush, and I'll bring up some of the brush tool options, you can see I'll bring over these brush parameters. One of my options for simply controlling the size is to have it be associated with the pen pressure. And to make this a little bit more obvious, I'm going to actually simply control the opacity of my mark based on pen pressure. So this should make a fair amount of sense. And I'll set my opacity to 100%, and I'll go ahead and make a mark varying how hard I press down on my pen. Now you can see that it's semi-transparent here, transitioning to very opaque and back to semi-transparent. You simply cannot do that with a mouse, which only has on-off input information. The pressure sensitivity of the tablet and stylus combination is absolutely unbeatable when you are using an application such as Adobe Photoshop. If you want more information about this type of product, I recommend that you visit the Wacom website at www.wacom.com. In this tutorial, I want to talk about some of the basic interface features for Adobe Photoshop CS. When you first launch the application, it brings up this welcome screen, and on this welcome screen you can get to various sections that can inform you more about Photoshop, how you might also learn some basic techniques, and also see some PDF files for what is new in Photoshop and some tips and tricks, and even go to an online movie. If you don't want to see this again, you can choose to disable show this dialog at startup by declicking this option right here and just choose close. This is the basic interface for Photoshop CS, and you can see that what we have is a lot of different palettes that we can move around, and of course I'll be talking all about each one of these palettes in detail in later tutorials. Over here, this vertical palette is the main tool palette, which has several different tools which we will be using throughout these tutorials as well. We have the Photoshop menu. At the top there are several different menu options that we can choose from. The file menu has basic file menu options such as open and save as, things that you'll be familiar with from other applications. And then there are several Photoshop specific menu items, and some of these are grayed out, of course, because I don't actually have an image open to work with. The window menu allows you to bring up all the different palettes. We can just choose a palette name right here and it will be activated. And finally, the last menu option is the help menu, and you have several different options under the help menu as well. At the very top of my screen is a very long palette. This is the options palette, and this is it right here. You can actually break it off and drag it around, but I find that it usually lives on the top of my screen as it is a very long palette indeed. This palette shows me options for any tool I select. So if I choose a different tool, the palette changes to show me options specific to that tool. Also notice at the far right side of this palette, there's something called the palette well, and you can see the name of any palette as small tabs. So we can actually drag out a palette from the well. And if you want, you could always drag a palette back into the well. Of course, all of these palettes can be invoked, again, from choosing the name of the palette you need from the window menu. Like many other applications, I want to talk a little bit about some of the options under any menu item. If you see a ... after a menu item, that means it's going to bring up a dialog box with further options for you to choose from. And you can see that many of these options also have keyboard equivalent or keyboard shortcuts, which you could simply memorize to invoke this particular feature or option. And since this is a palette-driven type of application, you can see that we have, as I mentioned earlier, lots of different palettes to choose from, and you can simply click and drag these palettes around to arrange them any way you want on your screen. And I'll talk more about how we can optimize using palettes in a later tutorial. So that's the basic interface for Adobe Photoshop, and in future tutorials talk about how we can really optimize some of these interface features. Photoshop CS has several different palettes that you will probably want to see all at the same time on your desktop while you are working with an image. The window menu allows you to activate or invoke any palette. You can see all of the palettes which are currently on your window because they have a check next to the palette name in the window menu. If you want to choose a different palette, you can simply just choose it by going up and letting go, and then that palette will be activated on your desktop. Palettes, of course, are these little boxes right here with various types of information, and I can click and drag on this gray top bar to reposition it anywhere on my screen. Notice that each palette has a close button right here, and on the Mac it's this red dot. On the PC it'll be an X. I can also reduce or minimize the size by clicking on this button, and it will cycle through the various ways it can be minimized. You could also simply double click on the palette tab name right here. Different palettes in Photoshop allow you to do different things, and some of the different palettes have different features on them. I'm going to talk a little bit about the layers palette here, and that's this palette. You can resize a palette by going down to the lower right hand corner and dragging out this corner, and it will make this palette larger, and conversely I can drag it up to make it a little bit smaller. Notice that the layers palette also has several different buttons at the bottom which do various functions just for this particular palette. This palette actually has three palettes inside it: the layers palette, and the channels palette, and the paths palette. And you can invoke any one of these palettes simply by clicking on the tab with the palette name. And then that is the active palette that you're looking at in this collection of palettes. If you wish, you can drag out palettes so that they are outside of this collection simply by clicking and dragging a tab out. And now my channels palette is its own palette, not associated with this layer collection. And if you want, you can reorganize palettes by dragging a tab into another collection. So you can see here again I have my channels, paths, and layers all in one palette, and all I need to do is click the tab to activate whichever palette I want to. Also notice that many of these palettes have a palette menu button right here, and that's this little button on the upper right hand corner of the palette. I can click and hold on it, and it will give me various options for this particular palette, in this case the layer palette. If you want, you can also create super palettes, if you will, by dragging a palette tab underneath another palette. And notice when I do that, I get a heavy black line at the bottom of this palette. When I let go, it will attach itself to the other palette or collection of palettes. And now if I want to close this palette, it will disappear. And if I go and try to re-invoke that, you can see that I get this super palette. So this is a great way of optimizing your workspace by using palettes in this different type of collection. So I'm going to click and drag out my layers palette and drag it into this other collection here. And now I have this collection active, and I think I'm going to drag my colors palette to the bottom of my layers palette. And now when I click the minimize button, you can see that my super palette actually has two sections or two types of palettes that I can access. All I need to do is, of course, double click on any tab name and it will open up that section of my palette. Also, you can hit the tab key and temporarily hide all of your palettes. The tab key again will bring them back. If you hold the shift and tab key, it will hide all of your palettes with the exception of the tools palette. That's this large vertical palette right here with all of the tool icons. So you can see Photoshop has a very sophisticated way of managing the palettes, allowing you to really customize the way you want to make your workspace. And finally, if you always like this type of palette design and workspace design, one of our options under the window menu is to save our workspace so that whenever we launch Photoshop, we will always come up to a particular workspace and palette collection design. You can choose Save Workspace and give this a name. And now if I move my palettes around, if you will, if I ever want to re-invoke that original workspace design, I can go back to the window menu, choose Workspace, and choose the one that I saved. And it will simply get me back to the last state when I saved that particular workspace. Central to working with Photoshop is understanding how you can use various tools in the Tools palette. The Tools palette is this vertical palette right here. I can click and drag on the gray top bar here and reposition it anywhere I want on my screen. And I can also hide all of my palettes, as I mentioned earlier, by hitting the Tab key, or hide all of the other palettes with the exception of the Tool palette by holding the Shift and Tab key. Then all my other palettes disappear while leaving the Tool palette visible on my screen. Well, the Tool palette, of course, is where you choose the tools that you want to use. All I need to do is pass over one of the tool icons and click on it, and then I am using that tool. Also, notice my Options palette, the long horizontal palette at the top of my screen, will change to show me the various options associated with whichever tool I have currently selected. Another thing you should understand about the Tools palette is if a tool icon has a small triangle in the lower right-hand corner of it, if I press and hold down on that tool, it will pop up the hidden tools associated with that tool. So you can see that the marquee tool, in fact, has 4 different types of tools I could choose from. So when it brings up this pop-up menu, I could just scroll down and choose that particular type of tool that I want to use. Another nice feature of the Tools palette is, again, if I press and hold, you can see on the marquee tool, some of these tools have a letter associated with it. And what that means is all I need to do is press that letter on the keyboard. And another way I can learn what each letter associated with this tool is simply hold my mouse over a particular tool, and if the tooltips option has been enabled in the preferences, it will show me what the name of the tool is as well as the keyboard letter associated with it to invoke it. So if I want to quickly switch from my layer mover tool to my marquee tool, all I have to do is press the M key. And you can see that I am now using the marquee tool, or the V key allows me to use the layer mover tool. So the way this tool palette is broken up is in different sections. The very top icon here will take me to the Adobe Photoshop CS web page. So if I click on this, it will bring up a web browser, assuming you're hooked up to the internet, and take me directly to the web page associated with Adobe Photoshop CS. Notice that the tools palette is actually broken up into different sections. So this top section here are some really basic functionality tools, such as the Move tool, Selection tools, that's this Marquee tool, Lasso tool, Magic Wand tool, the Slice tool, and the Crop tool. The next section of tools we will group in the rubric of painting. So you can see that we have a healing brush, a paint brush, history brush, dodge tool, and the blur tool, and a few other tools as well. Finally, this next section right here has some vector-based tools. The type tool is a vector-based tool. Then we also have the pen tool, and you can see its keyboard equivalent is P. So I can switch between the move tool or the pen tool depending on which key I press. And also two arrow tools. So if you are familiar with some vector-based editing applications such as Adobe Illustrator, these tools are very much the same in Photoshop CS. And finally, we also have some other types of tools. The color sampler tool, the eyedropper tool, various annotation types of tools. The hand tool allows us to move the image around on the screen, and the zoom tool. This section of the tool palette shows me my foreground and background color. You can see that I have a green color here, and my background color is white, and I can swap those two colors by pressing this double-headed arrow. We'll swap my foreground with background color, and I can always switch to the default foreground background color by clicking on this icon, which will make my foreground color black and background color white. We also have the quick mask tool and selection tool. These three icons right here allow me to change between three different viewing modes. You can see that this shows me my picture with the various menu items on top. This is full screen mode. And finally, this will put my image on black and hide all of the menu items. So if you wanted to see your image entirely on a black screen, go to that last icon and then hit the tab key, and you can see your image floating in a black screen. We can cycle through these three viewing modes simply by pressing the F key. And another nice feature new to Photoshop CS is when you are in this middle viewing mode, which is my favorite one, if I choose the hand tool, I can now move this image around on the screen. So this way I can optimize my palette design so that my image is somewhere other than smack in the middle of the screen. Lastly, the very bottom of the tools palette allows me to switch between Photoshop CS and Image Ready, the web optimizing application. Once you've launched Photoshop, you're probably going to want to open a document or create a new document to begin working in. So in this tutorial, I want to show you the new document dialog box. We could create a new empty document by going to the File menu and choosing New, or Command N on the Mac or Control N on the PC. And it's going to bring up this dialog box asking us to make some decisions about the size of our new document. So you can see at this point I can give my new document a name simply by typing in a name right here. Or if you want, you can leave that unchanged and give it a name when you save it out. Photoshop CS has also added this nice addition, and that is a list of preset sizes. So if you press on this pull down list, you can see that we have a large list of standard and popular sizes that you might want to immediately start out with. So if we were designing websites, I might use a 640 by 480 image. And if you do TV or movie design, you can also simply choose one of these options right here, various popular TV sizes. And you can also see we have other sizes for standard print sizes, such as a letter size document. I'm going to go back to custom and talk about some of the other options in this dialog box. You're going to want to give your document a width and height, and that can be whatever you type in. And you can also choose what are the measurement units for this width and height information. And also I can at this point give my document a specific resolution, and that is measured normally in pixels per inch. If I were designing this for print, I might choose 300 pixels per inch, but if this were really being designed for a web interface, I would probably choose something like 72 pixels per inch. What color model do you want to use? RGB for color, CMYK for print, grayscale will give us a black and white image, or bitmap. And if we choose RGB, we also have the ability to actually work in 16-bit color mode as well as the standard 8. But normally I'll work in RGB 8-bit. And finally, what type of background color do you want? Usually I pick white. Sometimes I simply work on a transparent document. If you're not seeing these other sections right here, you might want to click the Advanced button and it will open up, and it basically shows you the option for what color profile that we're going to create for this working document. And I'm going to stick with my working Adobe RGB as my color model, and new to Photoshop CS, what pixel aspect ratio. For most work I'm going to stick with square, but you can see that we also have options for non-square pixels, and this is really for television and some movie options. Usually you're going to choose square. Another nice feature of this dialog box is it does a little math for you right here. It tells me my image size based on these parameters, the pixel count of my document as well as the resolution. So 800 pixels by 600 pixels gives me a document that will be 1.37 megabytes. The math is very helpful, particularly if you are working in inches. So once you are done designing your information for your new image, click OK. And here is our new empty image we can begin to work with. When you're ready to open an image in Photoshop, it's pretty straightforward. All I need to do is go to the File menu and choose Open, and it will bring up the Open dialog box. You can also get this on your screen by choosing Command O on the Mac or Control O on the PC. This dialog box, of course, allows you to navigate to a particular directory to find a picture. I have a directory on my desktop called PSCS Content, and now I could simply click on a particular image, and Photoshop will tell me the format of that image right here, as well as the size of this file. And that's very helpful, because if this were a 100 megabyte file, I would expect it to take a little bit of time opening. If I don't know where a particular file is, but I do know it's, say, on this hard drive somewhere, I can click on the Find button, and it will bring up this small sub-dialog box asking me to type in some text that might be in the file name. And I'll click Find, and Photoshop is going to quickly look in all the directories to find the picture. And I know it's not in this one, so I might try Find again until it locates the image I'm interested in. And now I'm going to scroll down here and see if it has highlighted. Aha! Indeed it did. It found the picture that I was looking for. And I can see that this is fairly large, 17.4 megabytes. Now all I need to do is click Open, and it will open that image. Another nice feature of Photoshop, which is programmable from the preferences, is the Open Recent menu. If you have been opening several different images over different sessions of using Photoshop, you can see a list of the recently opened images right here and just go right to it that way. And of course you can program how many are kept in that list in the preferences. In a later tutorial, I'm going to talk about the way I prefer to open images in Photoshop, and that's using the Photoshop file browser. And you can invoke that under the File menu, Browse, and it will bring up this very comprehensive browser interface, which has a whole lot more functionality added to it in this latest version of Photoshop. Sometimes when you're working with Photoshop, you might actually make a mistake. And as you might suspect, there are several ways of handling mistakes. The simplest, of course, is Control or Command Z. Control Z on the PC will undo the last thing that you did. So I'm going to choose this paintbrush here, and I'll go ahead and make a few marks. As I mentioned, Command Z will undo the last thing that you did, and then Command Z again will redo it. So in this way, I often use this as a technique of looking at how effects have just changed my image. If you wanted to step back through all the steps you did, on the Macintosh it's Command Option Z will continue to step back through all the previous steps. And Command Shift Z on the Mac will step you forward, and that's Control Alt Z to step backwards, or Control Shift Z to step forward on the PC. Another way of handling mistakes is to actually use what's called the History palette. You can bring up the History palette by going to the Window menu and choosing History. So this is actually the history of all of the actions that I took with this image. And so you can see the current state is selected at the bottom. I could just simply click on any of these history states to step back. And finally, you always have the option of choosing File menu Revert. And if you choose Revert, Photoshop will reopen this document at its last saved state. When you're working in Photoshop, you can look at your image in several different ways. Currently, I'm using the default way of looking at images. This is the standard screen mode, and that's this first icon right here on these three set of icons. If I click on this icon, you can see that it puts the image in a field of gray. And one of the nice new features in Photoshop CS is I can now move this image around in my field of gray. If I click on the hand tool, I can click and drag it to a new area on my screen. And the last way of looking at your image is on black, and it will hide all of the menu items as well. And if you want to see it completely on black, just click the Tab key and it will hide everything. You can cycle through these three viewing methods by pressing the F key. I want to talk a little bit more about, in this standard viewing mode, what some of the information is around our image window. Of course, we have our standard open, close, and expand or resize buttons right here. I can resize this if I wish. At the top of our image is the gray title bar. I can reposition this image anywhere on my screen by clicking and dragging around using my gray title bar. Notice that my image name is in the title. The title of this image makes sense. Also, there's a small C icon here indicating that there's copyright information in my file info. So this is images 03 clouds.jpg, currently being viewed at 33% zoom factor. And also, this image happens to be a layered image. I know that because I can go down and look at my layers palette, but I can also see that there is a layer name selected, and it also tells me the current color mode that this image is in, RGB, 8 bits. If I switch to a different layer, notice the title bar layer information changes to show me the name of that particular layer. So this is a very helpful feature in Photoshop CS. Also, if I were zoomed in even more, I would now have scroll bars that I can click and drag to scroll up and down. I'm going to Command minus and zoom out a bit and talk a little bit about the options at the bottom of our image window. I can type in a particular zoom value by drag selecting this text right here and just typing in the precise zoom ratio that I want to be at. I'll just type in 50 and hit the Enter key, and I will go to a 50% zoom ratio. This section right here displays information that you can choose from this pop-up window. So currently we have our document size. So the value to the left would be a flattened image. The value to the right is this image with all its layers expanded. We can also see the current ICC profile that is associated with this image. In this case, it's just a generic. The image dimensions, the scratch disk sizes that are being used, how efficient Photoshop is running. So if this value is below 100%, it is hitting the scratch disk to do some operations. 100% is pretty good. The timing of the last operation, and finally whatever my current tool is. So if I click on a different tool, this will of course change. If you click right on this area, we go back to document size, it will show you image information such as the height and width. Hold down the Option key and it brings up that information when you click on that area. Generally, I'm using the document sizes or the document profile. That's the kind of information I want to see when I'm using this standard display mode. In this version of Photoshop, they've added a whole lot more functionality into the browser. The file browser is the way I prefer to open files as opposed to going to the File menu and choosing Open. In order to launch a file browser, go to File menu and choose Browse. And it brings up the file browser interface. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide my other palettes by pressing the Tab key and expanding my file browser by pressing the Expand button. So as I mentioned, the file browser is a great graphical way of seeing the contents in any selected directory that you currently have selected. So you can see all of the thumbnail images over here on the right side of the file browser. These thumbnails represent all the images that can be read by Photoshop in my currently selected PSCS content folder. If you want to see what's in other folders, all I need to do is click on that folder name, and the file browser will generate a thumbnail for all of the images that it can generate a thumbnail for in that folder. So to the right is my collection of thumbnails, and I can drag down, scroll through all of the thumbnails and see what each one of these pictures really is before I decide to open it. It's a lot easier than trying to figure out what a picture is from, say, a name that my digital camera gave to it. So over on the other side of the file browser, you'll notice are several tabbed palette-like areas. At the top is our folder hierarchy, or directory structure, and you can see that we can open folders within folders. And I can open a folder or select a folder simply by clicking on it, and open the content in that folder by clicking on the triangle next to it. You can collapse any one of these palette-like areas by double-clicking on the tab name, and it will expand the other areas to take up the space. So the top section here to the left allows us to navigate our folder hierarchy. The second section here is the preview section, and if we select any image by clicking on it over here in the thumbnail area, a larger preview picture will be generated in the preview section. At the bottom, we have a section for metadata associated with this particular image. Metadata is data that is stored with the image, and in this case, for my JPEG, since it was generated from my digital camera, all sorts of interesting pieces of information are attached with this picture, such as the date it was created, the color profile that was used when it was created, sRGB, and so on and so forth. I also have the ability to edit some of this metadata, and we'll talk about how you can do that in a later tutorial. I can change the size relative of the other areas of these various sections of the file browser by clicking and dragging on one of the dividing bars in between any of the panes. And if you want to collapse all of the panes to the left so that we're only seeing thumbnails, click this icon right here. And it will hide all the other informational panes. And click it again, and it will bring them back. At the top of the file browser, notice that we actually have some menu items, File and Edit, and under these menus are some basic functionality, and we can also even run batches or actions directly from the file browser. This is an extremely powerful and convenient ability that has been added to the file browser, allowing you to run a batch action directly from the file browser. And the file browser also gives you the ability to filter and sort images in many different ways. And you can see those right here. And we'll talk about how we can do some of these filtering and sorting actions again in a later tutorial. Quickly, if you wanted to sort or filter, we can do that by adding flags to certain images and then showing flagged or unflagged images. That would be this icon right here. So all I can do is select one image by clicking on it, and I'm going to shift click on another image, and now both of these images are selected. And since these are both selected, I'll just click the flag icon, and you can see that it adds a flag to these images. And now on this pull down list of what to show, I can choose to show just the flagged files. Or I could see the balance of that, all the unflagged files. And the default is to show flagged and unflagged. This pull-down list allows you to go to some of your favorite or most recently visited folders. And finally, this icon allows you to go up one folder in your directory structure. So that's my desktop. You can delete any picture by selecting it and clicking on the trash can icon, and it will ask you if you really want to do that. I'll go ahead and say yes, delete that image. And another nice feature is we can rotate pictures. So you can see that this was a vertical image where I turned the camera. I need to rotate it counterclockwise. That's this icon right here. And it will bring up this warning telling me that it doesn't really rotate it, but it will rotate the thumbnail, and when I open it, it will apply a rotation to the image directly after opening. When you're ready to open an image, all you need to do is simply double-click on the thumbnail here, or you can even double-click on the preview. Another great feature in the file browser is the ability to batch rename images. So what I'm going to do is find all my cloud pictures and easily batch rename them. So first I'm going to select the cloud pictures by clicking on one, hold down the Command key and add to my selection by clicking on another cloud picture. I think those are my cloud pictures, and I'll go ahead and flag those. And with those flagged, I'll choose to show just my flagged files. So here are my flagged files. Under the Automate menu, I have the option to run a batch action. So if I had an action that I'd already set up in Photoshop, I could choose that from the batch option here, but I'm going to choose batch rename. And it brings up this option, so I can choose to simply rename them in the same folder. If I want, I could also move them to a new folder, and then I would choose that folder right here. But I think I'll leave them in the same folder they were in. So I'm going to call these clouds. And you can see from this pop-up menu right here, I have the option to construct how I want my items to be batch renamed. So I think for this first one, I'm going to add a 2-digit serial number. And I'm going to start that with 01 right here. And I'm going to select the word extension and type in clouds. And notice there's a plus here, so it's going to be 01 plus clouds. And then I'll go ahead and put the extension back on. So it'll be 01 clouds plus the extension. The next one will be 01 plus clouds plus the extension, and so on and so forth for all the ones that I have selected. I'll say OK to that. And notice that my clouds images have been batch renamed, and I will sort those, or I'll view them by choosing details. 01 clouds.jpg, 02 clouds.jpg, and so on and so forth. So it's a very convenient way of quickly and easily batch renaming images using the Automate feature in the file browser. There are many different ways of viewing and sorting your images in your virtual lightbox, which I like to think of as the file browser. As I mentioned, it's easy enough to select an image and flag them. So I'm going to click on that one, hold down the Shift key, and click on this one and this one as well, and add a flag to these by clicking on the flag icon. And now, as I said, the simplest thing we can do is go to Show and choose to see the flagged files, and it will quickly filter the images to show me just the flagged files. Another option we have under the View menu is to show the rank and to sort by the rank, if you will. Notice when I click on the View menu, we have many different options available to us, and there's a check next to the current status that we're looking at. So we're currently looking at folders only. We could also have unreadable files show up in the file browser. And we can choose what we want to look at in terms of flagged, unflagged, or both files. And we can also choose how big we want our thumbnails. Often I'll use the medium thumbnail size to see a whole lot of pictures over here on the right side in the thumbnail area. When we choose large thumbnails, we have the option to add a rank value. However, you need to make sure that the rank option is enabled. If it's not, you won't see rank. So let's make sure that rank is enabled. And now I could click right in to the rank area and give some of these images a different rank. Like I might give this a rank of A. I'll click on the rank area here, type in A for that one, and type in A for that one. And as you might even suspect, you can click right on your image name and give it a new name if you want. Before we show you how you can use the rank with sorting features, I want to show you a couple other thumbnail options. And one is the custom thumbnail size. And custom thumbnail size is generated by the preference that you have used to create that custom thumbnail size. I believe my default is 256 pixels wide. You can program this to be any size you want. And the other way I like to look at images is using the details viewing mode. And what this does is creates a long vertical list of thumbnails on the left side and image information on the right side. I find this very helpful because now I can see exactly how big any image is, as well as its pixel count, and also the creation date, modification date, and what kind of file format as well as color profile is associated with it. So I'll go back to medium thumbnail and talk about some of the sorting options. If you press on the menu option Sort, it brings up this list of options, and you can see that we have the ability to sort based on any one of these parameters, such as the file name, and it will now reorder all of these alphabetically. We can sort by sorting just the flagged things first. And now we could also sort by the rank value. And we have all these various other options or parameters to sort on as well. So this is a great way of organizing and viewing images before you decide to open them. And I should also mention that another nice feature of the browser is we can move images from one folder to another directly inside the browser. So if I wanted to, I could click and drag my platter image right into my experiment folder. Now if I click on my experiment folder, there's my platter image. I can click and drag that back out to the PSCS content folder. And as you may suspect, another nice feature is we can easily create a new folder by going to the File menu and choose New Folder. I'm going to scroll all the way down, find my new folder, and click on its name and change it. So I'll drag a couple of these into my storage folder. I'll click on one, hold down the Shift key, and click on another. And if I hold down the Command key, I can now add images non-sequentially. So that's the Command key or the Control key on the PC allows you to click on images to add them non-sequentially. And now with all these selected, I can click and drag them into my storage folder, and they'll all be moved. So the browser has some very powerful ways of sorting and filtering images for you to do some basic file management, if you will, with this very helpful visual interface. The Photoshop CS file browser allows us to see metadata associated with any of these images. Metadata is additional file information built into the file header, and it's normally text-based in nature. The metadata tab in the file browser shows us different types of metadata associated with any image, and you can close and open these different sections by clicking on this small triangle. So the first section shows us basic information about the file size, creation date, file name, and so on and so forth. The next section, called IPTC, is a section that was for metadata which is designed for the newspaper industry, but it can be used by you as well. IPTC stands for the International Press Telecommunications Council, and this is where you might add some text information such as the description of the image, the author, the copyright, and so on and so forth. Notice that in this section we actually have a pencil icon indicating that these pieces of metadata are editable by you. If you don't have a pencil icon next to a metadata field, you cannot edit it. If you want to edit it, all you need to do is click on the pencil icon, or you can simply click in the text field next to it, and it will allow you to type in a piece of information. And once you have typed in that information, if you want to add it to your image, click on the check icon down here, and that will update your image and add that metadata to it. The next section of metadata is information that came in with my digital camera, EXIF, and this can be very helpful. It will show you the f-stop, the shutter speed, all sorts of technical camera information. Some cameras have the ability to add GPS, a global positioning system information, directly into the image, so you can know exactly what longitude and latitude your image was made at. Also, if it was a camera raw file, that metadata is also added to it. And finally, a very nice new feature in Photoshop CS is the ability to look at the edit history of any image. We can use this metadata further by searching and sorting with the metadata itself. So in the next few tutorials, I want to show you how we can really optimize using metadata in the file browser. Another type of metadata you can assign and associate with an image is called a keyword. And there is a special tab in the file browser just for keywords. Click on that, and you can see that Photoshop CS file browser has a handful of keywords for you to start off using. But think of this more as a template so you can understand how these are organized. So these would be keyword sets. And I can open and close any set by clicking on the triangle. And I can easily assign a keyword to any image I click on. So I'll just click on this cloud picture here. And I could call that a wedding picture. Now if I click on the next one, this one doesn't have any keywords associated with it. But notice if I click back on my clouds image, this one does have the wedding keyword associated with it. So I can use this as a way to search on my images using the keyword metadata. So I'm going to show you how I can create my own keywords that I want to add to an image. So I might go to people here, and I'll click on the new entry icon, and it's going to bring up a new empty space for me to type in the keyword that I want to add. So I'm going to type in Madeline, and I'll go ahead and click on the pictures of Madeline. There's a picture of Madeline, and I'll hold down the Command key and click on this picture also. And with both of those images selected, I'll just check the box next to Madeline's name. And since I have multiple images selected, Photoshop gives me this warning. Do I really want to associate keywords with multiple files? Well, yes, I do. And now these files have been updated with the Madeline keyword. Well, one of my features of using keywords is the ability to search on keywords. So just as easily as I can add a new keyword to my metadata keywords list, or even a new set for that matter, click on the new set icon. It'll bring up a new set. One of my options is to search. And you can go to the corner pull-down menu and choose search, or if you wish, get the same interface by clicking on the binocular icons. This is the search. Brings up the search dialog box, and now all I need to do is choose what criteria I want to search on. So I'm going to search on keywords, and I'm going to choose keywords contains. Don't even have to type in the entire name. And if I want, Photoshop will default to my current folder, but I can also choose subfolders as well. So I'll click search, and Photoshop will check all the files for the metadata information for the keyword for Madeline and then show me the results. Well, you might not actually care about all these different amazing options for metadata that you can see and edit. And what you can do is you can show or hide just the metadata entries that you care about. And the way you do that is to go to the metadata tab and click on the corner menu icon and choose metadata display options. And this will bring up a long list of all the various metadata things that you can choose to see and use. And you can even turn off entire sections if you wish, such as if you don't care about GPS information, we might scroll all the way down and simply turn off that. And now none of the GPS information will show, and I don't have any camera raw files, so I'll turn off the camera raw file option. And to the same extent, we could turn on other metadata entries that we're not seeing, such as credit, and I'll just put a check next to city. And another nice option is we can enable hide empty fields. I always leave that enabled, so if there is no information in a metadata field that I wish to see, it will simply be hidden. And now notice if we scroll through my list, it's gotten a little bit shorter because I'm not showing the GPS information. And I do have a few more fields that I can edit in the IPTC section. Another option working with metadata is to create what's called a metadata template. And you can use this template to append or replace metadata on all the images that you select. So with this one image selected, I'm going to go to the File menu inside my file browser and choose File Info. And it brings up a dialog box showing us sort of a different way of looking at the metadata associated with this image. What I'm going to do is choose a few of these options and add some text. So I'll make sure that this is copyrighted, and I'll go ahead and add a copyright notice. Just put my name here. And I'll go ahead and also type in a website. So this is going to be the basis of my metadata template, which I will use later. But first I need to create the template, and in order to do that, go to the upper right-hand corner of this dialog box and click on the menu button right here and choose Save Metadata Template. It'll ask you to give it a name. I'll just give it my initials and click Save. And I'll click OK to that. Now we can replace the metadata on all of these with that metadata, or we can simply append the metadata so it won't replace it, but it will add that metadata in my metadata template to all these other pictures which I select. So I'll hold down the Shift key and select a range of pictures by clicking on another one here, and now all of these images in between have been selected. And with all of these images selected, I'm going to use the template I created to append the metadata for all of these. Edit menu on the file browser menu options, choose append metadata, and since I created a metadata template, I can choose the one I created. Photoshop's going to give me this warning. Do I really want to append multiple files? Well, yes, I do. And it will go through and change the metadata for all of these pictures, in this case, appending the metadata by adding my copyright and my name. And there you have it. In this tutorial, I want to talk about the concept of file size. You know that an image in Photoshop is a grid of pixels, and you can control the file size, and by that I mean the resolution, which is measured in pixels per inch when you create a new file. So I'm going to just choose File menu, New, and right here we could choose something such as how many inches we want this file to be. So I'll just choose 5 by 5 inches. And notice we also have a value for resolution, and this is how many pixels or picture elements, which is what pixels stand for, are per inch. So 72 pixels per inch is the standard resolution for images designed for your computer screen and the World Wide Web. And notice, at this fairly low resolution, our image size is 379 kilobytes. However, if we wanted this image to be designed for print, we would need many more pixels per inch. And the standard resolution for print is 300. So now, if we wanted a 5 by 5 inch image designed for print, if you want it to be appropriately designed, it would be 6.4 megabytes, much larger. I'm going to hit cancel here and go back to these two images to talk about them. Notice that this image actually has an indicator on the title bar here indicating that it is zoomed out to 25%. This image we're looking at exactly 100%. So the image on the right, we are seeing 1 image pixel for every screen pixel. The image on the left, we're seeing 4 image pixels for every screen pixel. And another way you can think about it is if you look at the file size for this image, it's much larger, 2.3 megabytes, compared to 136 kilobytes for this image. So I'm going to double click on the zoom tool, and when you select a document and double click on the zoom tool, it always zooms to 100%, showing you 1 image pixel for your screen pixels. So here is my picture of the toy, the high resolution image, and I will command minus that to zoom back out to 25%. And if I select this one and double click on the zoom tool, well, we get basically no effect because it is already at 100%. Well, how do we control file size? And this is pretty important, particularly if you're working on a print resolution document, but perhaps want to res it down in order to send it to somebody via the World Wide Web. Image menu, image size brings up the image size tool, which allows us to change the image size. So in this way, I can increase or decrease my image size. So I'm going to go ahead and decrease my image size. And as a rule of thumb, you're always better off resing down, that is, throwing out pixels, than resing up, because Photoshop, when you res up, if we, for instance, increase the PPI, the resolution here, to 500 pixels per inch, well, Photoshop has to suck pixels out of the air and put it into your image. And it does it using this interpolation method, the resample method, and the best one to choose is bicubic. And it does a pretty good job. However, if you increase your pixels per inch, it will generally make your image a little bit softer. And if you do it a lot, it will make it a lot softer because your image just doesn't have those pixels to start with. Well, notice I have constrained proportions enabled, and if I disable that, my little link icons go away. And now I could change the width but not the height. Go ahead and do that. Say OK. And you can see that I've distorted my image. Well, undo that because generally that's not something you want to do unless you want a special effect. So I'm going to go back to Image menu, choose Image Size, enable Constrain Proportion, and this is how I would reduce this image to design it for the World Wide Web. If I wanted this image to be 3 by 3 inches for the World Wide Web, I would choose 72 pixels per inch. And notice that my image size tool does a little bit of math for me. It says my image was 2.3 megabytes, but when I do this image size change, it's going to throw out a lot of data, making it much smaller. In this case, 136 kilobytes in size. And I want to choose resample image because that means that I can, in fact, throw out pixels or add pixels. And so I'll go ahead and click OK, and you can see that it shrinks my image down. I'll undo that and talk about another way you can use image size. Under Image menu, Image Size, another option you have is to disable resample image. Now you can't add or delete pixels, but you can change the width or height or resolution, but it will never actually delete or add pixels. So we'll always have a 900 by 900 pixel image. What we're doing is shuffling around the pixels per inch and as it relates to the width or height. So if I tell it that my resolution is 72 pixels per inch, but I don't want to throw out any pixels, well, of course, it's going to increase the width and height. And conversely, if I increase my pixels per inch to something like 600, of course, it will halve my dimensions. So that's changing these values by making sure that resample image is not enabled. And that way, of course, you don't actually take away or add any pixels. So the image size tool is a very powerful tool. Allows you to resize your image, generally constraining the proportions, which is usually what I do, allowing you to repurpose an image for print or web design or whatever size you really need. And the one thing I would make sure that you understand is that if you're going to do something like resample this image up, that you pay attention to the math it's telling you right here, that this image was 2.3 0.32 megabytes, but it's now 9 megabytes. So it's tripled it in size. And you can see that Photoshop has actually added 1 pixel for every pixel in the image. It's actually doubled the pixel count, and it did a pretty good job with its bicubic interpolation. Related to image size is the concept of file size. There are several different things that can affect our file size, and I want to talk about 2 different ways to think about that, and that is your open file size and your saved file size. So notice I have 3 different images here, and if I click on this image has only 1 layer, the background layer, and it's a very small file indeed. If I click on this image, you can see that I have some other layers involved here. I have this acorn, and I also have an adjustment layer. And notice the second value here is much larger. So the first value will give me the flattened file size, and the second value will give me the file size with layers. This file happens to be an 8 bits per channel RGB, and you can determine that under the Image Menu Mode, and you can see it's an RGB with 8 bits of data per channel. This file looks exactly the same, except notice its open file size is much larger, and that's because this file contains 16 bits of data per channel, and you can save that out in the new Photoshop file format, which supports 16 bits per channel with layers. If I go to the Image Menu Mode, notice that this says 16 bits per channel. So things such as extra pixel layers, and I also want to show you, if I click on my channels palette here, I have an extra mask associated with this image, and there's also a path. All these things will add weight or file size to the file when you save it out. Now I've saved out a couple of these already as various types of images. If I go to my desktop, I have a folder called File Size. I'm going to double click on it, and notice the different file sizes. The scooter without layers that I saved out as a JPEG will run a compression algorithm and make this file very small. Now I've also saved out the scooter image simply as a TIFF file, saving it with the LZW compression algorithm, and that will make my file size a little bit smaller than running it without LZW, and LZW is a lossless compression scheme, which I'll talk about different compression schemes in a later tutorial. But depending on what file format you choose and what kind of compression is run, it will make your file sizes much smaller or larger. So I'm going to go ahead and save out my 16-bit per channel image as a Photoshop format, which will support the layers. File menu, Save As, and it will bring up my Save As dialog box, and I'm going to put it in the File Sizes folder, and for format I'll choose Photoshop. Notice also that at this point I have the option to choose to save extra alpha channels and to save it as layers. Well, I'm going to maintain all this data so that if I need to, I can always come back and that data will be part of my file. So I'll go ahead and choose Save. And when I do this, Photoshop is going to show me this warning, which is to maximize the compatibility. And what this means, of course, is since this file currently supports 16 bits per channel, older file formats do not. And so Photoshop is asking me if I want to create an extra part of the file which will be supported by older versions of Photoshop. So I'll go ahead and say yes to this, knowing that it will make my file a little bit larger. Now if I go to my desktop and open up the File Sizes folder, you can see that this particular one, which has layers in it and is 16 bits per channel, is quite a bit larger than the other file sizes. So this is something to consider when you are choosing a particular file format to save out as well as when you are working with all sorts of extra assets in an image, such as other pixel layers, extra alpha channels, as well as vector paths. All things that will add to the file size depending on what file format you choose. Well, when you open up an image in Photoshop, you'll probably want to learn how you can get around, zoom in and zoom out, and so on and so forth. Notice what I have here is this image of New York City, and I'm also looking at it in the first standard viewing mode. I have 3 different viewing modes to choose from in Photoshop. The standard viewing mode, which puts my image on the background and the desktop, and also allows me to access, of course, all my menu options. And notice I can also see images in the background here as well. The next viewing mode is the full screen mode. And what it does is it puts this particular image on a field of gray. And the last viewing mode is this button right here, and it puts it on a field of black. And also notice what it does is it hides the menus at the top of the screen. I'm going to go back to my favorite viewing mode, full screen viewing mode, and show you some of the options that we have. And that is, of course, we can zoom in and zoom out. I can always use the zoom tool, that's this magnifying tool right here, and click right in my image to zoom in. Click again. And on the Macintosh, you can hold down the Option key and your zoom in tool will toggle to a zoom out. And notice that there is a small minus sign in the center of my zoom tool. And now when I click, I will zoom out. And that would be the Alt key on the PC will toggle between zooming in and zooming out. If at any time you want to see your image at 100% zoom ratio, so that you see one image pixel for one screen pixel, you can double click on the zoom tool and your image will zoom to 100%. Conversely, we can zoom to fill the screen by double clicking on the hand tool. And it will zoom to make my image as large as possible to fill the screen. I'm going to go back to 100% by double clicking on the zoom tool, and you can pan around your image by clicking on the hand tool and clicking and dragging to move your image around. Of course, you're going to want to do that when your image is not so small that you can see the entire thing. You can get this feature using any other tool, so I'll just go to my Move tool, by holding down the space bar, and you temporarily get the hand grabber tool. So now we can move around when I'm holding my space bar down. Let go of the space bar and you'll be using whatever tool that you have selected. Another way of zooming in and zooming out is on the Mac, hold down the Command key and hit the minus key. Command minus zooms out, Command plus zooms in, and the equivalent on the PC is Control minus and Control plus. So that's a great way of simply zooming in and zooming out without having to choose any of these various zoom tools. And finally, if you are on the full screen mode or standard screen mode, and you're zoomed into 100%, you'll have scroll bars next to your image, and I can click and drag on my scroll bars to move around my image. If at any time you want to choose another image, if you're in standard screen mode, all I need to do is click on the title bar or anywhere on another image, and it will make that the active image. I'll go back to this one and switch back to full screen mode, my favorite way of looking at an image. And another option I have is to choose the window menu, and at the very bottom of the window menu, after the list of tool palettes, is a list of the currently open images that I could choose from. So I could just go down and choose any one of these images and let go, and then that will become the currently active image. So there are several different ways of getting around multiple images in Photoshop and zooming in and zooming out on those images as well. Another way to get around your image is to use the Navigator palette. If you're not seeing the Navigator palette on your screen, you can invoke it by going to the Window menu and choosing Navigator. The Navigator palette allows you to zoom in and zoom out as well as pan around using this red marquee. We can zoom in or zoom out by clicking on one of the mountain icons. The small mountains will zoom out and the large mountains will zoom in. And we could also select this value right here and type in a different value for a different zoom percentage. And at this type of a zoom, a 200% zoom, notice that, of course, the image is much larger than my actual screen. And I also have a small red rectangle showing me what is being viewed on my screen. I can click and drag this red rectangle around on the Navigator palette, and in this way, go to different areas of my image. And if you want to zoom to a non-standard zoom ratio, such as something other than 50 or 33%, you can use this slider right here to zoom in and out as well. And should you need to, you can also change the color of this rectangle by choosing the Navigator palette menu, palette options. Since there's so much to do in Photoshop, it has a very extensive Preferences dialog box. When you launch the Preferences dialog box, you can choose from many different subsections here by clicking on this pull-down menu, and you can see the various panes of preferences that we can go to. Well, I'm going to talk about several of these options in this movie. You can choose what kind of color picker you want, and I'm going to stick with the Adobe color picker. And for image interpolation, this is done whenever you resize an image or use something like the free transform tool. You can choose which type of interpolation to use, and I always stick with bicubic as it creates the most photorealistic and smoothest effect. How many history states do you want to record? And the more that you record, the more scratch disk space it will need, so I usually leave that at about 20. For the general preferences options, we have the ability to export the clipboard, so if you have something saved, if you copy a layer, you can export that to another application. Again, this will take up a little bit more scratch disk space. Show tooltips. It's a very convenient way to learn the names of the tools as well as the keyboard shortcut. If I pass over a tool with my tooltips option enabled, you can see it shows me the name of the tool as well as the keyboard equivalent to get to that tool. So I'm going to go back and choose Photoshop menu preferences, general. I usually leave that enabled. Zoom resizes windows, I leave that enabled. Auto update open documents is a nice feature if you are jumping from one application to another, such as Image Ready, and you do some edits in Image Ready, it will auto update the image when you go back to Photoshop. If you're working with Asian fonts, you'll want to enable Show Asian Font Text options. Beep when done, I leave disabled because my computer beeps enough. I always have dynamic color sliders enabled so that when I change colors, my color sliders quickly update. And if you like your palettes where they are when you quit Photoshop, save palette locations will always save them so the next time you launch Photoshop, they'll be where you left them the last time you quit. You can enable use Shift key for tool switch, and if you disable that, all you need to do is hit the keyboard equivalent for that particular tool. M for marquee, V for the move tool. If this is enabled, it would be Shift M or Shift V. And I will leave use smart quotes enabled. Another nice new feature in Photoshop CS is the ability to save a history of your edits for a particular image. Now this is by default disabled, but if you wish you can enable this. And you might want to do this for legal reasons, or if you want to see the edit history for any reason of a particular image. And this will save the edit history either as metadata or text data or both. Well, I'm going to click the Next button over here and go to the Next Preferences pane, and this is all about file handling. Do you want an image preview saved with your image when you save out? Again, this will increase your file size, but it will also allow you to see a quick preview in other applications. Very convenient. And you can choose which types of image preview are saved with your image. If you choose full size, it will increase your file size dramatically. I always have my file extensions appended to my file name. And for file compatibility, you have some other options as well. We can allow Photoshop to ask if we want to save layered TIFF files, and sometimes I need that option, so I always choose ask before saving layered TIFFs. Another nice new feature for Photoshop CS is the .psb format, and this is for extra large files. Photoshop CS can support image files with up to 300,000 pixel count. If your file is going to be more than 2 gigabytes, you need to enable the .psb file format. Also, we have the ability to maximize the PSD file compatibility, and what that really means is if you are working in something such as 16-bit per channel images with layers, older versions of Photoshop cannot support that. So if you are doing that and you enable the maximize PSD file compatibility, it will save another version in the Photoshop file that is openable by older legacy versions of Photoshop. And if you're working in a workgroup environment, you might want to enable version queue. It's a application, a web-based application that comes with Photoshop, allowing very robust workgroup compatibility. For displays and cursors, I disable color channels in color because I want to see my color channel information in grayscale. If you're working with very large files, you might choose enable pixel doubling. It will speed up things such as moving layer information, but it will be a little bit less precise. For the painting cursors, I prefer to see the actual brush size as opposed to the tool icon. So we have three options: standard, precise, and precise shows you this crosshair, but for brush size, I like to see the actual size, and this small circle will increase or decrease in size depending on how big your brush is. And for other cursors, I prefer precise as opposed to the standard tool icon. The next set of options that we have to consider are those for transparency and gamut warning. This set of options allows you to choose what type of grid size will show up underneath areas of transparency. I prefer large as it writes just a little bit faster, and I also prefer for grid colors a medium dark value, so it's a little bit easier to see. And if you wish, you could create custom colors by clicking on any thumbnail color swatch here and choosing whichever color you want. But I'm going to stick with these two defaults for now. And for gamut warning, should you choose to view a soft-proof image, it will show you when you choose gamut warning what colors are out of gamut by putting this color with this opacity over the colors that are out of the gamut range. So I'm going to click on next and go to the next set of options. And those options allow us to refine how we want our ruler units and other values to be designed, and I'm going to stick with, for ruler units, inches. Sometimes I choose pixels depending on what kind of project I'm working on. And for type, I'll stick with points. Column size, we have values for column size here, and this is really relates to typographic information. And for new document presets, I'm going to stick with these default values: 300 pixels per inch for a print resolution project and 72 pixels per inch for a screen resolution project, an image you might be designing for the World Wide Web website. Guides, grids, and slices. Photoshop allows you to pull out guides so you can line things up, and here we can choose what color and line style we want. Do you want lines or dashed lines? And for grids, we have also some options. How often do you want a grid and how often do you want a subdivision? And for slices, we can also choose a particular color and also to number our slices as well. The important thing here, I find, is to make sure that my slice color is dramatically different from my guide color, because sometimes it can be a little bit confusing if they look too much the same. Plug-in and scratch discs options. If you have a set of plug-in filters that does not live in this particular version of Photoshop, we can point to another folder by enabling additional plugins folders, and it will bring up a dialog box asking me to go find that folder that these other plugin filters live in. Well, I don't really have any other plugin folders, so I'm going to disable that. And if you are running very large files in Photoshop, you might want to have Photoshop look at another volume disk space. So if you have some other hard drives available, you might tell Photoshop to use those other hard drives for scratch disk space. When Photoshop runs out of RAM memory, it will look to the scratch disk to write and read from. And the key thing to remember here is that you really want to use the fastest hard drive you have, as well as the hard drive with the most available space on it, for an additional scratch disk volume. Cache settings, the default level for cache setting is set to 4, and what this does, of course, is Photoshop will have each pixel count to develop 4 levels of caches, and this will allow you to really speed up things such as looking at a histogram. However, the histograms won't be as precise as looking at all the pixels in the histogram. If you wish, you can enable use cache for histograms right here, and again, when you run something like levels or the histogram, it will be very quick because it will be looking at the smaller cache settings as opposed to generating a histogram count based on all of the pixels. And we also have the ability to denote how much RAM we can set aside for Photoshop to use right here, and you can choose what percentage of available RAM you want. Again, the more RAM you have, generally the faster Photoshop will run because it's going to use the RAM first before it hits the scratch disk. And the last set of preferences we have are for the file browser interface. Remember, the file browser is going to generate small thumbnails for every image in any selected folder or directory, and right here we can speed up the processing by having Photoshop disregard files over a certain size. Currently it's set to 200 megabytes, but if you wanted to speed this up, you might make this a smaller value, such as 100. How many of the most recently used folders do we want to show up in the recent used folders pull down list? And we can also program a custom thumbnail size right here. For options for the file browser, we can allow background processing, so you can work in the file browser and it will continue to process thumbnails. It will generate high quality preview images in the preview pane. If you disable this, it will just use the low quality images, but it'll be a little bit faster. And you want the file browser to render vector files, which might not be bitmap in nature, but it will render them for you so you can see what those look like, such as Adobe Illustrator files. Parse XMP metadata for non-image files will do just that. And finally, keep sidecar files with master files is really for working with camera raw format. The sidecar file denotes how a camera raw image was designed to be processed in order to be opened in Photoshop. Of course, after you have perused all of these tutorials, you'll probably have no need to go to the Photoshop Help menu, but should you wish to, you can choose the Help menu, and from the Help menu, choose Photoshop Help. And what this really is the entire manual online as HTML pages. Now this is actually saved to your local hard drive when you load Photoshop, so it is accessed very quickly. I would also say that this Photoshop Online Help is actually a superset of the content that is in the printed manual. So you can actually learn a lot more than what is in the printed manual by visiting this collection of HTML web pages. So you can see how this basically works. We have basic concepts and contents listed over here to the left with this pull down scrollable menu. We can just click on any of these types of headings and it will take us to a certain section of sub options. Also, I can simply click on the index and see the A through Z index and choose any letter at the top here, and it will take me to that section of my index. And finally, what I find to be very helpful is the search mode, where you can just type in a phrase and click search, and it will bring up all the relevant help web pages for whatever it is that you searched on. I'm going to close that and go back to my document here and talk a little bit more about some other options under the Help menu. We can also activate the welcome screen if you have deactivated it. And you can see that I have show this dialog at startup disabled, so it no longer pops up when I launch Photoshop. Another nice feature of the Help menu is it will take us to various sections of the Adobe website. So you can register your product immediately by choosing registration, and it will take us to a web page on the Adobe website. Updates will show us updates that are available for Photoshop. And we can also see the current status of the Photoshop web page on the Adobe website. And there's a lot more to Help. At the bottom section of the screen, you can see there are several how-to sections. How to create web images, how to customize and automate, and so on and so forth. These are basic concepts that you might want to have elaborated on. And notice if we choose one of these, it goes to a particular list of sub-options. And if you choose one of these and let go, it'll bring up that section in the online help. One of my favorite features in Help are some of the wizards that they've actually added. So this is a fairly popular thing to do. Export transparent image. If you choose this one, it actually brings up a wizard which helps you step through the various processes to do this. So it's going to ask me to choose between one of these three situations, and I'm going to say my image is on a transparent background here. I'll click Next. And if we drag the wizard out of the way, you can see it's actually running a script. Do we want this for print or online? I'll choose online, so it's a little bit lower resolution. I'll click Next. And now it's asking me what file format would we like, a GIF or a PNG? And notice the color difference here. If I choose GIF, it will compress it to 256 levels of color. And now this brings up the index color palette option. And I'll just go ahead with that and choose the web palette. And finally, it brings up the Save As dialog box. So that's a nice feature, allowing me to run this wizard interface to achieve some basic goals. When you're working in Photoshop, you have the option to select areas to affect certain areas specifically. In this tutorial, I want to talk about the basics of selections and how they work in Photoshop. And in order to show that to you, I'm going to go ahead and make some basic adjustments by using the Levels command. Under the Image menu Adjustments, I'm going to bring up Levels, and it brings up this histogram, if you will, of all the pixel values in my image. And you can see that I have a black point and a white point and a middle gray point. Now, if I go ahead and edit this histogram, you can see that I am editing all the pixels in this image. And the reason why I'm doing that is because Photoshop's default action is if you select nothing, any action you apply will be applied to the entire image. So that's the first thing you need to know about selections, is that if you select nothing, everything is affected. On the Tools palette, we have several different tools that allow us to isolate an area to affect. This is the Marquee tool, and you can see on the Marquee tool icon on the Tools palette has a small triangular icon in the lower right-hand corner, and that means if I press and hold, it'll bring up some other options, other types of Marquee tools I can use. Well, I'm just going to talk about this Marquee tool here and show you how you can use the Marquee tool to create a selection. I can click and drag out a rectangle, and whatever I do to this image will be isolated to this selected area. So now if I choose Image, Menu, Adjustment, Levels, if I adjust the levels, you see how the effect is being isolated to this particular area. Another nice feature of working with selections is that when I have a selection active on my image like this, as denoted by these marching ants, as we call them sometimes, if you're using a selection tool, and that would be a Marquee tool or the Lasso tool, notice when I pass inside my selection, I get the Move Selection icon. And now I can click and drag my selection and reposition it over another area. Now it's not actually moving the pixels, it's just moving the container where I might do some action. Finally, another nice feature of working with selections is that you always have the ability to select something and then choose its inverse. Under the Select menu, choose Inverse, and now everything that was selected is deselected and everything that was not selected is selected. And again, you can see that if I go and choose Image, Menu, Adjustments, Levels. Use one of your mini Marquee tools to isolate an area to do something with. I'm going to use the Rectangular Marquee tool to create a rectangular marquee selection. So click on it to select that tool, and then click and drag diagonally to create a freehand rectangular selection. If you want to constrain it to a perfect shape, in this case a square, hold down the Shift key and drag out a selection. You can take away from your selection by holding down the Option key, and notice that my tool cursor now has a small minus next to it. So if I click and drag again, it will take away from the selection. If you hold down the Shift key, notice my cursor now has a plus next to it. It will add to your selection. And if you hold down both the Shift and the Option key on the Mac, or the Shift and the Alt key on the PC, you can get the intersection of the current selection with the next one that you drag out. To get rid of your selection, go to the Select menu and choose Deselect, or Command D. It's worth memorizing that particular keyboard shortcut, Command D on the Mac or Control D on the PC. If you start by holding down the Option key and then drag out, it will drag out a selection from the center. You can, as I mentioned, add to your selection by holding down the Shift key, or you can also click on this tool right here and it will constantly add to your selection. So this is the Add Selection tool, and conversely, this is the Subtract Selection tool. And we also have Intersect Selection tool. If you add a feather value, it will soften the edge of your selection. Currently my feather value is set to 0, creating a very hard edge selection. So you can see I'll drag this out. I'll Option Delete, which will fill with my foreground color, in this case black. Now if I give this a higher feather value, say 10 pixels, I'll go ahead and create another rectangular selection, and when I let go, notice how it shows me a rounded corner for my animated selection edges. And if I again choose Option Delete, which is fill with the foreground color, notice I get a softer edged effect. Currently, I've been showing you this tool set to normal, which allows me to drag out freehand selections. Another way I could use this tool is fixed aspect ratio. When you choose fixed aspect ratio, you can tell it what ratio of width to height you want to use. I'm going to make sure my feather selection set to 0 again, and I'll choose 3 for width and 1 for height. And now, whenever I drag out a selection, it's confined, in this case, to a 3:1 width to height ratio. You can transpose these values by clicking on this button right here. And now it is 3:1, 3 for height and 1 for width. Another way you can use this tool is to give it a fixed size. If you choose fixed size, we're now measuring our selection based on pixels in this case. So I'll type in 20 for the width, and for height, 80. And now, whenever I click, I'll have an exact 20 by 80 pixel selection, no matter where I move my cursor. And again, if you wish, you can transpose these values by clicking on the Transpose button. We can also choose from the elliptical marquee tool. And notice when I choose the elliptical marquee tool, I have the option for anti-aliasing the edges. And this works very much the same way as the rectangular marquee tool. Click and drag out diagonally to create a elliptical selection. And while you're still pressing down on the mouse button, if you hold the Shift key, it will constrain it to a perfect shape, in this case, a circle. If you want to move your selection, first drag out a selection, and then move your tool cursor inside your selection and click and drag to reposition it. Similar to the rectangular marquee tool, press and hold on that tool, and we can also choose the elliptical marquee tool. Click and drag diagonally to pull out an ellipse, and if you wish, you can make a perfect circle, of course, by holding down the Shift key and dragging out a perfect circle. I'm going to deselect that by choosing Command D and go back to my rectangular marquee tool. If you find that you're always using a certain size and a certain feather, you might consider adding that to my tool presets, and that's this pop-down palette right here. Click on this icon and it will show me the current presets for this tool. Presets are saved options for a tool that you can access easily, so you don't have to reconstruct them over and over again. So I'm going to say I'm always creating a 100 pixel by 100 pixel selection at a 2 pixel feather. And if this is something you will be doing over and over again, I'm going to click on my preset pop-down menu and click on the new preset icon here. And it will bring up a dialog box asking me to give this preset a name. So I'm going to call this Rec Mark 100x 100 2 pix feather. So that tells me exactly what this will do just by reading the name. So there is my preset for this tool. And another thing I want to point out is you have a lot of different options by going to the preset pop-down palette menu button and clicking on it, and you can see all the various options that we have for collections of tool presets. And when you're done with the preset pop-down menu, simply click on that icon again. So now if we choose to make my marquee tool normal, again, and I'll just type in 0 and deselect. If we immediately need to get to that particular type of marquee usage, I'm going to click the preset pop-down menu for this tool and click on that preset, and voila, All the values have been typed into my options palette, and I can immediately create a perfect 100 by 100 pixel selection with a 2 pixel feather. If you choose the lasso tool to create freehand selections, you have the ability to create a selection simply by clicking and drawing anywhere in your image. And when you let go, you'll have a selection created. I want to draw your attention to the anti-alias checkbox. If this is enabled, your selection edges will be anti-aliased, and to show you what that means, I'm going to go ahead and fill this selection with black. Option delete fills my selection with the foreground color. So I'm going to go ahead and deselect that anti-aliased freehand selection. Select menu, deselect. And now I'll disable anti-aliased and create a similar selection over here. And go ahead and fill that with my foreground color. Now, while these might look very similar, if we zoom in and look at the edges, you'll see the difference between an anti-aliased and a non-anti-aliased edge. Notice in our anti-aliased selection there are transitional pixels that aren't exactly black or white, and this creates the illusion of a very sharp edge. For our non-anti-aliased, we have a stair-stepping effect. So generally, it's preferred to create anti-aliased selections. You get a little bit softer, more pleasant looking type of selection. A big part of working in Photoshop is being able to create a selection around something and then doing something with it. One of the tools that I constantly use is the lasso tool, and that's this tool right here, which looks like, well, a lasso. And if you notice, if you press and hold on this tool, you can see that we actually have 3 different types of lasso tools to choose from. The circular lasso tool is the freehand lasso tool, and it essentially allows you to draw a freehand area. And I don't even need to go all the way back. I can simply let go of my mouse button and it will connect that area. And now I have isolated an area that I could do something with, such as fill with my foreground color or run a filter or do whatever you want. So this selection here is isolated a special area. I can add to this area while still using my lasso tool by holding down the shift key, and notice my cursor has a small plus next to it, so I can create a new area. Now I've added to that area. And if I hold down the Option key on the Mac or the Alt key on the PC, I can take away from any animated selection area. If you move inside your selection, notice the cursor changes again to be this arrow with the selection tool next to it. I can click and move my selection wherever I wish on my image. So that's the freehand lasso tool. I'm going to deselect by choosing Select Menu, Deselect, or Command D on the Mac or Control D on the PC. Another way you can use the lasso tool is to hold down the Option key and it will temporarily become a sticky rubber band. So I've added one point and I can click to add another point, and I'm creating this hard edge type of selection. So that's Option click to add a point from where I can drag out my selection. Option click again to add another sticky rubber band spot, and so on and so forth. I'll deselect that, Command D, because that is essentially the way the polygonal lasso tool works by default. If you choose the polygonal lasso tool, you don't have to hold down the Option key. You can just simply click to add the sticky rubber band points. And notice when I pass back over the beginning of my selection, my cursor changes to be the polygonal lasso tool with a little circle next to it, indicating when I click now, it will close and create a closed selection. If I wanted to select this flower, I could try my hand by using the freehand lasso tool, but you can see that you really need very precise movements in the hands of a surgeon, if you will, to get a perfect selection this way. And that's why I'm going to show you the third tool here, and that is the magnetic lasso tool. The magnetic lasso tool allows me to add anchor points around wherever I click on contrasty edge areas, and that's why this image of the flower is a nice image to demonstrate. So you can see that my cursor changes to be the circle with the crosshair in the middle. And also notice the options for my magnetic lasso tool have changed a bit. So I have a width, can change the width of the range of sensitivity that it's going to look for the contrasty area, and that is the circle, the edge contrast value, and the frequency of how many points it will lay down. So I'm going to leave the edge contrast at about 50%, and that's a nice range for it to consider. So I'm going to click once to add my starting point, and now simply move my mouse around the edge. I'm not holding down or clicking my mouse button at all. If you want to add another point, you can always click to add your own point. And sometimes you need to do this if the magnetic lasso tool is getting confused and jumping over another edge. So remember, it's just important to keep the contrasty edge inside your circle tool for the magnetic lasso. So you can see it didn't quite get that edge right here, so I'm going to click and add a point of my own as an anchor point. And when you pass over the first anchor point created by using the magnetic lasso tool, you get the magnetic lasso tool cursor with, again, the small circle next to it, indicating that when I click now, it's going to close that path, if you will, creating a precise selection. If you have a pressure-sensitive tablet and pen combination attached to your computer, you can have the option of pen pressure. And the way that works is press and hold, and the harder you press, the smaller the zone of sensitivity becomes. So I'm pressing hard and then pressing lightly. At any time, you can simply hit the Enter key and it will close the path for you, even if you haven't passed back over that first point. If you have an area of low contrast, you might want to reduce the edge contrast value here so it will be more sensitive to low contrast areas. I'm going to deselect that and go back to the lasso tool and talk about a few more things, such as these buttons right up here. The first button, of course, is our default freehand selection mode. And you recall that if you want to add to your selection, you can hold down the Shift key while using this, and notice my options palette changes to using the next tool. If you want to be using the Add Selection tool without holding down the Shift key, simply click on this tool. Now I'll constantly be adding to my selection. And we could also choose Subtract from Selection by clicking on this button. And this last button is intersect. So we'll create the intersection of that selection. If you want to create an intersection by using keyboard commands, it is Shift and Option on the Mac or Shift and Alt key on the PC. And I'll admit that the way I remember that adding to your selection is pressing the Shift key is that the Shift key makes small letter adds capitalness to small letters, making them capital letters. So that's how the lasso tools work. They're a very powerful way of creating selections in Photoshop. Sometimes you can use the Magic Wand tool to easily select an area of similar colors. The Magic Wand tool, this tool icon right here, looks for whatever pixel color you click on and looks for similar colors based on the tolerance range to include in your selection. So a tolerance range of 32 values here means that it will look at a tolerance of 16 values difference above and below that particular color pixel that you click on. Also notice that this tool has the option to be used in a contiguous fashion or a non-contiguous fashion. I'll leave this option enabled and show you how that works. I'll go ahead and click over here in this dark area, and you can see that it found this area of similar values of pixels based on clicking right here. I'll deselect that and I'll disable contiguous, and now when I click on this area it will find all the pixels in the image that have a similar color and add them to the selection. Well, I'll enable contiguous and try to select this flower, and it did an okay job, but I can see that it's not quite right. So there's a couple ways I could correct this. I could try to increase my tolerance range, and that did a little bit better job. But another way I can use this tool is to continue to add to the selection by, again, holding down the Shift key and clicking on an area on my flower that was not selected. So I'll go ahead and click on this very bright edge of the petal here, and now my selection is being expanded. So I'm just continuing to click on areas that are outside of my selection, hoping to expand the selection this way. And there's a pretty good selection of the flower if I wanted to do something such as copy and paste it to a different image. Lastly, I do want to point out that if you are using layers in your image, you can use the Magic Wand tool and have it consider all the layers as opposed to the current layer that you're working with. And to do that, just enable Use All Layers. One of my all-time favorite tools to create a selection for an image like this is to use something found under the Select menu called Color Range. So go to the Select menu and choose Color Range, and it brings up this tool interface, if you will, allowing me to sample a particular color or color range to include in a selection. So at the top we have a pop-down menu of different options, and you can see that we can choose any one of these standard colors, but I'm going to choose sampled colors. We also have a fuzziness slider which allows me to include more of a transitional range of colors to be selected. Over here notice that we have three eyedropper tools: the standard eyedropper, the add to our color range, and subtract from our color range. So what I'm going to do is, with my image up in the background, simply click somewhere, and you can see what happens, that wherever I click will update the preview image, and whatever is white is selected, and whatever is black is not selected or protected, and whatever is a particular value of gray is partially selected. So I'm going to try to select this flower by clicking on the petal. You can see that I've got some of the flower. Try it again. And now I'm going to add to this selection by going to the plus eyedropper tool and click again to increase the range of selection. Now I might try to adjust the fuzziness slider. You can see if I adjust it down, it creates a tighter selection. And if I adjust it up, it will begin to increase the pixels that are included in the transition. And if I go too high, I'll begin to get some of the background pixels as well. If you want to see what your selection will really look like, we have different ways of previewing the selection as a mask. So currently none is selected down here from this pop-up menu, but I can also choose grayscale, and now it's showing me exactly the mask, and it's a little bit easier to see if you're getting pixels that you don't necessarily want when you choose one of these preview selection options. Another nice feature of color range is that I can actually save out this collection of sampled colors if I had a series of images that I wanted to apply this effect to. And all I needed to do is click Save, and it will bring up a dialog box asking me to save settings, but I'm going to hit Cancel. And if I did save that out, I could open up other images and click Load, and it would automatically load these sample settings for any other image, allowing me to immediately sample that range that I had saved. So I'm going to say OK to this, and then you can see that the color range tool has created this very precise selection. Using color range is a great way to start to create a nice selection, but you very often need to clean up a selection to make it very precise. So I'm going to click OK with this color range, knowing that I might have to go in and clean up the center of the flower. And you can see if we just choose Preview Selection to Grayscale that it's not going to select everything in my flower. I'll go ahead and say OK to that. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to save this selection as a new mask channel, and then edit that mask channel, and then re-invoke that as a more precise selection to do something with that selection. So in order to save this selection to a new mask channel, I can do that by going to the Select menu and choose Save Selection. Brings up the Save Selection dialog box. And what I can do is just give this a name. And I want to save it as a new channel, and I want to save it in the currently open document, although I could send it to another document I had opened if I did have another document open, or create an entirely new document just with this mask channel. But I'm going to save it into this document, and here is my new mask channel, which I can now edit. But before I can edit my mask channel, I first need to turn off this selection. Select menu, deselect. Remember, selections are active areas that you can do something with, such as fill with color, run a filter, copy and paste. A mask is, think of it as a passive selection. You can't really do anything with a mask. However, you can create a very precise mask and then re-invoke it as an active selection. I'm now going to edit this mask by making sure I'm working on my channels palette and clicking right on the mask thumbnail icon in the channels palette. And here is my mask, and now I can edit this with any of my basic selection tools, or for that matter I could even paint on this grayscale mask. So I'm going to choose my freehand lasso tool here and drag around the center of the flower, because these black and dark gray areas will not be selected. Only whatever is white will be selected. Or more specifically, an area that has a gray value will be partially selected. So with that freehand marquee selection on my mask, I'll go ahead and fill that with white. Option Delete fills with my foreground color. And I'll deselect that. And I could do the same down here, or for what it's worth, I could also choose a brush tool. And that's the wrong color, so I think I'm going to switch to paint with black and paint over this area. And to ensure that I have a very clean selection here, I'm going to go ahead and switch to my elliptical marquee tool. Go to the center of the flower, hold down my Option key, and click and drag out a circle that will encompass this flower. Inverse this selection. Select menu, Inverse. And now everything is selected outside of that circle, and I'll fill with black. Option Delete fills with my foreground color. Now I know that there are no non-black pixels outside of this selection. Deselect. Now I have a great mask that I can re-invoke as an active selection. There are several ways to do that. I'm going to go back to RGB by clicking on the RGB thumbnail icon here. One way I can invoke a mask channel as a selection is go to the Select menu and choose Load Selection, and it will bring up the dialog box asking me to choose a mask channel, and I only have one to choose from since I only have one mask channel. And the operation will be create a new selection. And there is my cleaned up mask activated as a selection. Show you another way to do that. If you are currently working on this mask and have it selected, and I know that this mask is targeted because its color is highlighted in the channel's palette list of channels, I can click on this icon and it will activate this mask as a selection. Command D to deselect, and I'll show you my favorite way of activating a mask as a selection. Very often I want to simply load that mask as a selection onto my RGB pixel data, and what I like to do is pass over my mask thumbnail icon and hold down the Command key on the Mac, and notice when I hold down the Command key, my little pointing hand has a marquee icon next to it, and that means that when I click, it will load that mask channel as a selection. So that's Command click on the mask thumbnail on the channels palette, and it loads it as a selection. I'm going to go back to layers here, and what I think I'll do is copy and paste to create a new flower. In the previous tutorial, I showed you how you could save a selection as a mask channel to this document. And here it is, an additional mask channel. And when I save my document will be a little bit larger because it has this extra added asset, if you will, this mask channel, which can be used over and over again. Another way that you could edit your selection is to use the Quick Mask tool. And when you do that, you temporarily convert your selection into a temporary mask. It doesn't actually save it to the mask channel, but it does convert it temporarily into a mask that we could then edit. These two icons down here toggle between selection mode and quick mask. So if I click on this icon, notice what I get is the quick mask indicator color. So whatever is red here is not selected, and whatever is transparent is selected. And in this way, we could now use paint tools. I might choose a paintbrush here and switch to white by clicking on the double-headed arrow so that I am painting with my foreground color, and now paint out some of these little red marks. And if it's difficult to see what you are painting versus what you are not painting, there are a couple things you can do. I could double click right on the quick mask icon, and it will bring up some of the quick mask options. And the important ones that I think you might want to edit is the quick mask indicator color. That's just red color, but if you're working on a red image, you might want something like a blue color. So I might click on that, brings up the color picker, and we could choose a contrasting color to see what our mask looks like. And you can also change the quick mask indicator color opacity here. So I might turn that up to 75%. And now it's a little bit easier to see what I need to paint out. And if you wish, you can turn off the RGB background by clicking on the RGB eyeball. And now we are editing just our quick mask temporary alpha channel. And it's a little bit easier to see what we're doing this way. And when you're ready to re-invoke this quick mask as a selection, simply click on the selection mode for this quick mask tool. And notice our temporary mask is gone from the mask channel here, and I'm working with my selection again. Sometimes it can be a little bit confusing understanding what a selection will affect. Notice I have a selection active on my image. I want to draw your attention to my layers palette here and point out that I have two layers active. Selections will affect whatever layer or combination of channels that you have targeted. So currently, if I do something such as cut, I will cut pixel data on this layer. And now if I target the background layer and fill with my background color, I will be affecting the layer that I've just targeted. And so you can see by looking at my layer thumbnails how these different layers are being affected. I'll undo that and show you that to the same extent we can affect different combinations of channels. So if I do something, I will be affecting my RGB pixel data right now. Or if I target my flower mask by clicking on the name of the channel, now whatever I do will affect this particular mask and not my RGB data. I'll go ahead and deselect that. Click on the RGB thumbnail icon in the channels palette and invoke this new edited mask as a selection by command clicking on the thumbnail icon in the channels palette. So depending on what channel or mask or layer that you have targeted, the selection will be active on whichever is targeted. In this tutorial, which I call the truth about selections, I want to draw your attention to some of the behavior of selections and what you will see on screen. If you create a selection using one of the standard marquee tools, such as the rectangular marquee tool, click and drag out, and you can see the animated selection edges here, which sometimes are called marching ants or dancing ants. You know that whatever you do inside this selection will be 100% affected. So if I fill with my foreground color by choosing the Option Delete key, I'm creating 100% of an effect inside this selection. I'll go ahead and undo that. And I will deselect by choosing Command D on the Macintosh or Control D on the PC. You also know that if I have a very high contrast mask like this black and white mask, whatever is white in this mask will be 100% selected, and whatever is black will be 0% selected or 100% protected. So if I Command click on this mask icon, there is my selection, my custom selection shape, and again I can go ahead and fill with the foreground color or do any other type of operation, and the point being that that operation will be 100% affected in that area. I'm going to undo that and I'll deselect. Sometimes you might have an area that is not 100% selected but partially selected based on some opacity value. This area here is only 25% white. Now when I invoke this as a selection, I'll go ahead and Command click on this mask. Photoshop shows me this warning. It says no pixels are more than 50% selected. The selection edges will not be visible. I'll click OK. So I'm not seeing any selection edges, but indeed there is a selection active, but it's only going to be affected 25% in this shape. And I know that there's a selection active by a couple of different ways. I can go to the Select menu, and deselect is an option, which indicates that even though I'm not seeing the marching ants or the animated selection edges, there is a selection active on this image. And another way I can tell that there's a selection active is if I take my paint tool and try to paint somewhere, it doesn't work. Well, let's go ahead and see what effect I'll get. I'll go ahead and Option Delete to fill with my foreground color. And notice what's happening here is it's filling this area with 25% opacity of my foreground color because the selection only allowed me to affect 25% opaque transmission of whatever it was I wanted to do, in this case, fill. I'll go ahead and undo that. And now here's a little test for you. Here's a special mask that I created. What will the selection look like? Well, let's go ahead and activate this mask as a selection. So I'm going to go click back on my RGB thumbnail because I want to affect my RGB, and I'll Command click on the mask thumbnail icon in the channels palette. And look what I have. I have the animated selection edges around this area, which will be 100% affected. I have no animated edges around the area that was 25% opaque. And this area which gradates from 100% white to 0% white, the animated edges stop at about the 50% mark. Well, that makes perfect sense. Let's go ahead and fill this with our foreground color. And now you can see the effect that's happening. So the lesson to be learned here is that even though you're not seeing an animated selection edges, you may have a selection active on your document. And you can use this, of course, to your advantage by creating custom masks that will create custom opaque effects. Once you have a selection on your image, you can augment it and edit it using some other options under the Select menu. So I'm going to go ahead and create a selection using my Magic Wand tool with my tolerance set fairly high at about 50, and also notice that I have contiguous enabled, meaning that it won't try to find similar colors outside of a dramatic boundary that contains these colors. If I disable contiguous, it will find all the pixels of similar color, including down here in this other flower. One of my options under the Select menu is to grow my selection, and grow will use the value in the tolerance setting of your magic wand to continue and expand on my selection. So in this way we can grow consecutive times to get a bigger and bigger and more accurate selection of my flower. If we choose similar, it will look at other pixels of similar color throughout my entire image. And now you can see that it is indeed getting this flower down here as well. I'll go ahead and choose the rectangular marquee tool and hold down the Option key and drag around this area to deselect it. And now if I choose a quick mask, you can see that it did a pretty good job of my selection. Another option I have with the Select menu is to feather the edge of my selection. And if you choose feather, it brings up a dialog box asking how many pixels do you want to feather the edge. And what this will do, of course, is soften the selection. So I'll just choose 10. And you don't really see much difference until you do something such as fill it with color. So I'll go ahead and choose Edit Menu Fill, and I'll fill with my foreground gray color at 100%. And now you can see the fuzzy effect that I get since I feathered the edge of that selection. I'll go ahead and undo that and undo my feathered edge. Talk about some of the other options that we have. We can expand or contract our selection in single pixel increments. And you can see my selection expanded a little bit, and of course contract will do just the opposite. I'll undo that to show you transform selection. If you choose transform selection, Photoshop puts this bounding box around the selection edges. And what I can do is rotate the selection without actually rotating any of the pixels in my selection. If I move outside of this rectangular bounding box, notice that I get a double-headed arrow, which means I can click and drag to rotate the selection. And I can also change the size of my selection by going to one of the corner handlebars, and I'm going to hold down the Shift key and expand this while maintaining the proportional aspect ratio of this selection. And if you wanted to distort it, I could just go to one of the side handlebars and click and drag to distort this selection. If you press and hold on the Command key on the Macintosh or the Control key, you can skew the selection by pressing the Command key and going to one of the side handlebars and dragging. Command click drag on a corner handlebar will distort the selection. And if you've made a terrible mess out of this, you can click the International Do Not symbol right here, and it will take you back to your original selection. I'm going to invoke that again, select menu, transform selection, and talk about this icon right here. This is the anchor point from which all the distortions will occur. And I can reposition this if I wish. If it's not repositioned, the default is in the middle. And for instance, if I click and drag, it'll simply rotate around the anchor point here. If I reposition this, I can drag it to one of the corners, or I could even drag it outside of the rectangular marquee. And now when I click and rotate by clicking and dragging, notice that it's rotating around this anchor. If you like this distortion, you can hit the checkbox in the options bar or simply hit the enter key. And there you have your distorted selection. The crop tool allows you to select an area in your image and then crop away everything outside of that selection. This is the crop tool right here, and to show you how you can use that crop tool, I'm just going to click and drag diagonally and create a rectangle around this flower. And notice when I let go, my options change a little bit, showing me controls to control the shield color. That's this 75% opaque value of black around my image as an indicator of what will be cropped away. So this way we can see through the background image a little bit to really refine where we want our image cropped. And I'm going just to go to one of the side handlebars and adjust the crop by clicking and dragging in. And to the same extent, I could go to one of the corner handlebars and move one of those corner handlebars. And also notice when I'm well outside my crop rectangle, I get the rounded double-headed arrow icon indicating that I can now turn my crop rectangle. And when I'm ready to commit, it will actually rotate the image for me as it crops it. Well, if you've made a complete disaster out of this, you can get rid of the crop tool without committing to the crop by clicking on the International Don't symbol, or you can also hit the Escape key. So I'm going to try that again. Click and drag diagonally over my image. And another nice feature is if you hold the Shift key, your crop rectangle will be constrained to a perfect square shape. And now, if I like this, I can go ahead and commit to this crop by hitting the Enter key or clicking on the Check button right here. And Photoshop crops away all the excess pixels outside of my crop rectangle. I'm going to undo that and show you some other nice features of the crop tool. I can crop an image to a known size by typing in the value that I want my crop to. So I'll just type in 400 by 300 and it will assume it's in pixels. And now when I click and drag out my shape, no matter how big my crop rectangle is, when I commit to it, it will resize this area and make it 400 by 300 pixels. So I'm going to hit the Enter key, and you can see that it reduced my image dramatically, as well as cropping out the excess information. Well, there's another cool way that you can use the crop tool other than simply cropping away excess information outside your image. You can actually correct for parallel line distortions. I have an image here called New York City Building, and you can see that this picture was shot with a wide-angle lens looking up at the buildings, and my vertical lines are collapsing into themselves, creating this distortion. Well, I can use the crop tool to correct for this perspective distortion. So I'm going to drag out a crop. And now what I'm going to do is enable perspective. So with that enabled, what I can do is go to one of the corner handlebars of my crop tool and drag in this handlebar so this line is parallel to this vertical line of this side of the building, and I'll do the same for this building over here. And now when I commit to this crop, Photoshop will correct for this lens distortion and make my building look like it's perfectly vertical again. When you're ready to start painting with colors, you'll probably want to understand how you can choose colors and what color you'll be working with. This section of the Tools palette shows me my foreground and background color swatch. Normally you are painting with whatever is in the foreground color swatch right here. You can choose to make these the default color, black and white, by clicking on this icon, and we can swap the foreground for background colors by clicking on this rounded double-headed arrow icon. If you want to pick a color to begin painting with, all you need to do is click once on the foreground color swatch, and it will bring up, in this case, my Adobe color picker. This large field of color here, in this case, shows me two axes, one for the saturation of my color and one for the brightness value of my color. And the third axis, the hue axis, is right here. This is this vertical slider. I can click and drag and change to different hues. And if I want to pick a color for in this green selection of hues, all I need to do is click anywhere, and when I hit OK, my foreground color swatch will be updated. I can also click and drag around. If you want to see web safe colors only, enable only web colors down here. If you know a particular RGB value you want to use, you can simply select the RGB text boxes here and type in that value. And I'm just hitting the Tab key to go to the next one of my options. So you can choose a color by picking it in your color picker, or you can type in a particular value, and you can see that we have the option to type in HSB, or hue, saturation, and brightness values, RGB, or red, green, and blue values, or LAB, lightness and A-axis and B-axis values, as well as CMYK values. And finally, if you know your web color equivalent, you could type that in right here. And when you've picked the color that you want to use, click OK. And notice my foreground color swatch has been updated. Another way you can choose color is to use the eyedropper tool. The eyedropper tool will sample a color you click on in your image. And when we choose the eyedropper tool, we have just a few options. We can choose point sample. It will sample a particular pixel, or we can choose an average. So if you want to make sure you get a good generalized sampling, I usually choose 5x5 average. If you're on a painting tool like the paintbrush tool, all you need to do is hold down the Option key and you'll temporarily get the eyedropper tool. So this way we can sample a color, and when you let go of the Option key, we'll be painting with that color. So I'm going to undo that and talk about one more thing, and that is some keyboard shortcuts. If you press the D key, you will always default to the default foreground background color, and that is black and white. And the X key will exchange your current foreground color for the background color, and vice versa. So those are two helpful keyboard shortcuts, particularly when you're working with masks, which only support grayscale information. You'll be wanting to paint with black or white or some variation thereof in some value of gray. Sometimes when you're working with the color picker, you may notice a few small icons up here. This small cube icon indicates that the current color that we have chosen in our color picker is not web safe. If we want to go to the closest web safe color, click on this icon and the color picker will shift slightly to take you to the closest web safe color. Another great feature of working with the color picker is I can click on the custom button and it will take me to a collection of custom color book swatches. If you're a print designer, you're probably familiar with the Pantone books and the True Match color swatch books. This is the Photoshop equivalent of that, and these are color swatch books built right into Photoshop. If you want to pick a known color, all you need to do is to type in the swatch number, and Photoshop will take you directly to that color swatch. The way I prefer to select my colors is by using the color palette. If you're not seeing the color palette, you can bring it up by going to the Window menu and choosing Color. The color palette looks like this, and you can see that it essentially has three sliders. The default way that these sliders are designed is to separate out the red, green, and blue values from black to white. And also, these particular color sliders are programmed right now to dynamically update. So you can see that when I move the red slider, the green and blue slider bars will update and change color accordingly. These two color swatches here are exactly the same as our foreground and background color, and I can choose which color swatch I want to edit simply by clicking on it. Whichever color swatch has the black square around it is the one I am currently editing. So currently I'm editing the foreground color, but if I click on this swatch, I'm now editing the background color. And if you wish, you can create a RGB color by selecting the text value for red, green, or blue and typing in a number. Hitting the Tab key goes to the next number box. At the bottom of the color palette is a spectrum, and you can sample a color by moving into the spectrum and simply clicking anywhere, and you'll be sampling that color. And all the way over to the right is black and white, two very popular colors to sample and use. Like many palettes in Photoshop, this palette has a special pop-down menu, and if you press and hold on this, you can see options which are specific to this particular palette. Notice that we can actually use different types of color models in the color palette. The default is RGB, but you can also choose to use grayscale. HSB, which stands for hue, saturation, and brightness. CMYK, so we can develop a color based on CMYK ink values, and that's why these are percentages. These go up to 100, of course. LAB and web color sliders. And one nice thing about the web color sliders is that they snap right to these tick marks. And to the same extent, we can also choose to use different types of spectrums in the spectrum box. So this is very helpful if you're working with the web. You might want to choose web color sliders and make ramp web safe. Now, no matter what color you click on in our web safe color ramp, it will snap always to a web safe color. The way I usually have my color palette set up is HSB, hue, saturation, and brightness, because many other options in Photoshop, particularly the composite modes and the blending modes, really work with different methods of combining hue, saturation, and brightness. So for me, this is the easiest way to think of color when I'm working in Adobe Photoshop, even if I'm working on an RGB color model. The last thing I want to point out is this icon right here. If this small triangle with an exclamation point pops up, That means that the current color that you have selected is out of the printable gamut, and you can see that it is offering us a different color, a slightly more muted green. If we want to, we can use that in-gamut color simply by clicking on the out of gamut warning, and then that color will snap to the closest printer-safe color, if you will. Photoshop's default color palette setup looks something like this. Usually shows you the RGB color sliders, but I prefer to mix my colors in HSB mode. We can choose the HSB sliders by clicking on the color palette menu option and choose HSB sliders. Notice what it does is it separates out the color based on 3 different sliders. The hue ring, so I can circle around my hues by moving this slider. A saturation ramp, if you will. All the way to the right is highly saturated, and all the way to the left is 0 saturation. And finally, the brightness slider. How bright is this color? I like to use this method because when I'm using some paint tools, such as the paintbrush, if you choose the paintbrush, one of our options on the options palette is called the blending modes. The default blending mode is normal, and if we just choose that, we can begin to paint on in a normal manner. But another option that we have, for instance, is to choose just hue. And if we choose to use the hue blending mode, it will only look at the hue component when you paint using the background image's saturation and brightness values. And if we choose something like saturation, then I think you get the idea. It will use my current color's saturation, but the underlying image's hue. How do you choose colors in Photoshop? Well, there are several ways to do that. You can always click on the foreground color swatch and brings up the color picker, and then you can just choose a color by clicking anywhere in the color field, clicking OK, and there's your new color. Or, as you've seen in the previous tutorials, bring up your color palette and move these sliders around until you have a color that you want to use. You can also sample colors directly from your image by using the eyedropper tool. If you are using a paintbrush tool, you can temporarily get the eyedropper tool by holding down the Option key, and it will toggle to the eyedropper tool. And now I can click anywhere in my image, and that will be the color that I've selected. And now I could begin to paint with that color if I wished. Another way you might choose color is to sample some of the color swatches. This is the swatch palette, and all I need to do is click on any one of these color swatches, and that will be the current color I will be painting with. You can create your own custom collection of colors that you can reuse over and over again by adding them to the swatches palette. This is the swatches palette, and it's pretty straightforward. You can easily choose any color from the swatches palette by clicking on it. And if you want to add your own colors, you can mix them in the color picker or even sample them from your image. And I'll do that by holding down the Option key on the Mac to temporarily get my eyedropper tool and then click in the image to select that color. It's Option to get the eyedropper tool or Alt key on the PC. And now, if you want to add a color, all I need to do is move into an area where there are no color swatches, and notice that I get the paint bucket tool. So all I need to do is click once, and it will bring up an option for me to name this color swatch. So you give it a name right here. And there is our new color. To the same extent, I could delete any swatch from this collection of colors by holding down the Option key and clicking on any color swatch, and it will be deleted from this collection of swatches. And you can also click and drag a swatch square down to the trash can icon. The swatches palette also has its own collection of menu items. Press and hold on the palette menu button here, and it brings up various options for the swatches palette. We can choose to view the swatches as small thumbnails or the small list of colors. And you can scroll through this list by clicking and dragging on the scroll bar right here. If you get back to the default colors, you can choose Reset Swatches, and it will allow you to simply reset the swatches, which will delete any changes you made, or you can append the default set of colors to your current collection of color swatches. I'll hit Cancel for now, and look at some of the other options that we have here with our color swatch menu button. We can also access many of the standard industry standard color swatch books, such as Pantone, Process Colors, Focal Tone, and True Match as well. And you can see at the very bottom, we can even choose other standards such as Web Hues. And again, we get that question, do we want to add these colors to our current collection or simply overwrite them? I'll just choose Append. And now I'm going to make my color swatches palette a little bit larger by clicking and dragging down on the corner here. And now we can see all our other color swatches that we can access and use. If you have created your own custom collection of color swatches, you can save out this collection of swatches. Very nice feature. This way you can put them on a server or share them with other people to create a consistent collection of colors and looks among projects. Color palette menu, choose Save Swatches, and Photoshop will default to saving them to the color swatches folder, but there's no reason why we just couldn't send them straight to the desktop as well. And here is that file that we could send to somebody or use in a different project. Working with blending modes and the paint tool can yield some very interesting results. When I choose different blending modes when I'm working with the paintbrush, I like to keep my color picker set to HSB, and in this way I can better understand what component of my color is mixing with what. Well, with my paintbrush selected, notice that one of my options on my options palette is a pull-down list of different types of blending modes. Now the way this works is that you have essentially three components of a color, if you will. You have the base color of the original image, this background image. You have the blend color, in this case, this green color, and then you have the result color. And the result color is the result of whatever blend color you paint onto the base color determined by the blending mode. So if we choose the default normal and simply paint on a mark, well, it just looks like we're painting with green, as you would suspect. But if we press and hold and try some of these other blending modes, I'll choose some that should make good sense, such as lighten and darken. If we choose darken, notice what happens when I paint over a color that is lighter. My paint will in fact affect it, but when I pass over an area that is actually darker than the blend color, I get no effect. So that is darken mode. And conversely, if I choose lighten and paint back over lighter areas, I get no effect, but when I pass over darker areas, it will affect the image. So what that is really doing is it is, of course, comparing the brightness component of this color on a pixel by pixel basis, and then deciding where to add the paint and mix with the base color. We also have multiply, which will look at the brightness values and make things look darker. And the opposite of that is screen. And there are several other what I will call special effects blending modes, which are described in great scientific detail in the online help. But I find it is often very informative simply to test out the different types of blending modes and make some marks and see the kind of effects that you get. At the very bottom of the blending mode list, we have some which will combine the various aspects of hue saturation in different ways. So if I choose hue, it will use only the hue of my current color and respect the background image's brightness and saturation values. So in this way we can recolorize things without really changing the overall contrast of the image. And saturation will look at the saturation value of this color while respecting my background image's brightness and hue. So if I turn down my saturation very low, it will suck the color out of this picture, making it more grayscale. And if I choose color, it will look at the hue and saturation of the blend color while respecting the brightness of my base image. Notice that some of these blending modes are actually grayed out and not available to us behind and clear. That's because these two blending modes work on transparent layers. So if I bring up my layers palette, I actually have a layer on my image, another flower here, and if I target that layer, I could choose behind, and now it will paint only where there is transparency, not on any pixel data on this layer. And I know this is taking effect because if I choose my move tool, I can move that layer with my new painted effect. I'm going to go ahead and revert this image and talk briefly about how other blending modes and other tools use blending modes. If we choose something such as the smudge tool, The smudge tool, of course, smears pixels, but we can also use blending modes with the smudge tools. Since we're not painting with pixels, we have a reduced set of blending modes, but there's no reason why I couldn't have the smudge work in a darken mode. And now I can smudge darker pixels over lighter pixels, but I can't smudge lighter pixels into darker pixels. It's a very interesting effect using blending modes. And we'll talk about this in a little bit more detail, but lastly, if we choose Layers palette and we have a layer supporting transparency, notice that we also have the ability to choose different blending modes for all the pixel data on this layer as well. Another great tool in Photoshop's arsenal of ways of adding colors is the paint bucket tool. And what the paint bucket tool does is it's a little bit like working with the magic wand tool, finding a selection and then filling it with color. It's one-stop shopping. And notice when you choose the paint bucket tool that many of the options are exactly the same as the magic wand tool, with the exception of our blending mode and opacity, because of course it's going to be filling with color. So with the tolerance set at 60, I'll just hold my Option key down and temporarily toggle to the eyedropper tool, and now I can go ahead and click anywhere to select a color and let go of the Option key, and I have the paint bucket tool again. And now all I need to do is click anywhere, and essentially it's going to create a selection for that area and immediately fill it with color. Well, that's pretty cool. I'm going to undo that. And another nice feature of working with paint tools is changing the opacity. So I can change the opacity by going up to the opacity slider here and dragging this slider down to any particular value I want. So if I wanted 50% value, now that my paint bucket will fill with 50% opaque effect, allowing me to see through just a bit. I can also control the opacity of this effect by hitting any number key, and it will go to that 10% range. So 3 will take me to 30% opacity, 7 70% opacity, and 0 will make it 100% opaque. So I'll try 3, and I get a nice ghosted effect. Another nice feature of working with the paint bucket tool is I can choose to fill, of course, with the foreground color, but another option is to choose one of the patterns that are available in the patterns palette. If you choose pattern, it makes the pop-up pattern palette available to us, and now we could choose to fill with one of these patterns as well. Groovy. Another paint tool that I find I use a lot is the gradient tool, and that's this tool icon on the tools palette. And if you're not seeing it, it's because it is one of the tools associated or hidden underneath the paint bucket tool. So press and hold on that and you can choose the gradient tool. The gradient tool allows you to create a gradient between two different colors, and the default mode for this is to gradate between the foreground and background color. When you choose this, of course, our options palette updates to give us options for this tool. And you can see that essentially, since this is a paint tool, we have two of the same types of options. We can choose different blending modes from the blending mode pop-down menu, as well as control the opacity of our gradient effect. And we can also control whether or not our gradient transitions to a transparency effect. And this one currently will not, because I'm gradating between two colors. And whether or not we want our gradient to have a dithered effect, which I usually enabled, creates a smoother effect, and whether or not we want to reverse between foreground and background swatches in our gradient. Over here we have the gradient preview swatch, which indicates to me what I will be gradiating from, in this case my foreground and background color. So if I go ahead and change one of these colors, that swatch will change. If you press on this pop-down menu icon, it will show you all the other gradient preset swatches that we can choose from. If you press and hold on the actual gradient swatch, it'll bring up the gradient editor, which we'll talk about in a later tutorial. So how does this tool work? Well, all you need to do in order to apply a gradient is to click and drag between 2 points. So I'm going to start my gradient here. I'm going to hold down my mouse button and drag over to here. And when I let go, Photoshop will fill this image with my gradient. And you can see that since I dragged a fairly long distance, I can control the range of the gradient. So I'm going to undo that. And I think I'll just swap to use my foreground and background colors to make this a little bit more obvious. So click and drag one point to another point controls the direction of the gradient as well as how quickly it transitions from one color to another. So obviously if I click and drag a very short distance, it's going to create a very short gradient transition. We have a handful of different gradient types we can use. I've been showing you the linear gradient, and that's the one I use a lot. I also use a radial type of gradient. Click on the radial gradient icon here, and now when we click and drag out, it will gradate in a radial pattern. I'll undo that. And we also have this sweep type of gradient. A reflection gradient. And a diamond type of gradient. I rarely use these last three. I very often use the radial and the linear gradient. If you want to use a different type of gradient or one of your gradients in the preset swatches, click and hold on this pop-down menu icon and you can click on any of these other preset swatches. And now that will be the gradient we will be using as opposed to the foreground and background color. So this first one is always our foreground background color swatch. The second one is our foreground to transparency, and then we also have black and white, which happens to be the same as our current selection of foreground and background color. And the rest are different types of presets that we can use, and of course we can create our own preset swatches using the gradient editor and saving them to this collection. Of course, you can create a much more complex gradient than simply gradating between two colors, and if you want to do that, you'll want to bring up the gradient editor. And the way you do that is to simply click on this gradient preview swatch up here. We'll bring up the gradient editor. And the way you create a new preset is first you design your gradient down here, and then you click New after you've given it a new name. We can design two types of gradient, one that transitions between solid colors or press and hold on this gradient type pop-down menu, and we can toggle between the other type, the noise gradient. Well, let's talk about the solid gradient. Here we have a preview ramp of what our gradient will look like, and we have these different types of tabs at the top and below our preview ramp. The tabs at the top control the transparency. The tabs at the bottom control the colors. If we want to, we can, of course, gradate between our foreground and background color, but we can also gradate between a color and transparency. So I could click on this tab, and I know this one is selected because it has a black triangle. Click on a different tab, and that triangle will become black, and then we will be editing that triangle's opacity in this case. So I'll go ahead and click back on the white end triangle, and here we can simply type in a new value. I'll say 25%. And notice when you do that, you can begin to see through to the checkered background, indicating that there is some transparency involved. I could also press and hold on the opacity slider and drag to a new value. If we wanted to choose a different color for this end of the gradient, I could click on this icon, this tab right here, and now my color options are available to me. And I could simply click on this color swatch down here, and it will bring up the color picker. If you press and hold on this triangle, it will allow you also to choose between the foreground and background color, or we could just simply choose user color. So I'm going to go back to my transparency here and make that 100% opaque so you can see our gradient. We can control how quickly this gradient transitions by clicking and dragging my color stop. And notice how my gradient is compressing between these two color stops, black to white. I can also control the midpoint of my gradient transition by repositioning this little diamond icon. So I can click and drag to compress 1/2 of this gradient transition. If we want to make a more complex gradient, all I need to do is simply click anywhere underneath this gradient ramp, and it will add a new color stop. And so now I could choose a new color by clicking on my color swatch, or I could even sample a color from my background image. And notice when I pass over my image in the background, I get the eyedropper tool. And to the same extent, I could add a new transparency stop by clicking anywhere above my gradient ramp, and it will add a new transparency stop. So when you're happy with your new custom gradient, go ahead and give it a name. I'll call this black, purple, white. And I'll click the new button, and it will add it to my collection of gradient presets. I'll go ahead and undo that and talk about the noise option. I'm going to click again on the gradient preset swatch on my options palette and show you that we can also choose noise. This is a very interesting option. It allows us to create noise gradients. So these, instead of transitioning between colors that you sample, you can choose between different color models and control the amount of color that is introduced in this noisy gradient. We have three different options from our color model: RGB, HSB, and LAB. I prefer the HSB model. This way I can see the range of hue, saturation, and brightness that will be introduced into my noisy gradient. And also notice that we have a roughness slider here. I'll leave it at 50% and go ahead and collapse the range of hue here. So I'm clicking and dragging on the triangle sliders here to constrict the range of my noisy gradient. And I can do the same for these other aspects, the saturation as well as the brightness values. And if you wish, we can also add transparency to our gradient, or dramatically restrict the colors if you enable restrict colors. It's interesting to see some of the effects that you can get with the roughness slider. So you increase this and you get a much more noisy type of gradient. And if you want, you can also click randomize to have Photoshop create some randomized gradients that you might want to add. So I'll go ahead and save this one first. Call it purple noise. Click new, and now I'll click randomize and see what kind of effects I get. So it's randomizing my values that I have created here. I'll go ahead and say OK to that and use my new purple noise gradient. Photoshop has a collection of brush tools that allow us to paint on different effects. This section of the tools palette here contains the different types of brush tools. It might seem obvious, but of course you can use a paintbrush to paint on color. But there are different types of brush tools, such as the smudge tool. This brush tool doesn't lay down pixels, but what it does do is it distorts pixels that are already in your image. Many of the brush tools allow you to, of course, control some of the aspects of this brush by choosing a different option in the options palette, but also notice that when we choose something like the paintbrush tool, there's this icon over here which brings up the brushes palette. You can also invoke the brushes palette from the window menu and choose brushes. The brushes palette gives us a whole lot of control over exactly how this type of brush is designed, and we'll talk more about that in a later tutorial. Other brushes don't allow you access to the brushes palette. Something like this eraser tool, you can control the options by clicking on the brush pop-down menu here, and you can control some more refined options for this particular brush in this manner. The brushes allow you to paint on effects just by passing over a certain area, as opposed to invoking a selection and then having that effect applied to a certain selection. So it gives you a whole lot of control over applying effects. And if you are working with a pressure-sensitive tablet and stylus combination, such as a Wacom tablet, you even have more control, allowing you to use something such as pressure to control the intensity of a mark. you want to use one of Photoshop's many brushes, it pays to understand what the options are in the Brushes Options palette. So let's talk about some of these options. The first option I want to talk about is this button right here. If you click on it, it brings up basics, which describe the brush size and hardness, as well as a scrollable list of other brush shapes. So we can actually change the size of our brush by going up to the master diameter slider and increasing or decreasing the brush size this way. And of course it's measured in pixels, and there's no problem. You could also simply select that and type in a new value for your new brush. And we also have a slider that allows us to control the hardness setting of the brush edge. I'm going to leave it at 0 to create a very soft edge brush. Also, notice that the brush size measured in pixels is added to this thumbnail preview at the top of the options palette. And we also have the ability to change our blending mode by pressing on this pop-down menu, and we can choose from any of these different blending modes. And as you may suspect, we can control the basic opacity. So if you're not working with a pressure-sensitive stylus and tablet combination, you can change the opacity right here by pressing on this button right here, and it will bring up a slider. And we can dial our opacity up or down this way. Another nice feature in Photoshop CS, you can easily change the opacity or flow, for that matter. Whenever you see a slider designed like this, if you pass right over the actual name which controls this feature, you can see that my cursor has changed to be a pointing hand with an arrow going either way. So now I can just click and drag right on that name and move my opacity up or down in this way also. To the same extent, we can control the flow of our ink which comes out of the brush by increasing or decreasing this value. The opacity specifies how much paint coverage is applied by the brush, while the flow specifies how quickly paint is applied by the brush tool. So by changing these two values, you can create some very sophisticated and subtle brush effects. And finally, if you're using the paintbrush, you can also enable the airbrush feature, which will create the smoother airbrush-like effects. You can also change the size of your brush by pressing the bracket keys. The left bracket will reduce my brush in size, and the right bracket will increase my brush size. Now I have my brush set to precise cursors, which shows me a circle of the size of the brush. And if you are seeing the tool icon, you might want to switch to precise cursors. You can also press the caps lock key, and that will toggle between the tool icon and the precise cursor icon. If you want to set it to precise cursors, change that under the Preferences, choose Displays and Cursors, and this is where we can change from standard cursor, which shows you essentially the tool icon, to brush sizes, and I find it's much more helpful to know the brush size. All the way to the right of the Options palette is this icon right here, and if we click on this icon, it will bring up the Brushes palette. Now this is a very complex, robust set of options which allows us to really refine and create some amazing effects for any brush that we want to use. And finally, we can also save any collection of brush settings as a preset, and that's this very first button right here. Press and click on that, and it will bring up this pop-down palette of different presets that we could use for our brushes. Lastly, I should mention that if you want to change the opacity, you can of course go up and click and drag this, but you can also simply press any of the number keys and you'll go to that 10% value in opacity. So I'll go ahead and click on the black color. If I press 5, I'll get 50% opaque, creating a light mark. 2 will take me to a 20% value. 0 to a 100% value. Hold down the Shift key and type in a number, and you will also affect the flow. And if you type really fast, it will take you to that precise value. In this tutorial, I want to talk about the presets, particularly the presets for the brushes. That's this icon in the options bar or options palette when you're using the brush tool. Click on it and it pops down this pop-down menu showing you a bunch of brush presets. Well, what is a brush preset? You might think it's simply a saved size of a brush, but actually it's much more than that. Brush presets can save any size, but it can also save the mode that your brush is using, the opacity, the flow, whether or not you've enabled to use the airbrush, as well as the current color that you're using when you save the preset. So I'll go ahead and change this a little bit and even change the mode. And make this a much larger brush. Well, that's kind of interesting, so I think I'll go and click on the brush preset button on the options palette, and one of my options is to click on this icon and to create a new brush preset with my current settings for this brush. So I'm just going to give it a name, and this is where we can enable whether or not it's going to include the color that we were using when we created this brush preset. Another nice feature of the brush presets palette, or pop-down palette I should say, is the ability to see other tool presets that are not just the brush. So if we disable current tool only, we can see a list of all the different tool presets that have been saved. Generally, I leave this to current tool only because I will create several different presets for just my brush. And now we can go ahead and make some changes here and see if my new brush preset really works. I'm going to hold down the Option key just to sample a color in my image. And now it's painting normally. If I click on my preset button on Options palette and click AJH Red Burn, notice that all the settings changed to accommodate this brush preset. Click on the preset menu button right here and we have various menu options for our brush presets. We can delete the current tool preset by clicking right here. And we can also show them in different ways if you want. If you have lots of presets, I often choose text only. Creates a much smaller list, allowing you to see more presets. And if you wish, we can also save out this collection of tool presets to a file outside of Photoshop, and this way share them amongst other people or transfer them to a different computer if you wish. Also, notice under the Window menu that there's actually a palette which handles all the presets. So if you use this feature a lot, you might want to keep this up on your screen so you can quickly and easily choose a brush preset or any other tool preset for that matter. The brushes palette in Photoshop gives you access to many different parameters that control how a brush will put down marks on your image. If you're not seeing the brushes palette, you can bring it up under the window menu. Choose brushes right here. And another way you can invoke this palette is by clicking on this icon. Bring up the brushes palette. So what this palette is really several different palettes in one. And we can see different aspects of this palette by clicking on these different names right here in this left-hand list of sub-palette descriptions. So the first item that we're looking at is a collection of brush presets. If we click on another name in this list, it'll bring up the aspects for this particular brush preset, showing us the tip shape of this particular brush presets. And you can see that we can go down the line for whatever selected brush we want and see and control the various parameters or dynamics that make up this particular brush. You can click on Shape Dynamics to see how these various factors are influencing our brush, and so on and so forth. So you can see that this palette is actually fairly robust and complex, giving you a lot of customizable options for working with any brush. When we're looking at the brush presets, over to the right side of the brush palette is a list of various presets, and we can scroll down this list by clicking and dragging on the scroll bar right here to scroll down and see all the various presets available to us right now. And finally, at the very bottom of our brushes palette is a preview area that shows us how our brush will essentially look based on all the various dynamics that we've set up. So if I can click on any one of these presets, and you can see my preview area will update to show me how a brush mark will look when I begin to use it. We can also choose different ways of looking at the preset list. If you go to the upper right hand corner, there's a pull down menu for the brushes palette, and you can see that there are several options here. One collection of options is how we want to view our preset list of brushes. Generally, I prefer the stroke thumbnail, which shows me a small graphic icon of the brush as well as a stroke icon, and also shows me the size of the brush in pixels. Again, back to our left-hand list of parameters for any brush. Notice when I click on a particular brush, the parameters for that brush will be activated. In this case, there is a parameter for shape dynamics as well as other dynamics, and I can see that indicated by the check right here. So you see, if I go and choose a different preset brush by scrolling down and clicking on it, my collection of parameters will change. Now you can go ahead and choose any brush and then further customize it if you wish by either turning off those parameters by de-checking the checkbox next to the parameter name, or go right to that parameter set of options by clicking on the name in the left-hand list and customizing the parameters right here. I'm going to go back to brush presets and show you another nice feature of working with the brushes palette. If you basically like this set of parameters that we've chosen for shape dynamics, we can lock these parameters so that depending on whichever new brush we choose from the preset, it will use this brush's set of shape dynamic parameters since we've gone ahead and locked it. And I can see that the size jitter parameter 86% has been maintained even though I selected a different brush preset. Remember, a brush preset is a collection of saved parameters saved off as its own custom brush. Well, what is a brush and how does it really work in Photoshop? In order to show that to you, I want to take you to the brush tip shape section of the brushes palette. So I'm going to click right on brush tip shape, and it will show me this version of the brushes palette. You can see at the top here we have the small thumbnails of all the various brush presets we can choose from. And I'm just going to stick with this round type of brush in order to talk about how brushes really work in Photoshop. Essentially, a brush in Photoshop is putting down color through a mask at some type of interval. So there are two basic types of brushes in Photoshop: a round brush, or a variation on a round brush that we can control through these different types of parameters, or a captured brush. And if I scroll down on this list of presets, you can see that some of these brushes are actually captured graphics. So to talk about how this works, for my round brush, we have basic controls which control the size of my brush, the diameter slider, so I can click and drag this to increase or decrease the diameter measured in pixels, or I could even select that text and type in my own number. I also have the option to squeeze this round brush so it's not so circular, and that's this graphic preview area right here showing me the shape of my round brush. All I need to do to squeeze this round brush is go to one of these target circles and click and drag in, and you can see that indeed my brush is now changing shape. So we're making it more of an oval, and I can also rotate this now squeezed variation on a circle by clicking and dragging on the arrowhead in this preview graphic right here. And similarly, we could simply type in a value for the angle or the roundness. Flipping the X or Y axis is more relevant with a captured brush. The last two parameters for this type of brush are the hardness and spacing. With a hardness of 100%, we get a very hard-edged mark. Go ahead and switch to my default colors, black and white. And you can see we have a very hard-edged mark. And if I reduce this value, we get a softer edged mark. And finally, for a very soft edged effect, make your hardness value very low. I'm going to increase that back to 100 so that we can talk about spacing. Remember, a brush really is just in this case, a circle that is having our paint, in this case black at 100%, put onto my canvas. Spacing controls how often these brush marks are created when we drag our cursor across the canvas. A spacing value of 25% gives us a very nice even mark. If I increase this value to 100 or something like 100%, it's going to give us a spacing value, in this case, that is the diameter, the same as the diameter of our brush. So it's going to lay down a mark, in this case, every 20 pixels. And if we increase this even more, again, this is a percentage of the diameter of our brush. So at 400%, probably about every 80 pixels, we can get this dashed effect. Conversely, a very low spacing value creates an extremely dense set of brush marks. And if it's extremely low, you can see a slight delay depending on how fast your processor is. So that's really what a brush is. It's just simply laying down lots of different marks like this based on our hardness and spacing parameters. In the previous tutorial, I showed you how we could customize and use some of these round brushes, but you can also capture a brush based on a graphic in an image. So I'm going to show you a couple ways you could do that. I'm actually going to create a mark using one of my round brushes and then capture it and then use that as a brush. So using my small, in this case 5 pixel wide round circular brush, just create this spiral. I'll go and choose my rectangular marquee tool and drag out a square around this, and under the Edit menu, one of our options at the bottom is Define Brush Preset. And now I have this as a captured brush, and it tells me the actual pixel size, in this case the size of my rectangle, and I could also give it a name right here. I'll click OK, and it will be added to my brushes palette. So if I go and choose a brush to use again, I'm going to scroll down on the small thumbnail views of my different brushes, and here is my captured brush, my spiral. Now notice some of the parameters have changed on my brush tip shape section of the brushes palette. If I choose a different diameter size than the default, I have the option to click Use Sample Size. If I click that, it will always go back to the actual captured size of my brush. So this way I can make my brush smaller or larger, or always jump back to the original capture size. I'm going to increase my spacing a bit so that we can have a bit of space in between each brush dab. And also notice that my hardness slider is no longer available because it is based on a captured brush, not a variation of one of my circular brushes. And this is where I might enable flip X or Y. And you can see how it's actually flipping the axis of my brush. And I also, of course, have the option to squeeze this brush and change its angle. Well, I have another image open. And what I'm going to do here is capture this as a graphic for a brush. So I'm going to go and choose Show My Channels. And here is a mask that I have saved. So I'll go ahead and load that mask as a selection. And with this selection active around my apple, I'm going to go ahead and capture this as a brush also. Edit menu, Define Brush Preset. And notice what it did is it converted my RGB apple into a grayscale apple because my brush is really a type of grayscale mask. So I'll call this one Apple. Say OK to that. Go back to my other image that I'm working on. And here is my apple. And notice, since my apple contained areas that weren't completely black, I'll get a semi-transparent effect. So if I choose a different color here, there is my captured apple brush. In this tutorial, I want to talk about some of these other subsections of the brushes palette which control dynamics. You can see that I'm using this captured brush that is a picture of a leaf in order to demonstrate some of the various brush dynamics. Also notice that I have a very large spacing so that if we go ahead and paint, you can see the kind of mark that we get. Well, in order to demonstrate some of the dynamics, I'm going to show you, I'm going to go to Other Dynamics right here, click right on that word, and it will enable whatever these dynamic parameters are, and you can tell that they're enabled if it has a check next to the name of this particular section on the palette. So here we have a slider and a pull-down menu of options which allow us to control opacity. The slider is called opacity jitter, and notice that there's also one for flow jitter, and these will affect these values right up here, opacity and flow. The pull-down menu allows us to control how we want the opacity in this case to be controlled by various input parameters. Off means that it will look to whatever value you have set up here for its input information. In this case, it will always paint at 100% opacity. If we choose fade, it will fade my opacity based on a number of steps, and these steps are based on the spacing value. So in this case, it will fade to 0% opacity over 10 steps, and you can see my brush preview down here giving me an indication of what that will look like. However, if you have something like a Wacom pressure-sensitive tablet and stylus combination hooked up to your computer, you can take advantage of some of these other options, and this is usually how I have mine set up. I want my opacity to be based on pin pressure. So now if I press lightly, I get a very light mark, but if I increase my pressure, I get a very heavy mark. And this way I can control the opacity based on my pressure information input. So that's basically the types of input options that you have. Also, you can use these other two if you have a stylus wheel hooked up as another option for a Wacom tablet, or you can also look to your pin's tilt information to control the opacity. Well, back to our jitter slider. Jitter really is another way of saying randomness. So in this way, with a jitter value of 0, there's no randomness involved, and it will always look to this value 100%. But if I increase my jitter value, I'll just bring it up to 50%. Notice in my brush preview section down here how my marks would look if I were painting with a black color. So the opacity will be changing randomly. And if I really increase this jitter value, I get a very dramatic randomization of the opacity parameter. And to the same extent, we have all these options for the flow as well. So that's really what the pull-down menu is for each one of these various parameters, as well as the jitter slider. Basically, it will affect whatever it says right here, in this case opacity, allowing you to add a randomness, and control, in this case opacity, based on some type of input. Off will look at the current setting that you have designed for this brush. Fade will fade this parameter based on a number of steps that you can type in here, or we can link it to pin pressure or pin tilt information. Well, now that we understand how the pull-down menu and jitter slider affects our various parameters, let's talk about some of the other dynamics that we can control right here in our brushes palette. If I click on Shapes Dynamics, we have some choices to control how our various input parameters and jitter sliders will control, in this case, shape. So we have a jitter slider for size, and you can see if I increase the value here, Notice how in the preview area for my brush, I will have a different set of sizes since I'm adding randomness to my size parameter. And to the same extent, I could control size based on pin pressure. Heavy, light. And if you're choosing something like pin pressure, then we also have the option to control the minimum diameter as well. I'll go ahead and turn that off and talk about the angle jitter. Angle jitter was set all the way at 100%, and this way you can see that it is randomizing the angle constantly. If we turn this back down to 0, then there is no randomness built into the angle information. Of course, we could have this based on pin pressure as well. So in this case, a light mark gives me one direction and a heavy mark gives me the other direction. The roundness jitter has no effect on this type of brush because it's a captured brush, but if we were using a round brush, then we could enable some randomness for that particular parameter as well. Let's talk about the scattering option. We can randomize how closely our brush marks are put together, and you can see that my scatter option is set fairly high. I can also turn this down so you can see that our marks are very close together. And we can also enable if we want our scattering to be based on one axis or both axes. So if both axes are enabled, we'll get a very randomized scattered effect. The count slider determines the number of brush marks applied at each spacing interval. So you can see if I turn this slider down, there is more space in between each one of our randomized scattered brush marks. And if I increase this, we get a very dense scattering or collection of brush marks. I'm going to turn these off and talk about the next two options, texture and dual brush. Remember that this brush really is like a mask that we're painting our color through. Well, we can also have our mask mix with a texture. When you choose texture, you can choose the pop-down menu of different texture preview thumbnails here. I'll just choose this one. And we can also control the scale of this texture. So notice that this texture is now mixing with our original brush shape. And if we wish, we can choose texture each tip. And when you do that, we also have the option for choosing how we want this texture to mix in what particular blending mode. If we choose dual brush, then we're going to see this pane in our brushes palette. And what we can choose now is to have our brush be pushed through yet another brush. And with dual brush, we have controls that allow us to set up how big we want the second brush to be, diameter, spacing, the scatter, and count for this second brush that the dual brush effect will be using. I'm going to disable that and go to color dynamics. This is one of my favorite areas to manipulate brush options with. I'm going to select all and hit delete in order to get a clear canvas again. And I'm going to choose a new background color here. In this case, I'm going to choose a rich blue. Well, one of our options here is to have our brush mix with the background color, and that's the foreground background jitter slider. So if I increase this value, you can see that I'm getting a random mix between my foreground and background colors. A foreground background jitter of 0 will only paint with the foreground color. And again, I could choose to base this mixing on something like pin pressure. So if I press lightly, I get the background color. If I press heavy, I get my foreground color. Also notice that we have controls that allow us to control the hue, the brightness of our selected foreground color as well. So with a hue jitter of 0, I'll always get a very pure foreground color, but I could increase the hue jitter and it will start to pick up from other hues along the hue ring. So to visualize that a little better, you might want to have your colors palette showing on your computer screen. So what it's doing is it's looking at a particular hue, and if there's a jitter value enabled, it will go a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right, depending on how high this value is set. And to the same extent, we can control how saturation randomness is introduced to our brush, as well as brightness. So by increasing all three of these, we can get a very randomized colored brush. Purity controls the purity or saturation value of whatever is coming out. So at a 0, it will look at these values. At negative 100, it will be completely unsaturated. So we're getting a grayscale type of effect. At 100%, it will use the most saturated colors it can. Finally, you might want to enable noise, and you can get a nice noise effect with a brush that has a semi-transparent or gray value. So I'm going to go back up to my brushes preset and choose this leaf brush here. And now notice if I enable noise, I get a more noisy or granulated type of brush effect. Wet edges will create a wet edge effect, and you can see that more noticeably in a different type of brush, something like this brush. And if I enable wet edges, it's a more semi-transparent effect like using a watercolor brush. Enable airbrush to create a smoother brush mark if you wish, and I always enable smoothing to get the smoothest possible effect. So by mixing all of these different parameters, you have tremendous control over how your brush will lay down color and mix with the underlying image. You can, of course, add and delete your own custom brush presets to this list of brush presets. Remember that a brush preset is really a collection of all these different parameters that we've talked about in the previous tutorial saved as its own custom preset. So if I select one of these presets, notice in this case my 65 pixel wide circular brush here has some shape dynamics associated with it, but if I scroll down in my list and choose a different brush preset by clicking on its thumbnail in the list here, then I can see that indeed this brush has many more shape dynamics associated with this. If we wanted to, we can easily delete any brush preset by clicking on the thumbnail in the list here and drag it down to my trash can icon at the bottom of the brushes palette. And when you let go, it will be deleted from this list. But very often I want to create my own custom brushes, and what I'll do is I'll base it on a brush that's in the preset. So I'll just choose this brush right here. And for instance, if I wanted to create an airbrush that allowed me to change its size and opacity based on pin pressure, and maybe even mix with the foreground and background color. So I'm going to look at my other dynamics and notice that opacity control is set to off, well, I'm going to change that to pin pressure. And for shape dynamics, I'll click on that. I will change my size based on pin pressure as well. And I'll make sure that there is no roundness jitter at all and no angle jitter as well. And for color dynamics, I will have it be tied to the foreground background color, also based on pin pressure. So let's choose a foreground and background color here. So I'm going to click on my background color swatch. Now hopefully, based on pin pressure, I can get a mix of foreground and background colors. And it seems to be working pretty well. So with this done, I'm now going to click on the new brush preset icon at the bottom of the brushes palette, and it will bring up this dialog box asking me to name my new brush. So I'll call this one For Back Airbrush and say OK to that. And now here is my new brush preset added to the list. If you go to the top of the brushes palette and click on the menu icon up here, it'll pop up a list of options associated with our brushes palette. We can clear all the brush controls right here if we want, and turn off essentially all the brush dynamics associated with whatever brush we're using. We can rename any brush or delete our selected brush, and we can also change how we want our brushes thumbnails to be viewed. So you can choose text only or small thumbnails. And generally, I prefer the stroke thumbnail, which shows me a small graphic as well as what the stroke will look like. We can also save out this collection of brushes if you wish by choosing Save Brushes, and it will save it in a special format which Photoshop can read back in. So in this way, you can save collection of custom brushes as individual files for use with other projects or to trade with other people, and you can choose where you want to save them. Another nice option at the very bottom of our list here is the ability to load other custom collection of brushes. Those are these various brush collections down here. I'll just choose Special Effects brushes, and notice when I choose to load a different collection of brushes, I have to choose if I want to replace my current brushes. If I say OK, these brushes will be replaced with my special effects, or append. And I'm going to choose append so they'll be added to my list. And now at the bottom of my list is a whole new set of cool special effects brushes that I can use. And if you ever want to get back to the default set of brushes, under the Brushes Palette menu, choose Reset Brushes and say OK. And since we made changes to our brushes collection here, it's asking me if I want to save them. I'm going to hit Don't Save, and it will simply reload the default set of brushes into my Brushes palette. Photoshop provides a tool that allows you to manage your preset libraries. So talking about my brushes, I'm going to go to the Brushes Palette menu triangle here and choose Preset Manager. This is a tool that allows you to manage your preset collections or libraries of options, in this case brushes. From the Preset Type pull-down menu, you can see that from the Preset Manager we can manage all these different types of preset collections: brushes, swatches, gradients. I'll go back to brushes and talk about how we can manage our brushes library. Notice the Preset Manager has its own menu triangle here. Press and hold on that, and we can manipulate the collection of presets in different ways. You can choose how you want to see your brushes. And I'm going to just choose the stroke thumbnail. One of the things that we can do is rearrange how our list of brushes will be displayed, in this case in the brushes palette. If you want, you can rearrange the hierarchy of this by clicking on one of my thumbnails here and just dragging in between two other thumbnails and letting go. And now the very small 1 pixel brush is below these other brushes. So in this way we can rearrange the order that our brushes are shown in the preset list. I can also rename any brush. I can select a thumbnail here and double click on it, and it brings up the dialog box asking me to give it a new name. You can delete any brushes that you want by selecting a thumbnail icon and clicking the delete button. And we can delete multiple brushes also by clicking on one, hold down the shift key and click on another one, and you will select a range of items that you can now delete. And if you hold down the command key or the control key on the PC, we can choose other brushes non-sequentially. So at this point I could click delete, or I could also choose rename, and in this way I could go through my list of selected brushes and rename each one. I'll click OK to that, and it brings up the name for the next brush, so on and so forth. Again, another nice feature of the Preset Manager is I can create my own custom library of brushes. So what I think I'll do is select a lot of the custom brushes at the bottom here and simply delete these. And if you want to do this a little bit faster, I might switch to small thumbnail view, and this way I'm seeing all my brushes in one interface. I'll select this one by clicking on it, hold down the shift key, and select the top one, and all of the ones in between in this range have now been selected. I'll click delete and then go ahead and select the rest here and choose Save Set. And now I'll be able to create my own custom set of brushes that I can load and edit this way. And I'm going to store them in the brushes folder, in the preset folder, in my Photoshop folder. That way I can save all my brushes in one folder, which makes sense. I want them all in the brushes folder in the preset folder. You can replace the current set of, in this case, brushes that I'm working with by going to the Preset Manager pull-down menu and choosing Replace Brushes. Will bring up an open dialog box asking you to go find the library of brushes that you want to work with. And to the same extent, we could also choose Reset Brushes. And Reset Brushes will bring up this dialog box asking you if you want to append your current selection of brushes or simply replace them with the default set. Clicking Load allows you to add, of course, more brushes to our currently open collection or library. So I'm going to click Done to this. You can invoke the preset manager at any time by going to the Edit menu and choosing Preset Manager. And of course, we can always invoke the preset manager for whatever particular collection you're working on by going to that particular palette, and from the palettes pull-down menu, choose Preset Manager. A great new addition to Photoshop CS is the Replace Color brush, and that's this tool right here. And you also might consider it the red eye reduction tool. Here is a typical snapshot problem caused by the flash on my camera too close to the lens, and what happens is it makes people's eyes look red. Well, that's why they added this brush into Photoshop. It allows you to replace colors just over the areas that you paint. So I have black as my selected color, and the way this brush works best is when you choose color mode. We have three different ways of sampling: continuous, once, and background swatch. Continuous will continuously replace the color as you paint. Once will replace the color based on the first time that you click on whichever color, in this case on this woman's red eyes. And background swatch will look for the background color to replace. So I'm going to leave it on continuous, and for the limits I'm going to make sure that contiguous is enabled. With contiguous enabled, it will replace colors that are contiguous with a color immediately under the pointer. The other option is discontiguous, or find edges for even more refined effect. And finally, we have the option to choose a tolerance value from 0 to 100%, and this tolerance value looks for a range of colors to replace. So the lower the setting, the less colors will be replaced. The higher the setting, the more colors will be replaced. So I'm going to leave it at the default 30 and just simply paint in around the red eyes. And I've clicked on just the red areas here. So click and paint. And now her red eyes are gone with a more normal looking color. Another set of tools that you can use to help out your images are found underneath the color replacement tool, and that's the patch tool and the brush version of the patch tool called the healing brush. Well, the way the patch tool works and the healing brush is quite amazing actually. It allows you to sample an area and essentially paint or paste over another area while maintaining that area's texture, lighting, and transparency and shading. So here is an area of the arm which doesn't have any spots, and what I might do is replace it over here. So what I've done is I'm going to deselect, choose the patch tool here, and make sure that I'm using destination mode. We have two modes, and you'll see how they both work. So I'm just going to sample an area that doesn't have any moles or spots. And now with that area sampled, all I need to do is click and drag it over to an area that I want to patch. And when I let go, Photoshop will integrate the patch over the area while maintaining the basic shadow information but getting rid of the spots. The other way you can use this is in source mode. If you choose source mode, whatever area that you have selected will be replaced with whatever you drag over. And so now when I let go, that area of the patch will be replaced with this area of the arm. Well, that's pretty cool. The other way to use this type of tool is as a brush, and that's called the healing brush, and that's this icon which looks like a band-aid. So I'm going to choose select, menu, deselect. And of course the fashion industry has been doing this for years, replacing people's minor flaws with airbrushing, and now we have the option to do the same quite easily here. So using the healing brush, it's really a two-step process. You have to sample an area to paint over. So that we're going to sample an area that doesn't have any wrinkles, and I'll paint over these wrinkles here. To sample, hold down the Option key on the Mac or the Alt key on the PC and simply click an area that you want to sample from. So I'll just sample from right here. Let go of the Alt key or the Option key and then paint over the area that you want to repair. Well, that didn't work out so well. I'm going to undo that and just paint over again. Option, click the sample. Option, click the sample, and then paint. So it's really quite simple to get rid of minor flaws now using the healing brush. And I actually copied this to a new layer so we can see the before and after if I bring up my layers palette. So I'm going to go to the window menu and choose layers. And I'll turn off this layer to show you the original. Lastly, you can also use this brush with a pattern if you wanted to. And my color pattern will be integrated into the background color, maintaining the background image's basic shading and color information. The clone tool is one of the most powerful tools available to us in Photoshop. It's also known as the rubber stamp tool. What this tool allows you to do is sample from one area of your image and then paint with that pixel data in some other area. So the way this works, again, is a two-step process. Hold down the Option key or Alt key to designate a sample point, and then simply start painting. Well, you can see that I have a very bad backyard here. What I might want to do is sample some good grass over here, Option click, and then come over to my bad grass area and begin painting. And you can see the cursor over to the right moving in tandem with where I am painting. Again, Option click and paint. Currently I have aligned enabled, and what that means is that this will always maintain the spatial relationship between where I sampled and where I paint. So if I sample Jenny's tail right here by Option clicking on it and then painting over here, if I let go of my mouse button and move up to somewhere else in my image, it will sample the same spot relative to where I'm painting. I'll undo that and disable aligned. And this way, when I sample one area, no matter where I paint, it will always be picked up from my original sample point. Of course, this is one reason why it's difficult to believe photographs these days, because this tool is so powerful and easy to use. For instance, if we wanted simply to delete Jenny the dog from this picture, it's easy enough to do. I'm going to enable aligned, and I'll zoom in a bit so it's a little bit easier to see. And for this type of a picture, what I think I'll do is look for this line in the background, which is this piece of wood, and sample the top of the piece of the wood and go to where I think it will be behind Jenny's head and simply start painting. What dog? Finally, if you look closely, you can see a clue that this picture was cloned, and that is that this small piece of weed is exactly the same as this weed right here, indicating that in fact there was some clone work involved in this image. There are three kinds of eraser tools that you can choose from in Photoshop. The first one will erase, but essentially what it does is it will paint with the background color. So you can see from mode I have three options. I can choose a brush shape, which will give me a anti-aliased brush, or a pencil, which will give me a non-anti-aliased effect, or the block. I'll just go back to brush. And you can see that what happens is it's currently painting with my background color. So if we switch that, you see the effect. I'll undo that and talk about another option that we have, and that is Erase to History. If you enable Erase to History, the eraser brush will begin to paint back to the last saved state of this image. Now I've actually cloned in grass down here, so if I enable the eraser tool and choose Erase to History and then begin to paint, it will actually paint back my cloned areas, revealing the bad grass which was in my original image. Well, that's kind of cool. Another type of eraser brush that we have is the background eraser brush and the magic eraser brush. I'll first talk about the magic eraser brush, and what this does is it's a little bit like using the magic wand tool to select something and then deleting it. But another nice feature is that it will make your background image support layer information. If your image says background in italics, then we can't put anything underneath it, such as a different type of background. So if I wanted to fill in my white areas here with some other color, I would first need to perhaps select it and then delete it, or select it and fill it in. But with the magic eraser brush, what I can do is set its tolerance settings, and notice that its settings are very much the same as the magic wand tool. And what it does is it selects an area and deletes it while ripping it up from the background and creating a layer. So I'm going to go ahead and click on it, and now notice with my layers palette active that the background has turned to layer 0, and it has selected that area I clicked on and deleted it, showing me the transparency in the background, which is indicated by the checkers. So I'm going to go ahead and try to select some other areas here by clicking on it. And now that I can see through to my background, what I might do is add a new layer by clicking on the new layer icon and maybe filling this with color. And I'm going to drag that layer below my image layer and choose Alt Delete on the PC or Option Delete on the Mac, and that layer will be filled with color. Well, I'll go ahead and revert my image back to its original state. File menu, Revert, and it will reload my original image, and this way I can talk about the last eraser tool. The background eraser tool does something very similar to the magic eraser, but in this way it allows me to continually paint the area I want to delete. Notice again, my original image did not support transparency, so when I use something like the background eraser tool, it immediately rips the layer up, allowing it to support transparency. So I have a few options for my background eraser. I can choose from 3 different ways to limit the effect: discontiguous, contiguous, or find edges. The contiguous mode erases areas that contain the sampled color wherever we're painting over. Discontiguous will erase sampled color wherever it occurs under the brush, and find edges allows you to erase connected areas containing sampled colors while preserving edge detail. So I usually choose contiguous, and this way I can simply paint over the areas that I want to continually sample and delete. Also notice that there is a tolerance setting for this tool as well. So the lower the tolerance setting, the more similar my pixel colors have to be deleted. So it will preserve my trees a little bit better. And if I increase my tolerance setting, it might eat into my trees a bit more because my tolerance setting is too broad. So I'll undo that and decrease the tolerance setting again. Another option that we have to protect, say, the trees is to actually sample this tree color. I'm going to go and choose my eyedropper tool and just click on that. Go back to the background eraser tool and enable protect foreground color. And it's doing a better job of protecting my trees while deleting the white sky in the background. So I think you get the idea. And now that I have a layer which supports transparency, I could add another layer and fill that layer with color and drag it underneath my picture layer to have a different type of background image. Another great set of tools you can take advantage of in Photoshop is found under the smudge tool. That's this pointing finger right here. Press and hold on that, and we have access to the blur, sharpen, or smudge tools. So I'll talk first about the smudge tool. Like the name suggests, the smudge tool doesn't actually add colored pixels to your image so much as distort or smudges pixels that are already there. And notice for our options, the only basic option we have is a slider for strength. This controls the intensity of the effect. So I'm going to click and drag into my image, and you can see the effect it has. It basically smudges the pixels. This can be fairly computer processor intensive. So if you have a very large brush and are making fast smudge movements, you can notice a delay in the effect. Another interesting way of using a tool like this is changing modes from normal to something like darken or lighten. So I'll just choose lighten and go down to Jenny the dog's lighter area here and smudge lighter pixels into darker green pixels. But notice the opposite can't be done. If I try to smudge the green grass pixels into her light area, I can't smudge that way because lighten mode is enabled. I'll go back and change that to normal. If you have finger painting enabled, when you use the smudge tool, it will mix a bit of your foreground color when you first make a mark. That's kind of cool. The other two tools you can use here are the blur tool and the sharpen tool. As the name suggests, the blur tool will blur whatever areas you paint over. So for contrasty areas, essentially it will make contrasty localized pixels low contrast. So I'm going to paint over this area, and you can see that it's essentially blurring that area. Conversely, I could choose to use the sharpen tool, and that will do just the opposite. It will increase the sharpness of whatever area I pass over. And I recommend using this just a little bit, because too much and you can begin to get crystallized artifacts. So I'll really over sharpen this area, and you can see what happens is you get some very unfortunate artifacts. And similar to the smudge tool, the blur and sharpen tool have sliders that allow you to control the intensity of the overall effect. Adobe's nod to days of yore, when people labored in dark rooms with chemicals creating photographs, are a couple tools called the dodge and burn tool. Now, if you've ever actually printed photographs in a darkroom, you will be familiar with this concept. Another way to think of these tools are the lighten and darken tool. That's this set of tools right here, and there is a third tool called the sponge tool. So these two tools allow you to lighten and darken, and the sponge tool allows you to control saturation of whatever area you paint over. This is the dodge tool, and the dodge tool essentially lightens areas that you paint over. For our controls here, we can choose to affect midtones, highlights, or shadows. So in this way, we can customize what areas we want to be lighter or darker. So what I might do is make a dark area lighter here, such as right here in this plants. Just paint over here, and you can see that it lightens it just slightly. I could choose also to affect highlights, and it will nicely isolate just the highlights while not really affecting the shadow values. And conversely, I could affect just the shadow values and not really affect the highlights or midtones. And again, we have the ability to control the intensity of this effect by changing the value for exposure right here. The opposite of the dodge tool is the burn tool, and what this tool does is it makes various areas darker that you can paint over. And you can see that we have the same controls here: shadows, highlights, or midtones. So I'll choose highlights here and paint back Jenny's rump a little bit, making it a little bit darker. And the last tool is called the sponge tool, and this is a little interesting. It allows you to increase or decrease the local saturation of colors wherever you paint over. So notice that we have two modes: saturate or desaturate. So if we choose saturate, it will actually increase the color saturation of whatever we paint over. So I'll increase the saturation of my parched grass here. And now if I choose Command Z to undo that, you can see the subtle effect. So that's before and that's after. You can easily go overboard with saturating, creating unrealistic, hyper-intense colors. The opposite of saturate, of course, is desaturate, and this will suck the color out of whatever area you paint over, making it closer to a black and white image. The next set of brush tools I want to talk about take advantage of the history palette. There are two tools here called the history brush and the art history brush. But in order to understand how these tools work, we have to talk about the history palette and how it works in Photoshop. The history palette maintains a history of all of your edits in a linear form. So you can see that here is my list of history options. And you can see at the bottom here is the last thing that I did. I can back up through my history states simply by clicking on the next item in the list. So I'm backing up through history here. And you can see now that I created several different clone stamps. I made my grass much better. And if I want, I can jump all the way to the top. So this is where my image started out with, and this is where I ended up. It's the last thing that I did. Also, at the top of my history palette is what's called a snapshot, and this is, in this case, my initial state when I opened the image. But there's no reason why you can't make snapshots throughout working in your image, and this way you can sample from either any snapshot, which would be a composite of all the histories, or any particular state in your history. So at this point, I'm going to create a new snapshot by going down to the bottom of my history palette and clicking on this icon right here, and it will create a new snapshot. I'll call this one Red Dog. And now you can see that I have a new snapshot right here called Red Dog. If I want, I can go simply right to the initial snapshot by clicking on it, and you can see that it is highlighted and the text is bolded, which means that that would be currently the history or state that I'm working at. So whenever something is highlighted or targeted, that's where we're currently working from our history palette. The history palette has a menu items associated with it, and the ones I want to talk about are our options for the history palette. I have it programmed to automatically create a snapshot when I first open a document, and I find that's a very helpful way to work with the history palette. I can also create a history snapshot whenever I save. So if I continue to save the document, it will always add a new snapshot. Allowing nonlinear history will allow me to delete one of these history states while maintaining the rest of the history states. If I disable allow nonlinear history, I'll go ahead and say OK to that, and I throw away this state, it will throw away all subsequent states as well. So what Photoshop does is it creates essentially one version of the image for every edit that you make, and you can program how many history states are saved by going to the preferences and changing this value right here. History states equals 20. The higher this number, the more memory Photoshop will need to maintain your history states. So I'll leave it at 20. So that means that when I get to 20 different edits, the 21st one will be saved and the first history state will be deleted. Also, I can free up memory by deleting all my history states by choosing from the history palette menu Clear History, and that will save up some memory. You can also choose to purge all of your history states under Edit menu Purge Histories, and that will do the same thing. Finally, if you like what you're looking at, you can create a duplicate image of the history state by clicking on this icon right here. So in this way, you can create edits in your image. I'll go ahead and make a few more marks here. And notice every time I make a mark, I have a new history state. And if you wish, you can again back up to any particular state by clicking on that name. So when you use something like the history brush, what we would do is we would enable an icon right next to the history state that we want the brush to paint with. You use the history brush, that's this brush tool icon right here, in conjunction with the history palette. If you're not seeing the history palette on your screen, You can invoke it by going to the Window menu and choose History. As I described in the previous tutorial, the History palette collects the current collection of edits that you've made. In this case, the last 20 edits I've made in this list. The bottommost edit is the most recent edit, and the top one is the oldest edit. Also, in this case, I have saved 3 different snapshots or 3 different states of my image. You can sample from any of these history states or snapshots by clicking right here in this area and adding the history brush icon. So now, if you want to see what we would be sampling from, I can enable this state by clicking on the name to see exactly what the history brush will be painting from. So it's going to be painting from this stage of my image. And you can also see, if I clicked here, that I made a few changes. I added some trees in the background, but the very most bottom edit, I've added a lot of colorized effects. So with my history brush icon located on this particular snapshot state, red dog, I'm going to go choose my history brush and begin painting. And you can see it's simply painting back to that particular state. And further evidence, this particular state has white area in the background that was my sky. If I painted back here, I could simply paint back to see the sky before I cloned it in. So that's essentially how the history brush works. There is a variation of the history brush called the art history brush, and if we choose that, we have a few other options to play with as well. The art history brush works very similar to the history brush in the sense that it looks to an option that you've chosen in the history palette to sample from. So in order to choose which particular state or edit state you want, just simply click right over here in this column and you can choose whatever snapshot or edit state that you want to sample from to use the art history brush. Well, with that in mind, let's look at some of the options that we have. The art history brush, instead of painting back pixel for pixel, it will paint it through a brush effect. So we have this pop-down menu which allows us to choose different types of brushes. And we also have the ability to choose from some basic presets of styles. The area value allows you to control how much area you want to be affected by your brush marks. So a lower number will create a much smaller area to be affected. So I'll undo that and type in a much higher number. And now notice that my brush marks are spread out over this larger area. Finally, the tolerance setting allows you to paint areas of color depending on how different they are from the actual source state that you're sampling from. A low tolerance lets you paint unlimited strokes anywhere. A higher tolerance limits the paint strokes to areas that differ considerably from the color in the source snapshot. So a very low tolerance, I can pretty much paint wherever I want. I'll undo that and increase the tolerance to a much higher value. And now if this is very different from the source snapshot, I won't really be able to paint very much. So in this way, we can mix the art history brush effect with our background or our sampled source colors by choosing different values in the tolerance. In this tutorial, I want to talk about color modes or color models. The image that I have open, you can see, is a full color image, and specifically it's an RGB image. That means that my image is really made up of 3 data channels, red, green, and blue. And we can see that if we have the channels palette up and open. The channels palette shows me more specifically how this image is constructed. And you can see that it looks like that I have 4 channels, but in fact there are only 3 channels. And Photoshop composites all 3 to create a full color image, the RGB channel. So notice the actual numbers here are 1, 2, and 3. So we have 1 channel for the red component, 1 for the green component, and 1 for the blue component. If all 3 of these are combined in perfect registration, we get the illusion of a full color image. This is very much similar to how color film works as well. There's 3 different emulsion layers that are tinted with red, green, and blue. And one interesting feature that you can do is you can actually disassociate the registration by selecting 1 channel and using your Move tool and moving it off, so you can see that now they're no longer in the registration. Well, I'll undo that. As I mentioned, that this is a RGB image and it is constructed of 3 data channels, but there are other modes that we can choose from. And when we convert to different modes, it will change the size of our file. I'm going to duplicate this image under Image, Menu, Duplicate. Now here's a duplicate version of it, and we can change our color modes here. Image, Menu, Mode, and notice some of the options that we have. We can also choose CMYK color mode, and this is really for print. So if we convert it to CMYK color, notice how my color channels change. I now have 4 data channels, cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. And those composited together, of course, give us a full color image. Also notice that my file size increased because I have 4 channels instead of 3. Similarly, we could convert this to a grayscale image. Let's go ahead and duplicate this again. Image mode, grayscale. Now grayscale has only 1 data channel. So in this case, when I converted it to grayscale, it averaged the brightness for every pixel, converting it into grayscale. And notice how small my file is here. Since there's no color information, there's only 1 data channel, it's much smaller, 1/3 the size of my RGB image. This kind of information is helpful when you are starting to create a new document, because if you choose File, Menu, New, one of your choices that you must make is what color mode to choose from. Generally, for color on the computer, I recommend working in RGB, and if it's going to be designed for print, the last step in my process is to convert my RGB image to CMYK color. And the reason is the RGB color space has a bigger gamut, allows for more colors. Bit depth is a term in imaging applications that describes how much data can be in any 1 pixel of information. You know that a picture in Photoshop is really a series of pixels on a grid, and if we zoom in very closely here, we can see those pixels that make up our image. Well, I've created an illustration which describes bit depth in more detail. The very simplest type of image would be a 1-bit image, and that means that any pixel can contain one of 2 states, on or off, or in terms of graphics, black or white. Here is my 1-bit image. And this would be converting any image to bitmap mode under the image mode options. The next level up would be an 8-bit per channel type of image, and that would be something like this grayscale picture. or this index color image. So either one of these contains the same amount of data, just arranged differently. In terms of grayscale, my 8-bit image, any one pixel contains one of 256 levels of gray. Or if I'm looking at my index color image, it contains one of 256 different colors. And you can see that it's a fairly small file size, but the color is not that great. A full color image contains 3 channels, or 3 8-bit channels. So 3 8-bit channels creates 24-bit color, and that will generate millions of potential colors for any pixel. And that is full color. Finally, Photoshop CS has given us the ability to work in 16 bits per color while working with all sorts of tools that were normally reserved for 8-bit editing. So now we can do things such as work in layers with 16 bits of color per channel. And that would generate a 48-bit color image. And of course, it also makes our file size twice as big. For what it's worth, I am recording this image using thousands of colors, not millions, as a way to save on file size when I'm generating these tutorial movies. So that's why sometimes our color doesn't look as good as it should. Hopefully you are working on a full color monitor, generating millions of potential colors for any particular pixel. So bit depth allows you to throw out or add color information, essentially balancing file size with color fidelity. And finally, many high-end cameras now can capture more than 8 bits per channel, and that's one great reason why Photoshop CS allows you to edit information in 16 bits per channel. The color mode that you're probably most familiar with is RGB. Most digital cameras shoot in RGB, and of course what that's really giving us is one image comprised of 3 data channels. A data channel for the red, a data channel for the green information, and a data channel for the blue information. What these really are, of course, are 3 8-bit channels of data combined through the appropriate colored filter. Now, I currently have my channels palette displaying the colored channels through a color. And this is generally not the way I like to look at my channel information. So I'm going to fix it the way I usually do it, and that is under Preferences, choose Display and Cursors, and disable Color Channels and Color. Now notice how the Channels palette has updated to show me the essentially grayscale information for each channel in registration, combining, of course, to generate a full color RGB image. We can now look at what makes up any one of these data channels by clicking right on the channel name or thumbnail and see just this component. So this is the red component, the green component, and the blue component. And of course, when you add a color filter on top of each one of these, we get a full color image. It's easy enough to convert this to grayscale if you want. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this first. And under the Image menu, choose Mode Grayscale. And it's going to ask me if I want to discard my color information. I'll say OK to that. And what it will do is essentially average all the brightnesses of the 3 different channels, giving me what looks like a black and white image of it. There is another way that we can get to a grayscale version. We could actually shop for a particular channel of information. For instance, if I wanted just a green channel here, I have a couple options to choose from. And what I think I'll do is, with my green channel selected, and I know it's selected when it's highlighted or targeted, Image Mode Grayscale, and now it's going to ask me if I want to discard the other channels. I'll say OK to that, and now I have a grayscale version, which is derived from the green information. And you can see that these look a little bit different. Another reason I might want to do something like that is to essentially shop for a mask. If I wanted to select this area in the sky, I could do something like use the magic wand. Another way I might do that is to find the data channel that would make the best mask. Is that the red channel, the green channel, or the blue channel? And I think it's going to be the blue channel. There's the basis of a new mask. Very rarely I need to convert an image to bitmap, and what bitmap mode does, of course, is it makes any pixel black or white. It's essentially making your picture look like a fax. In order to convert to bitmap from an RGB image, you need to go to image mode and choose bitmap. Well, you can't choose bitmap because you can only get to a bitmap mode from a grayscale image. So you first need to stop off in grayscale mode. Say OK to that. And now, since it's grayscale, I can choose image mode bitmap. And it gives me basically two different options. What is the final PPI resolution I want to use? So if I want to maintain the same that I started with, I'll just leave it at 300. And what kind of method do you want to convert using diffusion dither, pattern, or a threshold, or a halftone screen? I'll go with diffusion dither, as that looks a little bit better. Say OK. And now you can see that my image is very small, but if we zoom in, you can see that it's actually made up of black or white pixels. You can convert a grayscale image into a duotone image for printing with more than one color of ink. In order to do that, go to Image Mode and choose Duotone. And it brings up the Duotone Options dialog box. From Type, we can choose from one of these four options here: duotone, tritone, or quadtone. And as the name implies, it will add one or more colors of inks and allows you to mix. So I'll just stick with duotone, which allows us to mix two different types of inks, in this case black and Pantone. A whole set of different duotone files comes with Photoshop, so if you want to, you can try out some different duotones by clicking Load, and it will take us to the duotone folder, or we could also choose quadtone or tritone. So I'll just stick with duotones, and if we choose duotones, you can see that then we have three other options. One of them will be something like Pantone. So now it's going to mix black with a known spot color, a Pantone color, and we can choose one of these mini duotone presets. At the bottom of the Duotone Options dialog box, we get a color ramp showing us how the colors of the different inks will be mapped. And over here, we have two preview sections for any ink. So we have the ramp icon and the actual color. Click on the ramp icon, and you can bring up the duotone curve, and this shows you how, in this case, the blue ink or the black ink is going to be mixed with the blue ink. So I'll say OK to that and click on the blue ramp, and we could adjust this ramp if we wanted to create a more customized duotone effect. So if we really only wanted the blue to be in our dark values, I'd bring this down a bit. When you save this file, you need to save it as an EPS file format as that is the format that will support duotone printing. If you're working in a multimedia environment or prepping images for the web, you might want to convert your image to index color, and this will reduce the amount of data in the image. And essentially what it does is it allows any pixel to have no more than 256 options for color, and you can even choose less than that, creating much smaller files. Image mode index color brings up the dialog box that allows us to change this image to one of these various types of index color options. So you can see here that we have a option to type in how many colors we want any one pixel to support, and you can't type in a value higher than 256. So if I try 257, I get this warning. For palette, we can choose from this pull-down list any one of our set of presets, such as a system, the Mac OS operating system palette, or the Windows operating system palette, or the web palette, which is a subset. Generally, I like to choose something like local adaptive. That way, it will extract the colors from my actual image, and if it is adaptive, then I can also tell it to be less than 256. I could say make it only 16 colors. If your image is floating on transparency, you might want to enable transparency. It will respect that area when you save it out as something like a GIF image. We can choose to include a black and white in one of our 16 pixels, or I should say 2 of our 16 pixels, by choosing forced black and white. Or we could force web colors into our image. If we do that, of course, it increases the number of colors. So I'm going to go back to forced none and make that 16 colors. So now no pixel can be any more than one of 16 colors derived from my image. If you have a background transparency enabled, it will respect that, as I said, when you save it out as a GIF. If not, you will want to choose a matte color. And this matte color will probably be the same color that you plan to put this image on. So if you're working for the World Wide Web, this matte color would be whatever color that this picture will actually live on in your document. We can make our image look a little bit better by choosing to dither the image. If you choose none, you can see our index colored image gets kind of splotchy. If you do add a diffusion dither, then we have the ability to increase or decrease the noise effect. So a lower amount will have less noise effect, creating more of a splotchy kind of look, but it will create a smaller file. A higher dither value will create more of a noise effect. I'll go ahead and say OK to that, and now there is my index color image. And another option we have under image mode with an index color image, we can choose to look at the color palette that is derived from this image. So these are the actual colors that are in this image, and one of them you can see is actually transparent. If we wanted other images to use this palette, we could save off this palette and I'll just save it to the desktop. And now if we have another image open, we can convert that image to index color. And notice the palette pull down option says previous, which is exactly the last one I used, or if you want, you can choose custom, load, and go find that saved palette that we had saved on the desktop. Choose Load. Say OK, and OK to that. And now this image is using the exact same color palette as my toy. Well, I went ahead and converted this image to LAB color mode under Image Mode, LAB color. It's a very interesting color model, and you can see if we look at our channels palette that what it actually does is it separates the brightness information into its own channel, and then it separates color information in two other channels. I've also brought up the color palette here and changed this to show us LAB color as a way to better understand the LAB color model. So we have a brightness channel here, and then we have two color axes, one which goes between green and red, and one that goes between blue and yellow. So what's interesting about the LAB color mode is that we can select just the color component here. I'll go ahead and shift click on the other thumbnail and then click the eyeball. And now we could do some interesting things such as blur just the color component but not the brightness data. And we can get some interesting bleeding out effects. So now my color is bleeding outside of the toy here. The LAB color model, incidentally, is the color model that is used for conversion when converting from one ICC profile color space to another. The LAB color model contains all the colors that can be perceived by human vision, and that's why, since it has the largest color gamut, this color model is used during a conversion process. When you first launch Photoshop, you will be asked to make a decision about working with your color settings. You can choose to ignore that and work with it later, or you can choose to deal with it now. And if you choose to ignore it, you can always go to the Photoshop menu on the Macintosh and choose Color Settings. This is where we define what our various working spaces will be when we create documents in Adobe Photoshop. This pop-down list at the top allows us to choose from a large range of pre-populated sets of color spaces. I'm going to stick with the North American general purpose defaults. And I want to draw your attention to these two color spaces. You can see that for RGB, I have a particular flavor of RGB, and what this is a known measured gamut or color range for this particular color space. So this is my sRGB color space, and that's a very popular color space, and that means that any color image that I create in Photoshop will be tagged with this ICC color profile, telling it that colors were made in this known space. And the same can be said for my CMYK color space. Any image that I make in CMYK will be tagged with an ICC color profile, telling it that colors have been generated in this known device-independent color space. The value to this is that if we use a color management policy in Photoshop, we can create more predictable and consistent color translations between devices, such as your digital camera that inputs color images, and then when we translate a color from one color space to another, we will get more consistent and predictable colors if we use a color management policy. Well, how does this work? You can see that I've created this little graphic here, and you can see what happens when we translate an RGB swatches into CMYK. What it really does is it takes my RGB swatch or colors, sends them to the LAB color space, and then on to the CMYK color space. And the reason it can do this is if we're using a color management policy, my sRGB color space has a color number for this particular yellow swatch, and there is a color number for this particular green swatch, and the same for this purple swatch. These are device-independent measurable color numbers. These will match a similar or a equivalent color number in the LAB color space, and then they will be shifted to that same equivalent value for the CMYK color space and then sent out to the CMY color space. RGB color space has a larger gamut and can therefore represent more colors than the CMYK color space. And you can see what happens when we do some translation. Basically, things might get more desaturated and slightly less colorful in the CMYK because this is a print or reflective color space as opposed to an additive color model. Well, if you work with a color management policy, you can create a more predictable and consistent translation of colors. Now, if you're working with a Macintosh computer on OS X, there is a very nice utility called the Color Sync utility. And what it shows you is a graphic of how big a color gamut really is. And this is a very helpful way to understand how things get translated. So here is my LAB color space. And you can see if I click on this, it's a gigantic color space, and that is why it's used as the translation space for any time you convert from one color space to another. The LAB color space contains all of the colors that humans can perceive. So this is the largest possible gamut, and essentially no device can represent this. If we start in a large RGB color space, it might look like something like this. I'm going to spin this around, and you can see it has a lot of colors in that color space. And so in this color space, there's going to be my yellow swatch, my green swatch, and my purple swatch. And if I wanted to convert it to CMYK, it's going to find those same colors in the LAB color space, and then it's going to shift them to the equivalent for the CMYK so that it can send them out to the CMYK color space, which you can see is a smaller color gamut. So it's going to compress these colors just a little bit. And if you want a more graphic representation of something like this, I have found a ICC profile for a very inexpensive CMYK color printer, and I'll click on that profile right here, and you can see how small this particular color space is. So if we choose to translate some of our colors from RGB into this color space, you can imagine that the colors will look very muted and flat indeed. If you convert to CMYK and you look at your channels palette, you can see that we now have 4 channels instead of 3. So there is one for each ink plate because the CMYK color model is designed for essentially printing, and it's designed for printing with cyan, magenta, yellow, and black ink. CMY and K for black, so it is not confused with B for blue as in RGB. We can click on each one of these color channels and see what the ink plate equivalent would be for, say, the cyan plate, magenta plate, yellow, and black. So if we went to the yellow plate here, wherever it is very dark, it's going to get the most yellow ink. And wherever it is the lightest, it's going to get the least yellow ink. And the same for magenta, cyan, and black. Combine all 4 of these and we get a full color representation of our image. One of the big advantage of working with an application such as Adobe Photoshop, which supports ICC color management, is you have some very accurate ability to soft proof your image. And by that, what I mean is you can fairly reliably, assuming that your monitor has been calibrated, predict what your image might print out like on different types of printers, assuming that you have their ICC profiles available. Now I have here a CMYK image, and under the View menu, I have a couple different powerful options. The first item I have is Proof Setup. And with Proof Setup, I can choose what I want to create a soft proof effect. So I can choose my working cyan plate, magenta plate, and essentially this is the same thing as, I'll go back to working CMYK, this is the same thing as simply clicking right on one of these channels. Well, since this is an ICC profiled and color managed image, that means that any color in here has a device independent measurable equivalent that can be translated to another ICC profile color space. Remember earlier, in an earlier lesson, I was showing you the color sync utility, and you can see here that we have our generic CMYK profile, and it looks fairly large. And I even have a profile for my Epson printer, and it's fairly large. And I also showed you a profile for this inexpensive Canon printer, and it's fairly small. Well, we can use these profiles in the soft proof mode. So I'm going to go back to my image and choose from the View menu, Proof Setup, Custom. And from Custom, instead of my working CMY color space, I can choose from this list of other color spaces that have been added as ICC color profiles. So here is my Epson color space. And you can see with preview enabled how my colors shift. It's very subtle. But if I choose something like that inexpensive color printer, watch how my colors shift. So that's how my inexpensive color printer would most likely translate my rich color image, because it doesn't do a very good job of encompassing a wide gamut. So this is essentially called soft proofing, and it's a very powerful way of using Photoshop to predict how your images will look. Make sure that Proof Colors is enabled, because when you turn that off, we'll be looking at our standard CMYK image that is not being translated through an output ICC profile. So View, Menu, Proof Colors. In this case, we'll use the last thing that I chose from under my custom menu, and that was the inexpensive Canon printer ICC color profile. In this next set of tutorials, I want to talk about some of the various adjustments that we can apply and run over an image. If you go to the Image menu, Adjustments, notice there are several other options that we can choose from. The one I want to show you right now is Brightness and Contrast. But before I do, consider this image. This image is of an interior of a museum, and it's a little bit low contrast. So if I wanted to make this a better image, I might try to improve the contrast or increase the contrast. One way you can do that is by using an adjustment tool in Photoshop, and that's again found under the Image menu, Adjustments, Brightness, Contrast. Now this will bring up the Brightness Contrast tool here, this dialog box, and basically what we can do is adjust the brightness up or down by moving this slider, and the same for the contrast. And many of these dialog box based tools will have a preview option enabled, And I usually leave that on so that I can see the effects when I make the changes. So if I want to increase the brightness, I'm going to click and drag over to the right. And similarly for the contrast, I can click and drag to the right to increase the contrast, or drag to the left to decrease it. Well, this is a low contrast image and it definitely needs more contrast, so I'm going to keep the slider to the right. Another option with many of these tools is to simply type in a value here. So that looks better. I'll click OK to that. And now we can see the difference between the before and after by choosing undo. Command Z on the Mac or Control Z on the PC will undo the last thing we did, and then choosing that again will redo. So that's before my brightness contrast adjustment, and that's after it's been improved. In this tutorial, I want to explain how a histogram works and how you can use it to your advantage in Photoshop CS. Photoshop CS has added the histogram palette, and that's this palette right here. And if you're not seeing it, you can invoke it from the window menu, choose histogram. A histogram is essentially a graph showing you the amount of pixels in your image graphed along a brightness spectrum. So in my RGB image, remember each channel contains 8 bits of data, so that means that I have 256 levels of brightness for 3 different channels. For my histogram, I know that black is on the left here and white is on the right. So there is a spectrum of brightness values from black on the left all the way to white. And if I select a particular image, it's going to show me the brightness values in this image, and it shows it to me in this graph form. And you can see that this particular image has a lot of middle values if I look at it, and my histogram shows me that as well. It peaks in pretty much the gray zone. Also notice that this histogram shows me that there are no white values or no black values, indicating that this is kind of a low contrast image. Now if I select this image right here, I think all my pixels will be bunched up in the dark area. And sure enough, you can see that most of the pixels show up in the black area because it's a nighttime shot. And conversely, if I select this picture of the peppers on a white background, I'll get the opposite effect. All my pixels will be bunched up over here on the right in the light area. Now this particular image actually happens to be a composite image that I'm not showing one of the layers. So I'm going to bring up my layers palette here and activate the Apple layer. And now notice that one of my options for the histogram palette is to choose either my entire image or the selected layer. And notice how my histogram changes depending on which layer I have targeted. If you're seeing this small triangle icon in your histogram, that means that it's reading the cached image information. So it's in this way it speeds up getting the information for the histogram, but it's not as accurate. If you want precisely accurate information, click on the triangle icon, and now we're reading all the actual pixel data from the image as opposed to the cached information. We can also choose to look at information from discrete channels instead of the aggregate RGB. Go up to the channel pull-down list at the top of the histogram palette, and we can see the brightness information for the red channel, the green channel, and the blue channel, or finally all the colors combined. And you can see it shows it to you in this color display. We have a couple views that we can choose from with the histogram palette. Compact view shows you just the histogram without the menu options, I usually prefer the expanded view, and another view is the ability to see all channels at the same time. Now this histogram palette, as I mentioned, shows you the pixel breakdown of your image only. If we want to adjust our image using the histogram information, we're going to invoke Image Adjustment Levels, and it brings up a dialog box showing me the histogram, but in this interface I can actually make adjustments to control color and brightness information. Whenever I need to adjust an image's brightness and contrast, I don't use the brightness and contrast tool, I use levels. Image Menu Adjustment Levels brings up the Levels dialog box. And look, it has a histogram in this dialog box. But what makes this such a powerful tool is that we can adjust the various points of our histogram by moving these sliders. And another nice feature is if you have the histogram palette open and on your screen, you can actually see the before and after effects of your adjustments before you make a commitment to the changes. Well, let's talk about how this histogram works. And as you know, that this is actually a graph of black to white pixels in our image. And since this is a low contrast middle value image, you can see that there are no white pixels. My histogram stops before the white pointer here, and the pixel breakdown stops before the black point. We can adjust the contrast of our images in several ways using levels. I can click and drag my white point triangle down to where the lightest pixels end. And so in this way, I'm making my image a little bit lighter. And also notice how the middle gray value moves relative to my slider here. If I drag it dramatically in, it will always stay in between, exactly in between, in this case, between my black and white point slider. So that's obviously too much of an adjustment. So I'm just going to go back to right here where the white pixels really end. And looking at this image, I know that it's some pixel up here in the window area. To the same extent, I can adjust where my black information begins or ends by moving the black point slider to where the end of this histogram is for the dark pixels. And so now my image, if I commit to this, will have black pixels and white pixels in the image. If you want to adjust the overall brightness of your image, you might move to the middle gray slider here and adjust this one. This is adjusting the gamma, where the middle values fall. If we drag it to the right, it will make my image darker. And conversely, if we drag it to the left, it will make the overall image lighter. Now I'm going to make a mistake here and show you how you can undo your histogram without canceling. You can hold down the Option key on the Mac or the Alt key on the PC, and the Cancel button will temporarily toggle to Reset. Click on Reset and it zeroes out any changes that you've made in this dialog box. So in this way, we can get back to an unaffected image to begin again to affect our image. Another nice feature of the Levels dialog box are these eyedropper tools, and I can use these to quickly set where I want my white point, my black point, or my middle gray value to be. Now it's important to understand that if you click on something that has a color in it, it will adjust it to make it that particular item. For instance, if I choose my middle gray sample tool and click on something like this red wall, it's going to adjust it to make it much more greenish or bluish. And you can see it's done that. I'll go ahead and Option click on Reset and choose my black point eyedropper tool and click somewhere down here where I think the black will be. Maybe this is better right here. And to the same extent, choose my white point eyedropper tool and now you can see that I've made a pretty good adjustment. And if I wish, I could also manually adjust my middle values by dragging the gray point slider in levels. So those are a couple ways you can adjust your image using the Levels dialog box. So that's my adjusted image, and if I choose Command Z to undo, that is the image before the levels adjustment. Another powerful tool available to you to edit your image's brightness and colors is the Curves tool in Photoshop. You can invoke the Curves tool by choosing Image, Menu, Adjustment, Curves, or Command M or Control M on the PC. And it'll bring up the Curves dialog box. What the Curves dialog box shows us is this large preview graph, if you will, of input values coming in from the right along this horizontal axis and output values on this vertical axis. To illustrate how this works, notice right now we have a perfectly straight line. We're creating no different effect. If I click right here in the middle value, the middle tone, and drag this down, look at my input and output values here. So the input value is 128. That's exactly the middle gray, but the output value is 105. And of course that means that I'm making my image darker. So I'll go ahead and undo that by holding down the Option key on the Mac and clicking Reset. And that's the Alt key on the PC. We can, of course, choose any channel from the channel pull-down menu at the top of the Curves dialog box. We could go ahead and edit the red channel only, and in this way we might take away or introduce some red in the darker values if we want to neutralize this blue area. And I can go ahead and click anywhere else and add another point and drag this curve around. I'll go ahead and cancel that as well, or reset by clicking Option Reset, and show you another way that you might use this tool. Notice if I pass into my image, the icon turns into an eyedropper tool, and now I can just click and drag anywhere inside my image, and notice it is putting a point on my curve for me, showing me where that point would be depending on what value of pixel I pass over in my image. So if we wanted to make our image lighter, I might add a point to my Curves dialog box by holding down the Command key and clicking right in my image. And now there is a point on my curve which I can click and drag and edit by pulling up to make this image a little bit lighter. We can create some very dramatic effects. If you wanted to make your image more contrasty, I would drag the lower, darker values down and add another point in the lighter values and drag that up. And now you can see I have a slight S curve. And conversely, you can make this lower contrast by doing just the opposite. Well, one of the most powerful things you can do is isolate a particular range of values to edit, but not other values. For instance, if I wanted to make lighter middle tone values and lighter values lighter, but keep the dark values unchanged, what I might do is click and drag a point up in the lighter values, and you can see how that is affecting my entire image. But then I can anchor my curve by adding a point right in the middle. So I'm going to put my 128 right at 128. And if you can't quite click and drag, you can simply type in the values that you want here. So I'm going to type in, drag select that and type in 128, hit the Tab key, and choose 128. And to the same extent, I can add another anchor point down here to anchor my line, if you will. And now notice that I have a fairly straight line for the middle gray values and darker, but a lightened effect. My curve bumps up in the lighter values. So I'll say OK to that. And now notice how the dark values do not change, but the light values do when I undo this effect. So that's my original image, and that's with curves, affecting just the lighter values. So curves are a very powerful way of creating global changes for certain brightness values and or color combinations by choosing different color channels. Another great tool to help you manipulate your image, and in this case I mean edit its hue and saturation, is a tool called Hue and Saturation. Found under the Image menu, Adjustments, choose Hue Saturation. And it's worth memorizing this one. Command U on the Mac or Control U on the PC brings up this tool. At the top of the dialog box, we have a pull-down menu allowing us what range of colors we want to affect. Default is Master, which will affect all of our colors. And then we have three sliders. One slider, which edits the hue of whatever we have selected, sliding it along the hue ring. And the second and third slider are saturation and lightness, and we can increase the saturation of our colors or decrease the saturation if we drag it past the 0 mark, and to the same extent increase or decrease the lightness of our image. Well, notice at the bottom of the hue saturation tool we have two color ramps. This is the hue ring, if you will, and the top ring is the source colors, and the bottom ring is how those colors are being affected. So to illustrate the point, I'm going to go ahead and click and drag my hue slider to the right, and notice how the hue ring shifts a little bit. And in this way we can affect, since I've chosen Master, we're affecting all the colors in our image, shifting them along the hue ring. Well, if we wanted to affect just some of the colors, I could choose some of the colors by going to my Edit menu here, and I'll just choose the yellows so that I can then edit just the yellows. And now notice that in between my two hue rings there is a bracket system, if you will. The inner part, the darker part of this bracket, are the colored pixels that are going to be affected, and the lighter gray part of the bracket are the buffer pixels. This is the pixels that will be affected in a decreased manner. And also notice when I choose something like yellow, I can now access my eyedropper tool and click directly on the colors that I want to edit. And notice how the bracket shifts a little bit. So I'll go ahead and choose the eyedropper tool with a plus to add to the colors that I want to affect, and I'll click some of these orange pinkish colors, and notice how my hue bracket jumps a little bit, expanding. Now with those colors selected, I can go ahead and manipulate their hues by dragging my hue slider. I think we'll make it a little bit redder. And if you wish, we could also increase or decrease the range of intermediary pixels which get affected by dragging the outside of the bracket further from the inner gray area, or we can make it a sharper transition by dragging it closer. However, notice when I drag it too close, you can get some unfortunate effects right here. So I'm going to make sure that there is an intermediate range of pixels being affected, so there's a nice transition effect. Another way you can use this tool is to enforce a monochromatic colorized effect. If you choose Colorize, notice what it does is it gives our image one color overall. It sets our saturation at 25 and our hue at 5, and this way we can create a monochromatic colorized image. Well, this image is just a perfect image to demonstrate the next tool called Replace Color. Under Image Adjustment, choose Replace Color, and it brings up the Replace Color tool. The Replace Color tool is a little bit like the Selective Color tool found under the Select menu, combined with the Hue Saturation sliders. So the first section of this dialog box allows you to select the colors that you want to replace. So with the eyedropper tool enabled, all I need to do is make sure it's clicked on, that tool, so it looks a little bit darker and depressed. I can click on whichever color I want to target to replace. So you can see that I've clicked on the pumpkin here, but if I click on my dirt, it will select that instead. Well, I'm going to try to change the color of my pumpkin, so I'll go ahead and click right on the pumpkin and talk to you a little bit more about what some of these sliders do. The fuzziness slider will increase or decrease edge pixels or buffer pixels for the effect. So if you have a very low fuzziness slider, you will get a very harsher type of effect. Very high will add more outside pixels to your selection. So I'll go ahead and with my pumpkin selected, change the hue of this pumpkin by going down to the bottom hue slider and just changing the hue, and we'll see the effect that we get. And you can see that it's not getting all of my pixels in the pumpkin. So I'm going to go ahead and choose the eyedropper tool with a plus next to it to increase the selection by adding more pixels to the selection that I want to affect. So I'll go ahead and click right on this highlight spot and maybe a little bit down in the shadow area as well. And now notice my orange pumpkins have completely turned green. So now you can see how the fuzziness slider works a little bit better. If we decrease the value on the fuzziness slider, it will tighten up the selection more to just those pixels that I clicked on, creating a very hard-edged effect. Increasing the value for fuzziness adds intermediary pixels, which are semi-affected. And if you go too far, the effect will spread out, probably in pixels that you don't want. And similar to hue and saturation tool, we could affect the saturation as well. And I find that this tool often creates a highly saturated effect, so I decrease the saturation to create a more realistic image of green pumpkins, if you will. And that's essentially how this tool works. The Match Color tool is a great new addition to Photoshop CS. How many times have you wanted to match one image's color to another image's color? Well, you can see that I have two acorn type images here. Actually, I have three, but the ones I'm going to talk about really are these acorn images. This particular one has been color corrected, and I want to match this image's color to this acorn image's color. So with the uncolor corrected image selected and targeted, I'm going to go to the Image menu Adjustment and choose Match Color. Brings up the Match Color tool. And you can see for image options, we have three different options: luminance, color intensity, and fade. Well, fade will have no effect until we choose a different source. You can see down at the bottom in the image statistics area, currently source is selected to be none. So even with no image selected, we could go ahead and edit this image's brightness and color intensity. So moving the intensity slider to the right increases the intensity of the color, and to the left decreases it. Well, now I'm going to go down to Image Statistics and choose for Source. the acorn image because I want that to be the source that the match will be based on. Notice immediately when I choose the acorn source, my color is very closely matched, and now I might finalize this by increasing the luminance just a bit. And I also will click neutralize to neutralize any color casts in that image. Once we have another image selected for the source of the color matching, we can take advantage of the fade slider. The fade slider will fade the effect back to the original image. So you can see if we choose fade all the way at 100%, we essentially have no color matching taking place. A fade value of 50% would mix the matching effect with 50% of the original color. And if you want the match to be as effective as possible, choose a fade value of 0. And just for fun, you can see I have my pumpkin patch image open, and if I choose that as the source for my color matching, we can get some very strange results indeed. I'll go back and choose acorn and click OK to match that color. Well, I have this RGB image up of this woman, and I want to talk about how it is created using channels in order to discuss how we can use the channel mixer to create a customized grayscale version. You know, we can easily create a grayscale version of this image by going to Image Mode, Grayscale, and it will collapse the 3 channels, averaging their brightness values to create a grayscale or black and white type of image. I'll undo that and show you yet another way you can do that is simply to target a particular channel by clicking on its thumbnail, Image Menu Mode Grayscale, and now it will ask me if I want to discard the other channels, giving me only the green channel component as my new grayscale image. I'll undo that and show you now how you could create a custom blend of these 3 channels to create your own custom grayscale conversion. Image Menu Adjustment, choose Channel Mixer, and it brings up the Channel Mixer tool. At the top of the tool we have a pull-down menu for which one of our 3 channels that we want to affect, and I'll just stick with the red channel for now. And you can see that we have sliders allowing us to mix between -200 and 200% of each channel to create a final grayscale type of an effect. And at the bottom we can also enable monochrome, and in this way see the actual contents for our red channel at this point, since the red is set to 100%. So there is the component of my red channel, and what I can do is reduce this value and increase the value of the other channels to create my custom blend. The idea here is that you want to have these percentages add up to 100% to create a realistic grayscale effect. The constant slider will add black or white depending on which way you drag the slider. If you drag to the left, it will add black to your image, and if you drag to the right, it will add white to the image. So here's a custom blend of some channel values. I'll click OK. And now I can collapse this to a grayscale image by going to Image Mode Grayscale, and it's going to result in my final custom blend of the 3 RGB components using the channel mixer. Photoshop CS has added a nice new tool to help correct images like this. So I took a picture of this little girl, and you can see that since the background was so light, my subject is very underexposed. This is a typical photo problem, and thus the reason Photoshop has added the highlight shadow tool. With this image open, choose Image Adjustment, Shadow Highlight, and it brings up this tool. And this tool is great for situations such as this, or situations which are just the opposite, such as a picture which might have blown out highlights because the flash was too close to your subject. So you can see that basically we have two sliders that allow us to control how our shadows are lightened or our highlights are darkened. And the default 50% is pretty good. You can see if I drag this all the way down to 0, it gets me back to my original image. Photoshop thinks I should work at about a 50% level, but of course I can't increase this, with the caveat that it can begin to look not so great. And I can also increase the highlights to make them a little bit darker, to create a little bit more contrast in this image. Well, Photoshop has several different ways to do image correction on an image, and one of the nice features is that you can save out an adjustment file based on the type of image correction you've made, and then apply it to another image so that it is automatically adjusted the same way. To give you an example, I'm going to use the Curves tool. However, I could go and choose from any number of my adjustment types of tools. I could also choose levels or hue and saturation, but for this particular demonstration, I'm going to go ahead and choose Curves. And it brings up the Curves dialog box. I'm going to try to color correct this to take out some of the blue color cast in my image. So I'm going to go ahead and choose the red channel from the pull down menu here and sample up here in my highlights to see where I need to add a point. Command click on that and add some red back into my image to help neutralize that bluish cyan cast, and maybe go to my blue channel and take out some blue in that same area. And let's say that I like this color correction. Well, one of my options is to click Save. And what it will do is it will save a small file, in this case for curves, that I can then apply to another image. So I'll call this one Acorn Good. And I'm going to go ahead and save it on my desktop. And finally, apply the image. And now if I look on my desktop, here is this special file which I can then use on another image. So I'll go ahead and click back on this other acorn image which was shot during the same photo session, which could stand a little bit of color correction itself. So I'll go ahead and choose Image Adjustment Curves. And this time, instead of trying to do my custom curves correction, I'll just choose the Load button. And in this way, I'm going to go and look for that document which contains the curve corrections. So there it is. I'll click Load, and you can see that it's applied my color correction right to this image. So in this way, you can save out custom corrections and then use them over many different images. Another way to do some basic color correction on an image is to bring up the Variations tool found under the Image menu Adjustments. Choose Variations, and it brings up this tool interface. And the way this basically works is we have the original image and the effect of whatever choices that we've made right here called current pick. We also have some radio buttons that allow us to affect the shadows, the midtones, the highlights, and finally the saturation. And if you choose saturation, notice that we can choose from less or more. I'm going to go back to midtones and talk about this last slider here called fine and coarse. Well, it should become apparent how this works. If I drag this all the way to the right, you can see that my adjustments will be very dramatic or very coarse. And conversely, if I drag it all the way to the left, my adjustments will be very fine and very granulated. So I'll put that back right here where the default is. And also, if we have show clipping enabled, it will show you an out of gamut colors. And that is this bright yellow color here, indicating that these values would not actually be in a printing gamut. If you disable that, it won't show you that gamut warning. I'll go back to this area on my slider and show you how we can make some basic color corrections. And I'll click on highlights. And if I wanted to do some color corrections here, I would simply look at whichever one of these images around my ring in my current pick created a more pleasing effect. So I'm going to add a little bit of yellow by clicking on the more yellow thumbnail here, and maybe add also a little bit more red in the highlights. And I'll click a little bit more yellow again, perhaps a little bit more red again. And now notice how our current pick is different from our original. If we want, we can get back to our original a couple different ways. We can add the opposite colors, choose more blue and more cyan, and more blue and more cyan, and basically it would take us back to our original type of image by adding the opposite colors. Well, I'll make this a little bit more apparent and more dramatic. If we've made a total mess out of our variations, I'll go ahead and make some various adjustments. I can always click on the original thumbnail here and it will replace my current pick with the original unedited version. So there's my original, and now I can go back and begin editing for my variations. And I'll choose saturation here and add a little bit more saturation. And once you're happy with that, you can click OK. Or again, if you need to run this over several images, you might choose to save out this variation as a custom file and then load it on other images. I'll just click OK to that. And you can see how my image updates to show me my color corrected image. So I'll undo that. That's before, and that's current. With traditional film-based photography, you very often add a colored filter to warm up an image or cool off an image, essentially changing the color temperature of your image. Photoshop CS has added that ability in a special adjustment tool called Photo Filter. Choose Image, Menu Adjustment, Photo Filter, and it brings up the Photo Filter tool. The first four filters are traditional film-based filter equivalents, and you can see that we have the number 85 warming filter or the number 81 warming filter. And notice how it essentially makes my image look warmer than the unedited version. And conversely, we could choose a cooling filter, an 80 or an 82, to get a cooling effect. And we could apply any other of these standard colors as well. The density slider will increase or decrease the overall effect of this filtering effect over our image. And if we increase it to 100%, you can see what we get. The default is 25%, creates just a slight effect. If you don't want your image to be darkened at all by this filtering effect, make sure that Preserve Luminosity is enabled. If I disable that, you can see that my image gets noticeably darker. I think this image could stand a little bit of warming, so I'm going to choose the 81 warming filter and click OK to that. So that's my image with the warming filter applied, and I'll undo that. Command Z on the Mac, Control Z on the PC, and you can see the effect before and after. Photoshop CS has some other cool special effects types of adjustments we can choose from, and one of them is we can actually map a gradient to the brightness values in our image. Go to Image, Menu, Adjustment, Gradient Map, and it brings up the Gradient Map tool. Click on the Gradient Preview swatch here, and it brings up the Gradient Editor. And what we can do is simply click on any of these gradient presets. And I'll choose this one right here and click OK, and you can see how it is actually mapping the different brightness values in this gradient to my image. You can reverse that gradient mapping, and you can also add a slight dithering effect by enabling dither. And that's an interesting special effect. I'll undo that and talk about some of the other options left to us in image adjustment. Another option is the posterize option. Choose posterize, and what this will do is it will break your image up into however many levels of brightness that you tell it to right here. So if I choose 4, it will actually create 4 different brightness levels along the 3 different channels. So it's actually giving me 12 different colors. If I choose 3, you can see we get an even more graphic effect. That's posterize. I'll undo that and talk about threshold. Image Menu, Adjustments, choose Threshold, and it brings up the threshold slider. And you can see that what it does is it looks at this slider value here, and any value that is above, in this case 128, will be completely white, and any value that is below this value of 128, which is the middle gray value, will be completely black. So we can adjust our threshold by moving this slider left or right. So this creates a very graphic type of an effect. Finally, Image Menu, Adjustment, Invert will invert the brightness values of any pixel in your image, creating a negative effect. Now, I generally don't often use this on a RGB image, but I'm constantly using this on masks. So it's very helpful to memorize this keyboard shortcut. That's Command-I on the Mac or Control-I on the PC will swap black for white pixels or light for dark pixels. It inverts the brightness values of these pixels. In this tutorial, I want to talk about a very powerful tool which I'm constantly using, and that is the Image Size tool. This tool allows you to adjust the image size. To understand how this tool works, remember that our image here, and I have cropped this to a perfect square, remember that this image is really a grid of pixels. And if we zoom in, of course, you can see the pixels in this image. Okay, I think you get the idea here. I'm going to zoom back out. And I will go to the Image menu and choose Duplicate, which allows me to create a perfect duplicate of this image to work with. So now here's my duplicate image. I'm going to go to Image Menu, Image Size, and what this tool allows me to do is to resize my image and I can add pixels, making this picture larger, or throw out pixels, making this picture smaller. So you can see with image size brought up, and at the very bottom here, resample image is enabled. I can increase this image size by changing some of the values here. I could either change my pixel count or my width or height count, or for that matter, my resolution. But I'm going to just change my width and height, leaving my resolution the same. So I'll just choose 6 inches for the width, and since constrained proportions is enabled, it will make my height also 6. And notice what it has done to my pixel count. It has added 600 pixels. So it has increased it from 1200 pixels by 1200 pixels to 1800 pixels by 1800 pixels. And also notice that the image size dialog box has done a little math for me. It says it was 4.12 megabytes, but if I increase the image to this size, it will increase the file size to 9.27 megabytes. And of course, when I say OK to this, what it's really doing is it's sucking pixels out of the air and putting it into my image. So I've increased it by about 25%. Okay, well, what happens when you really do that? You can do that safely, or I should say visually safely, 25%, but any more than that and you'll begin to soften the image, because remember, these pixels weren't originally in the image. It's doing the best job that it can increasing the image size using the image size tool. But of course, since I didn't have that content to start with in my image, it will make my image a little bit softer. I'm going to undo that and go back to Image Menu, Image Size, and talk about some of these other options. Remember, I had constrained proportions enabled, and that's usually what you want to do. You want to add pixels so it looks normal, and that is proportional. If I disable constrained proportions, notice how this link icon here disappears. If I disable constrained proportions, now I can simply add width or height without affecting the other one. So I'll just choose 6 here and click OK, and it will create a distorted effect. We'll undo that and go back to Image Menu, Image Size, and do the opposite. This time I'll enable constrained proportions, and I will do what's known as down-resing. I'll type in 600 pixels, and notice what it's done. Of course, since this was a 4-inch by 4-inch image at 300 pixels, that would be 1200 pixels across by 1200 pixels high. If I choose 600 pixels and I don't leave my resolution changed, it will have the width or height. And so in this case, I'm actually throwing out every other pixel. And notice how the image size dialog box has done a little math for me. It was 4 megabytes, but it will be 1 megabyte when I click OK to enable this transformation. So in this way, you can enlarge your image or decrease the size of your image. And finally, another feature I like about image size is that you can also choose to type in a percentage. So this way I could just simply type in 50% and I'll get the same effect. Related to image size is the concept of canvas size. Canvas size will allow you to add extra pixels to your image around the edges or based on one side. Currently, I have an image here which is not a layer-based image, and I'll show you how canvas size works. If I wanted to add extra pixels to, say, the right side here, I would do that using canvas size. Image menu, choose canvas size, and it brings up the canvas size tool. And you can see how this works essentially. We have a graphic anchor dialog box or preview area which tells us what side the extra pixels will be added. So if I want it to be added to the right side, I'm going to click on this square right here, indicating that any pixels I add will be added to the right of my target anchor. We also have two ways to think of this. If you disable relative, you see the actual pixel count of your image, and in this way we can type in what we want the resulting image size to be by simply adding pixel count here. So I'll just say 1290, and you can see that it's going to increase the width of my image, in this case 90 pixels, to the right of my anchor. So it is going to add 90 pixels of, in this case, my background color, which happens to be white. For canvas extension color, we have a pull-down menu here. We can choose from foreground or background, and generally the default is background, black, white, or gray, or other. And if you choose other, it brings up the color picker. I'll just stick with the background color so you can see how this works. And there is my 90 additional pixels added to my canvas. I'll undo that and bring up another image I have here. And this particular image is a layered image. And you can see that I have a leaf on its own layer, and I have the background color a light blue. Well, my leaf is a little bit constrained by this canvas size, so I might want to expand the overall canvas, image menu, canvas size. And what I often do is choose relative. And now, whatever value I type in here for width and height will be added to the current width and height pixel count. And for what it's worth, you can choose how you want to add your extra canvas based on percentages or pixels or inches or any of these other measurement units. Usually I stick with pixels. So I will say, let's add 200 pixels to the width and the height, and I'm going to leave my anchor in the center, and that means it's going to add 100 pixels above and 100 pixels below, and 100 pixels to the left and 100 pixels to the right. And notice, since I am working on a layered document, it added simply transparency. So now if I wanted to have a blue background again, I would target my background layer here, and with this foreground color, the same color that I want to use, I'll choose Edit Menu Fill with my foreground color at 100% opacity. So that's how you can use the canvas size to add more pixels to your image to allow you to work on a larger canvas. If you wish, you also might want to invoke Photoshop's rulers on any document. You can do that by going to the View menu and choose Rulers. And I find it's helpful to memorize this keyboard shortcut. That's Command R on the Mac or Control R on the PC to invoke your rulers. And I'll drag my vertical toolbar out of the way so you can see how the rulers work on your image. They are put on the top and to the left side of your image. If you are looking at your rulers and you don't like the particular increments, you can always double click right in the ruler area to bring up the ruler preferences. Brings up the units and rulers section for preferences, and right here is where we can choose a different type of measurement increment. So I'll just choose inches. Usually I stick with pixels. You can also hold down your Control key on the Macintosh or right click on the PC, and it brings up a context-sensitive menu where you can easily and quickly change between measurement units. Well, one nice feature of the rulers is the ability to pull out guides from the ruler. We can use the guides in many ways, but one of the ways is we can, of course, line up objects with our guides. If you want a horizontal guide, go to the top portion of your ruler and click and drag out a guide. And notice how it is, in this case, snapping to the edge of my pixel content on this layer. And when I let go, there is a guide. And to the same extent, I could pull out a vertical guide by going over to the vertical section of the ruler and dragging out a guide this way. Or I can switch while I'm dragging out a horizontal guide by holding down the Option key, and it will toggle to a vertical guide. Now, if you wish to realign the origin point of our ruler, I can click and drag out from this corner section where I want the origin point to start from. And now notice that my origin point 0, 0 starts at the intersection of these two guides. If you want to revert back to the default origin point of the upper left-hand corner of your image, simply double-click in the origin area on your ruler. And you can see now that my origin is set in the upper left-hand corner of the image. If you want to hide your guides, Command H will hide all your extras. And this way you can show or hide your guides. Guides are a wonderful thing in Photoshop, and I use them a lot to help me work in Photoshop. What else can you do with guides? Well, as you saw in the previous movie, you can drag out a guide from your horizontal or vertical ruler by clicking and dragging. And when you let go, it will drop the guide wherever you let go. Notice when I pass over a guide with my mover tool, how the tool icon changes to be this double-headed arrow, and that means that I can click and drag my guide to a new position. Remember that my guide will snap to the edge of my pixel data based on whatever layer I currently have active. So if I choose my leaf layer here, if I click and drag on my guide, notice how it snaps right to the top edge of where this pixel data is. And now if I target my apple layer, I can click and drag down and it will snap, in this case, to the bottom pixel of my apple. Well, to the same extent, if I use my mover tool while I'm working with layers, I can click and drag a pixel data on a layer over to a guide, and when I get near a guide, notice how it snaps right to the edge of that guide. If you want to delete a guide, all you need to do is double-click on that guide, and it will be deleted. I'm going to go ahead and drag out another guide and talk about some other options that we have. We can also lock guides so they cannot be moved. View menu, choose Lock Guides. And now notice if I pass over a guide with my mover tool, my tool does not change to that double-headed arrow, meaning I cannot edit that guide or move it in any way. View menu, you can choose Lock Guides to disable that effect so that you can then edit the guide. Another option that we have is New Guide. View menu, New Guide, and you can type in a precise, in this case, pixel position for our new vertical or horizontal guide. Well, generally, I like to drag out my guides from the edge of my rulers. And I'm going to show you another way that you can precisely position your guides. I'm going to control click on my ruler and choose inches. And if you're on the PC, that's the right mouse button click to bring up our context sensitive menu. And this way we can choose a different measurement units. I'll go ahead and zoom in a couple times and notice when I'm in inches that when I zoom in, I get a more refined ruler. Well, it's easy enough to drag out guides by clicking in the ruler area and dragging them out, and you can see that they slide easy enough if they don't snap to the edge of some pixel data on a layer. If I want to make my guide snap to one of the tick marks on my ruler, while I'm clicking and dragging, hold down the Shift key, and notice now that my guides will snap to the tick marks, in this case, of my ruler. And I can snap right to the 1/2 inch tick mark in this way. So we can precisely place our guides in a couple different ways, as you saw, dragging one out and holding down the Shift key or choosing New Guide. And finally, if you are done with your guides, you can always hide them, Command H on the Macintosh or Control H on the PC. Or if you wish, you can clear them entirely by choosing View Menu, Clear Guides. One nice feature about guides is if you save them with an Adobe Photoshop format, they will always be there for you so that you can use. And guides do not print, so they will not affect your image. They're just used as an alignment tool in Photoshop CS. Another alignment tool available to you in Photoshop is the Grid tool. You can invoke the grid by choosing View Menu, Show Grid. And this will show you the grid over your image. And similar to guides, we have the ability to have things snap to our grid or guides. View Menu, notice that Snap is enabled. And we can also choose Snap To and choose which things we want our snap ability to snap to. I'll choose Snap to Grid, and now notice when I target my apple layer using my mover tool, I can drag around and notice how the apple, in this case the middle of the apple, will snap to any intersection of my grid. If you wish, you can change the way the grid looks by going to the Photoshop Preferences, choose Guides and Grids, and this is where we can choose how we want our grids to look. So currently I'm having one major grid line for every inch and 4 subdivisions in between my 1-inch grid lines. Command H will hide or show all your extras. Of course, you can choose to customize that by going to Show under the View menu and choose precisely which things you wish to show. So you can just choose the grid this way, but not the guides. Another nice feature of working with grids, when you have the Snap feature on, and for this matter it will also work with guides, is other tools besides the mover tool can snap to a grid or a guide. For instance, if I choose my rectangular marquee tool, notice now how my marquee tool snaps to grid coordinates. Another nice feature in Photoshop is the ability to add notes to your image, and you might do this if you want to let somebody know about some type of editing idea that you have for an image. You can see that I've actually added two types of annotations to this image, and I have a text annotation and an audio annotation. If you wish to add a note, choose this tool right here. Press and hold on it, and you can see that we actually have two options, the text space note or an audio annotation note. Of course, this assumes that you have a microphone hooked up to your computer in order to record your audio note. Now, due to the nature of this training tutorial, I cannot actually record an audio note, but I have actually recorded an audio note for you right here. All I need to do is double click on this note icon to play it. Well, there's my audio annotation, and you can see if I double click on this text-based note, it brings it up, showing me this little note area. So if I want to add another text-based note, all I need to do is select the note tool, and notice when I do that, I get this type of tool cursor, and all I need to do is click anywhere in my image, and it brings up another little notepad. I can type in whatever I want, and then click on the close button to close that notepad. Again, if I want to see it, all you need to do is double click on it, and this way you can see all your various notes that have been added to this image. View menu, show, and you can choose annotations. And again, Command H will show you everything, unless of course you have that edited under the show options here. So I'll bring up annotations, and now Command H will show me my guides and grids as well as note icons. If you want to delete any note in your image, just click on it and hit the delete key. So this is a great way of annotating a Photoshop document. However, remember, if you are going to add an audio note, it can increase your file size. An awesome addition to Photoshop is the ability to script a series of steps and save those as what is called an action in Photoshop. And then, of course, you can replay them, these actions, over an image, and it will do all your steps very quickly. So to give you an idea of how we can use actions, bring up the Actions palette. If you're not looking at the Actions palette, go to the Window menu and choose Actions. Photoshop comes with a default set of actions, and you can see here in our Actions palette that there is this folder icon. Click on the triangle next to the folder icon, and it will show you all the individual actions that are in this particular set. So this folder icon is a set of actions. Well, I'm going to go ahead and close that, and at the bottom of the Actions palette, I am going to create a new set of actions by clicking on the folder icon. So I'm going to call this one AJH1. This is my new set. And now in my new empty set, I'm going to create a new action. And the way you do that is you click on the new action icon at the bottom of the Actions palette. Right here. It brings up this dialog box asking me to name my action. So I'll just call this one Test 1 for now. and what set do we want to have that action be in, and I'll just choose the one that I just created. And another nice feature is we can assign a function key to your action if you wish right here. And we could also give it a special color. I'll choose red. When we are ready to begin recording our action, click Record. Now, one nice feature about actions is it does not take the same amount of time as however long you take to create your action. It will just record the actual steps that it can play back on another image. So for this particular action, I'm going to do a few things. I'm going to go ahead and edit the overall color by choosing levels. Command L brings up my levels. I'll make it a little bit more contrasty this way. And now I think I'll also choose my curves. And do a little bit of color correction. Image menu, image size, and I'll make this a much smaller image, say 400 pixels across. And there's my new image, reduced in size. And finally, I think I'll run a sharpening filter over it. Notice that each operation that I did added a special sub-action to my action right here in my actions palette. So once I'm done with my action, notice at the bottom of the actions palette we have some basic VCR-like controls. The red record button, which is currently active because I've created my new action, I'm recording it, and the stop button to stop recording my action. So I'll go ahead and click the stop button. Now I'm done recording my action and I can play it back. Before I go ahead and play it back, I want to talk about a few more options in our actions palette. If you see a check next to any of our sub actions here, means it's going to go ahead and do this particular feature of our action. So in this case, it's going to run levels. If I declick that check, it won't run the levels, but it'll go ahead and go on to the next portion of my action. Also, if you have an icon that looks like this next to any portion of your action, it will bring up the dialog box, temporarily halting the action, allowing you to edit that particular parameter or dialog box function for that action. So if you don't want to have your action stopped so that you have to interact in any way, make sure that there are no dialog box icons in this column of your action. So with my action recorded, I'm going to go ahead and just click on the triangle next to my one action and click on it to select it so it is highlighted. Choose my other image that I want to run my action on, and with my action selected in the actions palette, go down to the bottom of the actions palette and click on the play button. And there we go. It's all done. It did all those edits very quickly. Finally, if you don't want to keep your action anymore, you can throw it away by selecting it and clicking on the trash can icon or dragging it down to the trash can icon. So actions are a great way of speeding up repetitive tasks that you might want to run over a series of images. Since you're a power user of Photoshop and no doubt many other applications, you are familiar with using keyboard shortcuts. Notice if you pull down any menu in Photoshop, such as the File menu, that you can choose any of these options, but there's also a keyboard shortcut. So if we want to do something like Select All, the keyboard shortcut, of course, is Command A. And now we've selected all. Command D for deselect. Well, we can program exactly how we want our keyboard shortcuts to work in Photoshop. And this is new to Photoshop CS, creating the ability to really customize the keyboard shortcuts to the way you work. If you want to do that, go to the Edit menu and choose Keyboard Shortcuts. And it brings up this Keyboard Shortcuts dialog box. Now, the Set pull-down menu at the top allows us to choose from any custom set we have, or go back to the Photoshop defaults. Now, I've made one change. I'll go ahead and choose Photoshop defaults, and it's going to ask me if I want to change my edits that I've made. I'm going to go ahead and choose Don't Save. I have reverted back to my default set of keyboard shortcuts. Notice we have another pull-down menu, essentially breaking up this tool into 3 sections. Shortcuts for our application menus, those are these menus at the top of the screen. Shortcuts for palette menus, and shortcuts for the Tools palette itself. So for instance, if I wanted to change Command A, which is Select All, to something else, I would go to the Select section here and click on the triangle to open it and see all my options for the Select menu. And here is All. If I wanted to change it to something else, I would click on that keyboard shortcut and I'll type in a new one, such as Command M. And notice what Photoshop is telling me. It's already in use. If I choose Command M, it is currently being used for Image Menu Adjustments Curves. And if I want to accept this, I can click the Accept button or click right on the warning triangle. And now it has been accepted. If at any time you want to go back to defaults, click Use Default, and it will switch it back to the default setting for that keyboard shortcut. You can delete any keyboard shortcut you want by clicking Delete Shortcut, and now that keyboard shortcut has been deleted. If you want to save out your own custom set of keyboard shortcuts, make any changes you want and click the Save button, and it will bring up a Save dialog box asking you to name your own custom set of keyboard shortcuts. So I'll just call this one AJH1. And now notice that I can choose from at least 2 types of keyboard shortcuts, my own and the Photoshop defaults. If you want to get rid of the set, click on the trash can icon. Another nice feature of designing your own keyboard shortcuts is the ability to save out an HTML document which summarizes your keyboard shortcuts. Once you've created all the edits that you want for your keyboard shortcuts, click Summarize, and it will essentially bring up a Save dialog box asking you where you want to save your keyboard shortcut HTML document, which describes and documents all of your own keyboard shortcuts. So I've actually saved one right here. I'll click Cancel and cancel this and show you with my web browser up. This is what the keyboard shortcuts HTML document looks like, and it details all of my keyboard shortcuts. So if I wish, I could post this online somewhere or simply print it out to have a detailed record of all of my custom keyboard shortcuts. So it's a great new feature in Photoshop CS, the ability to really customize the way you use Photoshop using keyboard shortcuts. Honestly, one of the most powerful tools you can use in Photoshop is the Layers palette and editing an image to create a layered base effect. In order to understand how Layers works, bring up the Layers palette, and if you're not seeing the Layers palette, go to the Window menu and choose Layers. And it will show you the Layers palette. You can see here I have an image with multiple layers, and imagine, if you will, that your eye is at the top of this Layers palette looking down through the various layers all the way to the bottom. For any layer on the layer palette, if you are seeing a checkerboard background, that indicates transparent areas on this layer. Imagine a layer as a sheet of glass or transparent acetate that you can add pixel data on that layer and then move it around independent of other layers. So with this current layer selected, I'm going to choose my mover tool and click and drag the pixel data just on this layer to reposition it. Also notice that this particular layer has a special effect attached to it. In this case, it's a drop shadow, and I'll talk, of course, more about that in a later tutorial. But one nice thing about layers are these special effects which we can add to a layer and turn on or off without affecting the pixel data on that particular layer. And as you might suspect, we can, of course, rearrange the stacking order of these layers by clicking and dragging on a thumbnail, and I'm going to drag it down between another layer. So I'm going to drag it between the apple and my other mark here, and you can see now that the order of my layers has been changed. The way you work with layers, of course, is you simply click on a particular thumbnail or layer name, and that is now our targeted layer that whatever effect or mark we make will be applied to that layer. So if I choose my apple layer and choose something like my paintbrush tool and begin painting, you can see that I've edited this layer and my layer thumbnail has been updated to show you that that mark has been attached to this layer. And we can, of course, confirm that by doing something such as moving the layer, or simply temporarily hiding this layer by clicking on the eyeball icon next to the layer thumbnail. That will temporarily hide the pixel data on this layer. And the last thing I want to say about layers before I move into more detail about working with layers is the preferred format to save a layer document is the Photoshop format. It maintains all the different aspects of layers, including the special effects and also something known as adjustment layers, which we'll be talking about in a later tutorial. Because if you want, of course, you can save out this layer document and come back and edit it again later, assuming you save it as a Photoshop format image. So layers are a very powerful way of creating sophisticated graphics in Photoshop using all these various tools that we've talked about. Well, when you work with layers, how do you create layers and add layers to your image? Well, there are several ways, as you might suspect, in Photoshop. One way is to drag another layer from another document. So I actually happen to have another image here on its own layer. Notice my leaf is floating over this blue background. Well, with my leaf layer targeted and selected, and I know that it is selected because I clicked on it and it shows me it's highlighted, I can use the mover tool to drag from this image into my other image, and when I let go, it will add it as a new layer. And you can see that relative to my other layers, it's very large. Well, what if I didn't like that? I might want to delete that layer, and it's easy enough to do. What I can do is click on this thumbnail, click and drag it down to the trash can icon. And that layer will be deleted from my image. Another way we could add a layer is to go to an image with a selection active, and you can see that I have this flower selected. And what I'm going to do is choose Edit Menu, Copy, and copy that pixel data to the clipboard. Make my layer document the targeted image, and choose Edit Menu, Paste. And notice what it does is it pastes that pixel data on its own new layer. And finally, if I wanted to delete this, I could, of course, click and drag it down to the trash can icon, or I could simply click on the trash can icon, and Photoshop is going to ask me if I want to actually delete this layer. I'm going to go ahead and say yes to that. But actually, I'm going to undo that and show you another option that you have for deleting layers. So I'll Command Z that. And another option is to choose Option. Click on the trash can icon. So press down the Option key and click on the trash can icon, and it will simply delete it without asking you if you want to delete it. So that's Option, click on the trash can, or Alt click trash can on the PC. We can, of course, create a new empty layer at any time by clicking on the new layer icon, and it will be added above the currently selected layer. So if I select this layer right here with this diagonal gradient shape here, and I click on the new layer icon, notice it has created a new empty layer in between my diagonal shape and the apple. And so now if I go ahead and paint with a new color here, notice that I've put that paint mark on this new empty layer. And the last way I want to show that you can create a new layer is to copy a currently existing layer. And I often do this to create for instance, a background type of effect. If I wanted to create a special effect for my apple, I might copy this apple. And the way I can do that is click and drag this apple layer down to the new layer icon. And notice it creates an exact copy of the layer in perfect registration. And if you don't believe that, I'll use my layer mover icon or layer mover tool and click and drag on that layer, and there is my new copy of that layer which I copied. So those are several ways that you can create new layers by copying and pasting data, or dragging one layer from one document into another layer, or simply copying pixel layer data as a new layer itself. Well, how do you select layers to manipulate in Photoshop CS? There are several ways to do that. The most obvious way is to simply bring up the Layers palette and click on the thumbnail icon or the name of the layer that you want to manipulate. So if I wanted to manipulate this apple layer by moving it, I would click on the thumbnail, and I can see that it's highlighted here, and that means that that is my currently targeted layer. And now I could do something such as move it around. Well, I'm going to show you a couple ways that you can select layers. But in order to do this a little bit more effectively, I'm actually going to name my layers. I'm going to click and then double click on the name of the layer, and it will make it editable. So you can see that now I can edit this layer name. So I'm going to call this one Apple 1. And I will double click on the layer name and make that editable too. And I'll call this one Purple Mark. And I'll call this one Gradient, and I think you get the idea here. So with these layers now named, another option that I have is that I can simply pass over the area of any layer here and hold down the Control key on the Macintosh or right click on the PC, And if I click right on a particular pixel that might contain pixel data for any of these layers, so you can see that wherever I clicked here, it brings up this context-sensitive menu, allowing me to scroll down and choose whichever layer that I want to edit based on whatever pixel that I clicked on. So wherever I picked, there are, in this case, at least 4 layers that I could choose from. So if I choose Apple 1 and let go, now that's the layer that I would be editing, and I'll try that again. Control, click, and I'll choose gradient, and now that I can move the gradient layer. So to show you again how that works, notice right here, if I click in this spot, I will choose one of 3 layers: my purple mark, or this mark in the background, which according to my layers palette is called layer 2, or my background image, because those are the 3 layers that would have pixel data under where I clicked if I chose Control Click. Well, that's pretty cool, and of course it helps to name your layers, particularly if you are working with a very complicated multi-layer document. Another option that you have for selecting layers is to choose Auto Select Layers. If you enable this, whatever layer you click on that has pixel data will be selected. So if I click on my topmost apple, now I can move my apple around. And if I click on this apple, this is the first layer that has pixel data underneath wherever I click. We'll make that layer currently the active selectable layer. And so on and so forth. Well, this is a nice way of easily and quickly selecting layers as long as they don't overlap too much. If they do overlap, this is not necessarily as helpful as you might think. Another option I have with working with layers when you are using the Mover tool is to enable Show Bounding Box. If you enable Show Bounding Box, it puts this dashed rectangular box around all the pixel data on this layer. So if I choose a different layer by simply clicking on another layer, notice how the bounding box is created around the edge of this layer, or the pixel data on this layer, and so on and so forth. Well, to show you how this bounding box works, I think I might choose my brush tool here, and while I have selected my apple layer, make a quick mark on this layer and go back to my Mover tool, and notice how the bounding box has expanded to include this pixel data. Well, I'll get rid of that pixel data by using my rectangular marquee tool and dragging around this mark and hitting the delete key to get back to my original bounding box. Well, what I can do with this bounding box is distort the pixel data on this layer, such as make my apple larger or smaller. And all I need to do is simply click on one of the handlebars on this bounding box, and once you do that, instead of a dashed line, I get a solid line. And now notice how my options palette has changed, indicating that I'm now in essentially a free transform mode, and I can distort the shape of my apple using some various tools here. At the center of my bounding box is the origin point. That's this little target icon, and this relates to this graphic right here in my options palette. Notice that the origin is directly in the center of my apple. I can change the origin point by clicking on any of these other handlebar buttons on this preview here, and that will replace the origin point for any transformation that I wish to make. The X and Y values here are measured by measuring from the upper left-hand corner of my image. So with my origin point in the middle of the image, its exact location in this case is 251 pixels down and 253 pixels into my image. I could also click on the triangle icon and have a relative positioning instead. Let's talk about some of the ways we can distort our image using the free transform mode. And one of the ways is, of course, we can rotate our pixel data on this layer. Notice when I'm outside my bounding box, my tool becomes a double-headed rotated arrow. So I can click and drag to rotate my apple. And when I do that, notice how this value right here, the rotate value, changes. I could also simply type in a value by selecting that and typing in, say, 30, and it will be rotated 30 degrees. Or another way I could rotate this is to come up to the rotate angle icon and click and drag left or right to give it a very precise positioning measured in degrees. I'll go ahead and select that and type in 0 and show you how we could enlarge or reduce the size of this apple. I could go to my corner handlebar here and click and drag up to enlarge my apple, and I could also distort it non-proportionally by clicking and dragging down. Well, I'll Command Z that to go back to my undistorted apple. And another option that I have here is I could simply type in a particular value for width and height. And if I wanted to maintain the aspect ratio so it did not change the aspect ratio, I could click on this link icon. And now when I clicked and dragged my corner handlebar, it would always enlarge or reduce proportionally. And another way you can do that is if your link icon is not enabled, hold down the Shift key when you click and drag on one of the corner handlebar icons. We also have the ability to skew horizontally and vertically. Hold down your Command key and click and drag on one of the center handlebars and we can skew our image. And that would be the Control key on the PC. And notice how it is changing my value for horizontal skew. And similar to typing in a value for rotate, I could type in a value for my horizontal skew. And I could also do the same for my vertical skew. So you can type in values to distort your image using this free transform tool, or you can go to one of the handlebars and do this visually in a freehand manner. And if you don't like what you've done, hit Command Z to undo. Or you can also click the international don't symbol here, and it will completely take you back to the unedited version of your layer before you started making any kind of manipulations. However, if you do like the transformation that you've made and you want to commit to this transformation, click on the check icon here, or you can also hit the Enter key and it will commit to that free transform distortion. If you don't have bounding box enabled, you can always get to the free distortion options by choosing Edit menu, Free Transform, and it will bring up the bounding box for the free transform. And you can also get there by choosing Command T on the Macintosh or Control T to bring up the free transform bounding box around your layer pixel data. Notice on your layers palette you have a section called Lock, and next to the word lock there are 4 icons which allow us to lock various aspects of our layers from editing. Well, the first icon here is this checkered board icon, and what this means is it locks the transparency so that we can't edit where there is transparency. So with it unlocked, if I choose something like my brush tool here, I can, of course, paint on my layer. And notice how my layer thumbnail has been updated to show me how I have edited that layer. Well, I'll undo that, Command Z, and click on the transparency layer lock. And now, when I paint, notice that only where there is pixel data my paint will be affected, or the pixel data will be affected with my paint, I should say. And that's because I've locked the transparent area from being edited. So I'll undo that and talk about the next type of lock, and that is the editing lock. This particular lock means that I cannot edit my image pixel data. So if I choose my paintbrush with my Apple layer targeted, notice that I have the international don't symbol, which means if I try to paint, Photoshop brings up this dialog box saying that I can't because this layer is locked from pixel editing. To the same extent, if I try to fill my image with color, I get the same warning. So I can't edit the pixel data at all on this layer. And since I can't edit the pixel data at all in this layer, that also means that the transparency is locked as well. So the brush icon lock will lock the pixel data and the transparency from editing. The next type of lock I could choose would be this lock, and this means that I cannot move my pixel data. So I can paint on this layer, but if I try to move it using the mover tool, I get Photoshop warning telling me I can't move it because my layer is locked for movement. The last lock will lock all aspects from pixel editing, transparency, and movement. And notice when I click this lock icon, I get a solid lock icon next to the name on my layer. That locks all aspects of editing on my layer. If I just choose one of the other locks, my lock is a light gray lock. So in this way, you can position your layer or perfect your layer exactly how you want it, and then lock it from editing by clicking on the lock icon, and you will not be able to edit this until you unlock the layer for editing purposes. Well, how do you control a layer's opacity in Photoshop CS? And there are a handful of ways. Notice when I have a layer targeted on the layers palette, one of my options at the very top of the layers palette is the opacity slider. Click on this little triangle icon and it brings up a slider here. I can now drag the slider to the left to decrease the opacity or increase the transparency, and notice how I can now see through my layer to underlying layers. Of course, the opacity is measured in percentages. A new quick way, new to Photoshop CS, of controlling the opacity is simply to pass over the word opacity and click and drag to the left to decrease it, or click and drag to the right to increase it all the way up to 100%. Now, if you currently have selected the Layer Mover tool so that you could, of course, click and drag and move your tool, another way that you can control opacity is to simply hit any one of the numbered keys, 1 through 0, and that will take you to that 10% value of opacity. So 5 will be 50%, 2 will be 20%, 8 will be 80%, and 0 will be 100%. And if you can type really quickly, you can go to a precise opacity level when you have your Layer Mover tool selected. So if I type 45, I will get exactly 45% opacity. In a tutorial coming up, I'm going to show you how you can control custom opacity effects by using what is known as a layer mask. What if you wanted to move more than one layer at once? Well, there's a quick way you can do that. You can link layers for movement and things like such as free transform. Notice with my currently selected Apple layer and my mover tool selected, of course, I can click and drag on this layer and it will move all the pixel data on this layer. If I wanted to move also my diagonal gradient at the same time, I would click right here. And notice what it does is it adds a link icon. Now, that means that this layer movement has been linked to this layer. And if I click and drag now, notice that both of these layers move exactly the same way. And we can also add to our linking by adding another link icon to another layer. Now all three of these layers are linked. I'm going to unlink that layer by declicking the link icon and show you a nice feature that you can take advantage of when you link layers. Another feature, of course, is the ability to free transform pixel data on a layer, but if you have a layer linked, then it will free transform the pixel data on all of the linked layers. Edit menu, Free Transform, puts my free transform bounding box around, in this case, all the pixel data in both layers. And I'll go ahead and commit to this free transform by clicking on the check box icon right here. And when you're done, you can easily delink one pixel data layer from another by clicking on the link icon so that you don't see it. It's important to understand that if I link this layer by making sure that the link icon is selected, if I select this layer, notice that the link relationship is maintained because these two layers are linked together. So no matter which of these two layers that I select, they will both be moved together since they were both linked to each other. Another way you can take advantage of linking is to align and distribute linked items. So I'm going to go ahead and target my Apple layer, and with that Apple layer targeted, I'm going to go ahead and link my three additional layers, the pumpkin, the flower, and the leaf. And notice, as soon as I link more than one item, well, I'll just go ahead and delink it. If I link just one item to my image, to my Apple layer here, I could take advantage of this first set of 6 buttons. And these are the alignment buttons because I need at least one layer data to be linked to another in order to align. If I have more than 2 linked, such as 3 or more, then I can also take advantage of the distribution buttons right here. So I'll go ahead and add another item to my linked collection and go ahead and I'll link these 4. So now let's talk about this first set of 6 buttons here. Notice that we have 6 buttons broken up, in this case on the horizontal, and then the next 3 buttons are on the vertical. And then there is this dashed line here breaking up my other set of distribution buttons. Well, what these buttons do is they allow me to, in this case, align based on the topmost pixel of my targeted layer. So if I click on this button, all of my linked items will align based on the topmost pixel of my apple layer and the topmost pixel on any of the linked layers. Well, let's see how that works. Sure enough, they've all lined up to the top. Well, I'll undo that. And to the same extent, we could have all of these layers align based on the middle point of my apple. We'll undo that. And we also have the option for the bottommost pixel of the pixel data on that layer. And so I think you get the idea. We can also do that for the left and right or center of my apple. This next set of tools allow you to distribute the space between, in this case, on the horizontal axis, the bottommost and the topmost pixels. So here is the bottommost pixel of my linked layer on my pumpkin here, and the topmost pixel of the targeted layer for my distribution. Now, if I do something such as click on this middle alignment button, it will distribute the space in between the vertical centers of all my linked items. And we can also distribute the space on the horizontal axis, so it will look, in this case, to the center left or right of my targeted layer and the center left or right of my farthest left layer. So it will be the leaf right here. And if I do something such as distribute based on the centers, it will distribute the alignment on the vertical axis. So these are some very powerful ways that you can create some very precise alignment and distribution of pixel data on linked layers. Of course, as soon as you delink these things, these tools are no longer available to you. Well, you've seen how we can link layers, but we can also organize layers with some other tools such as layer sets. A layer set is essentially a folder in which we can store layers to organize them with other layers. If you want to create a layer set, there are a handful of ways to do that. You can click on this icon right here and it will create a new empty layer set. So there's my new layer set. It adds it above the targeted layer. And what I can do is double click right on the name there and give it a new name. So I'll call this one fruit. And you can see that currently there's nothing in this layer set. If I wanted to add layers to my layer set, all I need to do is click and drag a layer thumbnail into the layer set, move down over it, and you can see that when it's highlighted, all I need to do is let go, and it will be added to the layer set, and it shows it to you slightly offset from these other layers. So I'm going to go ahead and add the pumpkin also to this layer set. And now one of my options is I can close my layer set to make more space on the layers palette by clicking on this triangle icon right here. So now inside this layer set, of course, are 2 layers, and I can control the opacity for all the pixel data on both those layers by selecting just the layer set and changing the opacity for the layer set, and it will affect all the layers in the layer set. I can also hide all the layers in the layer set by clicking on the eyeball icon right here. So the eyeball icon shows or hides whatever pixel data is on that layer. Another nice feature of working with layer sets, or layers for that matter, is we can colorize them as another way to label the layer or layer set. I'm going to go to my layer menu and choose layer set properties, and it allows us, of course, to give it a name, and we can also give it a new color as well. And this is also where we can choose which one of, in this case, our 3 channels we want to be visible. So normally you want all 3 channels to be visible, but we can turn on or turn off individual channels right here. And if I wanted to label this layer, I could do the same thing with that layer targeted, choose layer properties, and we can give this layer a different color as well. Another way that you can create layer sets is from linked layers. So with this plant layer selected, I'm going to go ahead and link the flower and the leaf. And from the layer palette menu, choose New Set from Linked. And it will bring up the Layer Set Properties dialog box, asking me to give it a name. So now here are my 2 layer sets, and another nice new feature in Photoshop CS is the ability to nest layer sets within other sets. So I can drag this layer set actually inside another layer set. And here you can see my other layer set, which I can turn off or on individually, independent of the other layer sets or layers in this layer set. So this is a great way of organizing very complex layered images by putting layers inside of layer sets, and for that matter, you can also put other layer sets inside of layer sets. Finally, if you want, you can collapse all of the pixel data inside your layer set back to one layer. So with my layer set selected, from the layer palette menu, choose Merge Layer Set, and it will collapse all the various layers onto one layer. Now, the significance of this is, of course, that we cannot move any of these layers individually anymore because they're now collapsed all onto one layer. Well, very often when you're working with very large files and multiple layers, of course that will add up in terms of file size, and it can slow down your processor. So at some point you might want to collapse layers together to save on processor speed and file space. There are several ways you can do that in Photoshop, and in this tutorial I want to show you some of those ways. With my top apple selected of these 3 layers, and for what it's worth, notice that I have my apple layer here. I also have a glow layer in the background and a shadow layer. I created this shadow type effect. So these are all 3 separate layers currently, but if I needed to save space or wanted to collapse them because I wanted to commit myself to this particular effect with these 3 layers, there are several ways that I could do that. One way is to target the topmost layer, and from the Layers menu, choose Merge Down, and it will drop that layer onto the layer underneath. And I could do that again, Merge Down. And now all 3 of these layers have been collapsed together, and I can move them around as one layer because they are one layer. I'm going to undo that and show you another way that you can merge layers. You can merge linked layers quite easily. So with one layer selected, I'm going to link these 2 layers, and in one step from the layer menu, choose Merge Linked, and it will collapse all the linked layers that you are currently targeting onto one layer. I'm going to undo that. And another way I often use this technique is to group these layers into a set. So with these linked layers, currently linked, from my Layers palette menu, choose New Set from Linked, and I'll just call it Set 2. And here is my new layer set. I can choose to merge the layer set. And finally, you can collapse all of the layers onto the background, and that is called flattening your image. So there are no more layers supporting transparency. From the Layers palette menu, choose Flatten Image. And in this case, it's asking me if I want to discard hidden layers because I have a set here of layers that I'm not seeing since I have the visibility icon off. So I could choose to say OK to that, and it will flatten all of my layers down to the background image. If I wanted to create a custom transparent effect on my apple, well, I could use one of my several selection tools to select an area and delete it. And sure enough, it looks like a bite has been taken out of the apple, but of course what I've really done is I have deleted permanently those pixels from this layer, so I couldn't go back and edit that. And to the same extent, I could use something like the eraser tool, and that will do the same type of thing. It will permanently delete pixels from my layer. If I wanted to go back and edit that, I would have to do something like undo several times or go back and access my histories palette. Well, I want to show you a technique where you can create non-destructive transparency effects by using what's known as a layer mask. This is the layer mask icon, and I'm going to click on it to add a layer mask to this particular layer. So I'll go ahead and click on it, and you can see if I make my palette a little bit larger that what we have here is a white mask affecting the transparency of this layer so that you can see through to underneath layers. Well, if it's white and there's no effect, what I can do, of course, is paint with black. So I'm going to choose my paintbrush tool and make sure that black is selected. And now I'm going to paint back an area here to make it transparent. And notice how my layer mask is being updated to show me the effect. Well, if I make a mistake and I'm painting with black, if I switch to white, I'll paint back the opacity. So this is a way you can non-destructively edit your transparency effect on your layer and always be able to go back and make any types of corrections that you need. And to the same extent, I could choose my lasso tool, and while I'm working on my layer mask, create a selection, and again, this is actually my layer mask, and I'll go ahead and fill that with black. And again, I haven't really edited any of my pixels because it is going through this layer mask. If you want to see the layer mask and what you're actually editing, hold the Option key down or the Alt key on the PC and click on the layer mask thumbnail in the Layers palette. So that's the actual mask that is controlling the transparency effect for this layer. So that's Option click on the layer mask to see it, and Option click again to bring back my RGB values. If you want to temporarily disable your layer mask, you can shift click on the layer mask thumbnail in the layers palette, and notice Photoshop puts a big red X over your layer mask, meaning it's not being used even though it does exist. And if you want to reuse it, shift click on the layer mask thumbnail in the layers palette and it will be used again. I'm going to go ahead and create more of a custom transparency effect here by painting back. And notice that where my layer mask is perfectly black, I get a 100% transparent effect, but wherever there is a particular gray value in my mask, I get a semi-transparent effect. Of course, you can save this with your Photoshop format image, and you can always come back and edit this at any time when you reopen your Photoshop document. Lastly, if I delete my layer mask by dragging it down to the trash can icon, it's going to ask me if I want to apply the effect or discard the layer mask. If I choose discard, I'll get back my apple without any kind of transparency effect. I'll undo that and show you the apply. I'll drag it down to the trash can again. And if I choose apply, it will actually delete the pixels the way you see it through the layer mask while deleting the layer mask. And now notice my layer thumbnail updates to show me the new custom transparency as created by my layer mask and deleting it. I'm going to undo that and talk about one last option that you have with the layer mask. Notice if I choose my mover tool and move my apple, the custom transparency effect stays with the apple. Well, that makes sense. And the reason it does is that there is a link icon between my RGB apple layer data and the layer mask. If I declick the link icon, depending on which one of these I target, if I target my apple, now notice if I move my apple, the transparency effect does not move. And conversely, I could select my layer mask by clicking on the layer mask icon. And notice when I do select the layer mask, I know that this is selected for two reasons. I have a mask icon here as opposed to the brush icon when I click on the RGB. That means that is the RGB content of this layer, and I see the brush icon. Also, whichever one of these thumbnails I have selected has a large black border around it. That means that's the one I'm currently editing. Well, with my layer mask selected and the link icon disabled, now I can move the transparency effect of my layer mask without moving the RGB content of my apple. So this is a very powerful way of creating non-destructive custom transparency effects on layers. You can create what is called a clipping group to clip the edges of one layer based on pixel data from another layer. Well, notice I have my flower layer here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the flower layer's pixel data to clip the edges of my apple, and it's probably easy enough to show you how to do that. If you want to create a clipping group, hold down your Option key on the Mac or the Alt key on the PC and click the line between two layers. And notice when I hold down the Option key that I get this special icon when I pass over the line between two layers, and that means all I need to do is click to create a clipping group. And now notice the effect that is taking place. The edge of my flower is being used as essentially a mask to clip the edge of the pixel data for the layer that's in my clipping group. Now this does not affect movement in any way. So for instance, if I target my apple layer and move it around, you can see the effect that the clipping group has. Also, I want to point out the way the layers palette has been updated. My object that is inside the clipping group is slightly offset, and there's a little arrow pointing down. And whatever is the owner of the clipping group or causing the clipping effect has an underline under its name. If you want to release something from the clipping group, option click on the line in between again, and it's been released. I'm going to go ahead and add my apple back to the clipping group here. And now I'll add this leaf as well. So here's the leaf, and I'll drag it up. And you can see that it's not part of my clipping group, but I can add this to the clipping group as well by doing the option click in between these two layer lines here. And now my leaf has been added to the clipping group as well. One of my all-time favorite ways of using layers in Photoshop is adding what is known as an adjustment layer above any layer which contains pixels. An adjustment layer doesn't contain pixels so much as it applies an effect to underlying layers through a mask. With my apple layer targeted, I'm going to go down to the adjustment layer icon at the bottom of the layers palette. Click and hold on this, and it brings up a list of various adjustments. These are the same types of adjustments that are found under Image Menu Adjustment, with the exception that they don't run this type of adjustment right on the pixel data. They add it as an effects layer, if you will. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a hue saturation adjustment layer. So I'm going to choose hue saturation. And notice it brings up the hue saturation dialog box. And to make this fairly straightforward and evident, I'm going to change my hue dramatically here. And I'll click OK to that. Notice what it's done is it's added this adjustment layer thumbnail to my layers palette. And again, the way this works is it does this particular adjustment through this mask, just like a layer mask. So if I wanted to, I could create a customized, localized effect by painting back areas that I don't want to be affected. So if my layer mask is white and it is affecting everything underneath this adjustment layer, if I paint with black, I'll paint back the effect. And notice how my adjustment layer mask is being updated. And similar to layer masks, your adjustment layer mask can also have areas which aren't 100% affected or 0% affected if it has gray valued pixels. Option click on the adjustment layer mask to see the actual mask right here. And option click again to show you the RGB. Shift clicking on the adjustment layer mask will temporarily disable the mask. And shift clicking again on the adjustment layer mask thumbnail will re-invoke it. Well, what's so great about adjustment layers is that this is another way to non-destructively edit your image. If you don't like this effect, we can go back and change it by double-clicking on the adjustment layer thumbnail. And if you double-click on it, it will bring up those controls. So here's my hue saturation controls again. We can go ahead and make some more changes to it. And if you want to see what this looks like without the adjustment layer, we can always temporarily disable it by clicking on the eyeball icon next to the adjustment layer and see what it looks like without the adjustment layer. And since this is a layer, we can control this effect in another way, and that is by changing this layer's opacity. notice now that the effect is only 50% over my image, or 54% actually. If I wanted my adjustment layer effect to only affect the apple and not all underneath layers, because that's what the adjustment layer will do, it affects all layers underneath it, I'm going to add the adjustment layer to a clipping group controlled by the edge of the apple. So I will option click on the line between my apple layer and the adjustment layer, and now it will only affect the apple. I'm going to go ahead and click on the adjustment layer icon at the bottom of the layers palette to show you all the various adjustment layers that you can add. You can add levels, curves, color balance, brightness and contrast, hue saturation. Well, you can see it's a very long list of adjustment layers, and with each adjustment layer you of course get this mask that controls where the effect is applied. Another way I like to use adjustment layers is to add one. So I'll go ahead and throw this adjustment layer in the trash and add it again by going to my adjustment layer icon at the bottom of the layers palette and bring up hue saturation and make a dramatic change here and click OK. And since we know that if it's a white mask, everything is being affected underneath it, another option that you have is to invert the brightness value of this mask so that no pixels are being affected underneath it. So that's Command I inverts my brightness value so it turns white pixels into black. And now I can paint with white to custom paint on this effect. You recall when we talked about different types of blending modes when we were using something like the paintbrush. Well, notice that we have that option here in the layers palette as well. We can change a layers blending mode so that it mixes in a different way with underlying layers. When you copy and paste a layer, the default blending mode is normal, and it shows up as you would expect, copying and pasting pixels. But let's look at some of these other types of blending modes. Dissolve will give you a more granulated edge effect. Doesn't look that different. But if we choose something such as darken, notice what happens is that only the darker pixels will show up compared to lighter pixels in the background. So wherever my ground was light here, my darker pixels are winning, if you will. And if I drag this over to a darker area, you can see that my darker pixels become more transparent. Multiply is another great option. It looks a little bit like combining two transparencies. Some of these blending modes have fairly complex ways that they're calculating their effect, and it's a little bit easier to simply try them out and see if they create a result that is to your liking. Lighten is the opposite of darken, and it will compare the pixel values, or in this case the brightness values, of the underlying layer with your current layer, and whichever pixels are lighter will be the ones that show up. Screen is very much like printing two negatives together. We'll create a lighter effect always. Difference and exclusion can create some very interesting effects. hue will use our transparent layer's hue values over the base layer. So it's a very subtle way of working with blending modes, but you can see a slight change here. Saturation will use our transparent layer's pixels saturation values over the base layer. And finally, luminosity will use our layer's brightness values, but use the hue and saturation values of the base layer. So it's a lot of fun playing with different types of blending modes when you're using layers that support transparency. Could there be any more to learn about layers? Well, of course there is. And I want to talk to you about some of the advanced blending options available to you. You can bring up the blending options quite easily by double-clicking on the thumbnail icon in the Layers palette. So I'm going to go ahead and double-click right on my sunflower here, and it's going to bring up the advanced blending options. It actually brings up this larger interface for all sorts of style options, but notice this one section is selected. We can select different sections by clicking right on the name on this left-hand side list, but I'm going to talk about this one, the blending options. And I'm going to drag this interface a little bit out of the way so that we can see how it affects the transparent layer over here that contains my sunflower image. Notice that we have the same pull down menu for different blending modes as well as the opacity control right here. We can also choose to disable individual channels for this particular layer. So I could disable the blue channel and the red channel and just show the green component. At the very bottom of this blending options interface are two sliders, and notice that the top slider says this layer and the bottom slider says underlying layer, and it is a brightness ramp from black to white, and there are two sliders at either side. Well, what I can do here is control the transparency for this layer by moving my white point down, and it will make lighter pixels transparent based on where this slider is. So you can see the further left I drag this slider into the dark area, that pixels that have this particular brightness value or lighter become transparent, so they're showing through to the background layer. I'm going to drag that back up all the way to the right. Conversely, we could have the darker pixels become transparent if I drag the black point for this layer over to the right. You can see how my dark pixels are becoming transparent. Well, notice that it's sort of a hard-edged effect. So whatever pixel in this case is this value or darker is 100% transparent, and whatever pixel is that value or lighter is 100% opaque. We can create a transitional effect. If you option click right on one side of this triangle pointer, it'll break it apart, creating a transitional area. And so now, whatever pixel is this value or darker is 100% transparent, then there is a transitional range where these pixels are semi-transparent all the way up to this value, and whatever pixel is this value or lighter is 100% opaque. And we can control these two sides of my pointer individually. If you want to snap them back together, all you need to do is drag them together and they will magnetically snap together, and now they are snapped together once again. We can do a similar thing by essentially pushing the different brightness values of underlying pixels through to our transparent layer. So here is my underlying layer sliders, and I can drag up the dark pixels here, and you can see that it's pushing those dark pixels up through, visually that is, through my layer that supports transparency that has my sunflower on it. And again, we can also option click on that pointer to create a transitional effect. And to the same extent, we can do the same thing for lighter pixels as well. And if you really want to up the ante, you can go into each individual channel and control this per channel as well. So we can control this for the red, green, and blue channel. Generally, when I use this tool, I usually choose gray, and that means that it's the composite of all three channels, red, green, and blue. So those are some more powerful ways that you can use advanced blending controls when you're using layers that support transparency. A wonderful new addition to Photoshop CS is the addition of the Layer Comps palette. Very often when we're designing images, graphic designers will create multiple variations of an idea called comps. And before the Layer Comps palette, we would probably save various versions of an image to show somebody these various variations on an idea or a theme. Well, with the Layer Comps palette, it allows us to speed that up and save different variations in the exact same file. Well, the way this works is it essentially allows us to save three different types of information. And what I'm going to do is create a new layer comp right now by clicking on the new layer comp icon at the bottom of the Layer Comps palette. It brings up this dialog box asking me to give my layer comp a name. And I'll just call it 3 items. And we have the option to show 3 different aspects of layer information. Visibility, whether or not that particular layer is showing or not. Position, what position that content of that layer is. And any layer styles that might be attached to layers which support transparency. I'm going to stick with these 2 for now, and we could also add a comment right here if we wished. So I'll click OK, and here's my new layer comp called 3 items. Now, with auto select layer enabled, I'll go ahead and move some of these items around here. And I'll even hide this flower layer as well. And I'll create a new layer comp for this one. I'm going to click the new icon, and I'll call this one 2 items. And here is our new layer comp. So now if we wanted to see what the other comp looked like, it's a lot simpler than saving out a different version or a different variation of a file. Now I can just click right here in this column and choose a different layer comp by clicking right here. And here is our new layer comp showing us, in this case, our 3 items layer. And here's the other one. I'm going to go back to my 3 items layer and make some changes. I'll just reposition my apple right in the center of the sunflower. And if I wanted to, I could update this layer comp by clicking this icon right here, and it will overwrite the last state of that comp and replace it with my current state. So here's my new 3 items layer comp, and here's the other comp. And if you wish, you can cycle through multiple layer comps by clicking these buttons right here. Well, I'll go ahead and create another one. And now we can cycle through these 3 layer comps by clicking the left or right play button. And if you aren't interested in a particular layer comp, you can always delete it by selecting it and clicking on the trash can icon, or you can simply select it and drag it down to the trash can icon as well. You might find yourself in the position at some point where you want to create a panorama based on several pictures that you plan to stitch together in Photoshop. You can see I have a collection of pictures of our local marina. Well, Photoshop has a special tool new to Photoshop CS called Photo Merge, and Photo Merge will do all this work for you. So with my source pictures open, I'm going to go to the File menu and choose Automate, Photo Merge. And it will bring up my initial dialog box asking me to choose some files to act as the source images. So I'm going to choose all of these open pictures, and also going to make sure that Attempt to Automatically Arrange Source Images is enabled. And I'll click OK, and Photo Merge will construct a panorama based on my source images. It's important that when you photograph, when you make your source images, that you slightly overlap the edges so that Photo Merge can detect that overlap and incorporate it in the panorama. And this is the Photo Merge tool. You can see that it is stitching together my panorama, and there it is, all done. I have a couple ways that I can look at this panorama. This is the normal way that it stitches it together, or I could invoke a perspective effect by clicking on the perspective radio button. And once you do that, Photo Merge will rearrange these pictures to add a perspective effect. And there's my new perspectivized Photo Merge image. I'm also going to enable advanced blending, which will smooth out the edges just a bit. I'll click preview, see how that looks. And it's improved it ever so slightly. I'll click exit preview, and I'll also enable keep as layers. And once you're happy with your Photo Merge composition, you can click OK, and it will return the results to one new untitled image which has layers. So it's actually running all of these perspective effects on my source file, or files I should say. And here is my final composition. And notice that Photo Merge did a nice job of maintaining all my layers and stitching them together. And when I'm done, if I'm happy with this, I could flatten my entire collection of layers. Layer palette menu, choose Flatten Image, and it will collapse them to one background layer onto white. And I might crop them as well. Another great feature in Photoshop is the ability to add non-destructive effects to any layer which supports transparency. You can see underneath my flower layer here, I have a section called Effects, and there are 2 other items underneath this. I can show or hide the effects which are assigned to this layer by clicking on this triangle icon right next to the F logo here. You'll see this if there is an effect attached to your layer. So I know that there are effects on this layer because I see this logo or icon. Well, here are the effects. Again, you can see I have a drop shadow and I also have a bevel and emboss effect attached to this layer. I can turn off any individual effect by clicking on the eyeball icon next to the name. So now I've turned off my bevel and emboss, turn it back on, or I could turn off the shadow. And if I wanted to turn off all my effects, I'd click on the eyeball next to the word effects, and it will temporarily deactivate all the effects associated and attached on this layer. Well, another nice feature of working with effects is if you have crafted your effect so that you just love it and you might want to use it on another layer, we can copy and paste these effects to another layer. I happen to have my sunflower layer here, but I'm not really using it. So I'm going to turn it on. And what if I wanted to add these effects to my sunflower layer? I'm going to go to the Layer menu and choose Layer Style, copy Layer Style, target my sunflower layer, Layer menu, Layer Style, and then choose Paste Layer Style. And it will paste all those effects right on this other layer. So it's a very nice way of creating very quick effects to enhance your image. Well, what are layer effects or layer styles? Well, to explain how you can create them and use them, first I'm going to show you some that I've added here. As we talked about in the last movie, I've added two layer styles here, drop shadow and a bevel and emboss. If we wanted to add more, I would select the layer I wanted to add that style or effect to and go down to the F icon button at the bottom of my layers palette and notice that there is a small triangle next to this icon indicating that this is actually a menu. Click on it and it brings up a menu of different layer styles that we can choose from. And in this case, there are two small dots next to the two styles that I currently have activated on this layer. Well, I'm going to throw away these layer styles to show you how you can create one. Now, what's cool about layer styles and effects is that they don't actually add pixel data to your layers so much as allow you to edit this special effect through a special tool or interface. You can, if you want, convert them to a pixel-based layer. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up the Layer Styles dialog box, and for particularly the drop shadow. So I'm going to choose drop shadow here, and it will bring up the Layer Styles tool. And notice that this is also the same tool that will allow us to get to our advanced blending options if I click on the name of what I wish to use on this long list on the left side of the interface. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the drop shadow tool, and notice that it has put a check next to the word drop shadow indicating that I have invoked this effect. And you can see all the other effects that we could add to or choose from. Well, let's talk about some of the options here for my drop shadow. We can choose a basic color for our drop shadow by clicking on this color swatch here. The default is black, and the default blending mode for a drop shadow is multiply. And we can also control the opacity for this effect. So if I pull this tool out of the way, you can see the basic effect that I'm getting right here. Also, we can control the angle that our drop shadow is being created from by turning this angle select right here. Or we could simply type in a value. So if I want one at 90 degrees, it's going to put my drop shadow at a 90-degree angle underneath this particular flower. And I can also control the distance by moving this slider here. So you can see that the further away I increase the distance, it looks like my drop shadow is getting further and further away, like there's more space underneath my shape here. And we also have a slider for spread, so I can increase the spread of my drop shadow. And finally, size. So if you increase the size a whole lot, you get a very blurry drop shadow. If you want your drop shadow to be basically based on the shape that is on the pixel layer, make sure it's a fairly low value. Another nice feature of working with the drop shadow tool is I can actually go into my image here and click and drag and move my drop shadow around this way, and you can see how it's affecting the angle and distance values. Finally, we can also choose to use a different custom contour. The default contour here is this one, but we could also try a different type of contour, and you can see the different effects that's been created for our drop shadow. Basically, I'm going to stick with the straight-on contour here. You can also introduce a little bit of noise into your drop shadow, creating a noisy effect. I'll turn this up all the way to 100%, and you can see how granulated and pixelated it looks with a high value for noise. I generally like a very low value for noise to create a soft effect. If you enable use global light value, it will look to the global light value that is controlled under the Layers menu. So I'll go ahead and say OK to that. And there is our new flower layer with the drop shadow effect added to it. If you choose the Layer menu Layer Style, one of our options is the global light. And this brings up the basic controls for our global light because other different effects can use this value here. So we can control the angle of our global light. So if it's right over the top, it's like the light is shining straight down on our object. Again, you can't edit these effects except by re-invoking the effects tool or effects menu by double-clicking on the name of your effect. So I'm going to go ahead and double-click on it, and it will bring up the tool again, allowing me to edit some value here, such as the opacity of this effect. So if we wanted a less intense drop shadow, I would reduce my drop shadow opacity, or increase it if you will. Or we might even change the color. So that's how we can create a custom style and add it to any layer which supports transparency. You may have been wondering what the fill slider does, and the fill slider essentially will allow you to control the pixel opacity on your layer, but it works quite well when you have a style or effects attached to it. If you don't have an effects attached to your layer, it will look very much like adjusting the opacity slider. You get very much the same effect. But if you do have an effects attached to your layer, I'll reduce the fill to 0, and you can see that in this case, the pixels of my flower disappear, but the drop shadow remains. I very often use this to create a custom watermark effect for images that I want to have my logo attached to, but have it be semi-transparent with a cool effect. I'm going to use the VTC logo to show you how I might do this, and I'm going to choose place because it is a vector piece of art, and the place option allows me to find a vector piece of art and rasterize it at whatever size I want, so it's very sharp. So here's my VTC logo. I'll choose that logo and click place, and I'm going to resize it so it's a little bit smaller. I'll drag it down to the corner because this is basically how I might have my watermark look. So I'll go ahead and hit enter, And once I do that, it rasterizes my vector art, turning it into pixels as opposed to vector art. And to further illustrate how I will apply the fill, I'm going to fill this with a blue color so we can see the various effects applied to my image. So here's my blue BTC logo, and what I'm going to do is add two effects, a drop shadow. So I'll choose the effects menu button at the bottom of the layers palette and choose drop shadow, and it will bring up the effects tool interface. I think I'll turn my drop shadow opacity down to about 50% and maybe increase the spread just a bit. I'm also going to add a bevel and emboss. So I'll enable bevel and emboss, put the check next to the word, which adds that, and I'll also click on the word bevel and emboss to take me to this set of controls for this particular effect style. So you can see that we have the option for different types of bevels, inner bevel, outer bevel, an emboss, a pillow emboss. I'll just stick with the inner bevel type and a nice smooth bevel. We could choose the chisel effect, chisel soft. I think I'll stick with smooth. The depth slider controls sort of the intensity of the bevel effect. The default value is 100%. If we turn that up, you can see we get more of an intense effect. I'm going to turn this down to soften the effect just a bit. The size slider also works with the depth, allowing you to control the height of this type of emboss. So if you drag up the size, you can see my emboss effect kind of popping up. Dragging it down makes it a little bit more shallow. And the soften slider will create a more soft-edged effect. Now, the thing about the bevel and emboss is that it allows us to add a highlight value and a shadow value. So you can see that I actually have a highlight of white and a shadow value of black. So my highlight value is white through a screen mode, and we could increase that if we want to get more of a highlight effect. And the shadow value is black through a multiply mode, and I could increase or decrease that if I wanted a very intense effect. I think I'm actually going to turn that down so it's a little bit softer. And I'll go ahead and click OK to that to apply these two effects. And now when I go to my fill slider and click and drag this all the way back to 0, you can see that I get a very cool watermarking effect, which essentially is transparent, showing through to the background, but it also shows me these various effects, in this case my drop shadow and my bevel and emboss. So it's a very nice way of creating a custom watermark that you can add to any image. I've brought up the Styles palette to show you how you can reuse styles over and over easily by saving them as a custom style. If you're not seeing the Styles palette, go to the Window menu and choose Styles, and it will show you the Styles palette. Well, the Styles palette are a collection of style icons, and we can try out different collections of style presets by choosing a layer, such as my sunflower here, and clicking on any of these style swatches. And it will immediately apply the combination of style presets. So you can see we can get some dramatically different types of looks and effects by choosing any of these different styles. Well, I'm going to go ahead and throw away all these style effects, and one of my options, if I don't want to use any of these effects, is to click on the international don't symbol at the bottom of the styles preset, and it will delete any of the styles currently attached to your layer here. So you can see how it simply deletes them, giving me back my unedited layer. Well, if I wanted to add my own collection of style presets, it's easy enough to do. For instance, if I really liked the way my drop shadow and bevel and emboss looked on this layer, which contains the VTC logo. If I wanted to reuse that, it's simple enough to do. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to add this as a style preset. I'm going to click and drag on the actual transparent layer thumbnail on my layers palette and click and drag it down to an empty space on the styles preset palette, and it will bring up this dialog box essentially asking me to give it a name. So I'll call this one Drop Bevel 1. And notice the two options that I can choose. Include layer effects. Well, I want to do that, and that means, of course, it's going to include the fact that I have a drop shadow as well as a bevel and emboss. But the other important one is include layer blending option. So it's going to include the fact that for this layer, my fill slider is set to 0. So I'll go ahead and click OK to that. And now here is the icon for that. So all I need to do if I want to apply these effects to my sunflower layer is click on this particular style swatch. And there we go. We've added the exact same effect as I created on my VTC watermark logo. If you want to get rid of any style in your styles palette, all you need to do is click on the swatch and drag it down to the trash can icon. You know that layers must be pretty darn important in Photoshop because Photoshop dedicates an entire menu selection to just layers. Well, let's talk about some of these options under the layer menu, and many of these options are exactly the same as doing some shortcut on the layers palette itself. So the first one, layer menu new, if we choose new layer, it will create a new empty layer directly above our currently targeted layer. We'll also ask us if we want to name the layer, and I'll just say OK to layer 2. And here is our new empty layer. Well, I'm going to drag that down to the trash can and delete that and show you another way. On the layers palette, you can create a new layer is simply by clicking on the new layer icon. And there's our new empty layer. I'll drag that back down to the trash can. If you hold down the Option key on the Mac or the Alt key on the PC and click on the new layer icon, it will bring up the dialog box asking me to give this layer a name. Well, we can also name layers simply by double-clicking right on the text. And it will make that text editable, and I'll call this one Sunflower. And hit the Enter key, and now I've renamed my layer. Of course, we can choose Delete Layer, and you saw how I did that before. Simply drag it down to the trash can icon. And one of our options is to duplicate the layer. And there is my duplicate layer. Well, I'll throw that in the trash can and show you how you can duplicate the layer on the layers palette, which is the way I usually do it, is simply select a layer with pixel data on it and drag it down to the new layer icon, and it will create an exact copy for you in perfect registration. Layer Properties brings up the Layer Properties dialog box. In this case, for this particular layer, it allows me to name it and give it a color. And of course, this color is just an indicator color for our layer, so we can organize layers by colorizing them in a different way. If you choose Layer Style, notice that we have a long list of other options here, and these of course are found right here also. I'm going to choose my adjustment layer here, and with my adjustment layer targeted, talk about some other options that we have. We can, of course, create a new adjustment layer right here from the Layer menu, but the way I usually do it is choose from this menu button at the bottom of my Layers palette. And this brings up the same list of different types of adjustment layers that we can create. Well, with my adjustment layer selected, one of my options is that I can change the content of this adjustment layer. Notice that this adjustment layer actually has a mask that is creating this special effect. And in this case, this is a curves adjustment, and you can see the effect if I double click on the thumbnail for the curves. It's actually lightening my sunflower, but only where on my mask it is a light area. So the yellow petals of the sunflower are being lightened, but the rest of the image is not, and also the center of my sunflower is not. I could change what type of adjustment layer this is without changing my mask by going to the Layer menu, Change Layer Contents, and I could change it to something such as Hue Saturation. And now notice that when I chose Hue Saturation, my thumbnail icon changed to look like this. If you choose Layer Content Options, it will bring up the dialog box for whatever type of adjustment layer this is. So in this case, it's bringing up my hue saturation controls. I'll hit cancel, and the way I would normally bring that up is double click right here on the adjustment layer thumbnail. Well, you know, I can always create a layer mask by clicking on the layer mask icon right here. And now I have a new layer mask, which I could then, of course, pick a paintbrush and create a custom effect by painting back. I'm going to throw that away. Because we can also add a layer mask, of course, from the Layer menu. And this way we also have the ability to immediately create one that hides everything. And we can rearrange our stacking order of our layers if we choose Arrange, Bring to Forward, or Bring to Front. If we choose Bring to Front, it will pop it all the way to the top of my layer list. Well, I'll undo that, Command Z on the Mac or Control Z on the PC, because the way I would normally do that is by clicking on a layer thumbnail and just dragging it in between two layers. And in this way, you can reposition any layer. In the next few tutorials, I'm going to talk a little bit more about vector art and how we can use vector art to create something such as a vector mask. Well, in this tutorial, I want to contrast two types of imaging technology, which are both available to you in Adobe Photoshop. There's raster imaging and vector-based imaging. Now, raster imaging is based on a grid of pixels. Technically, a raster is a line of pixels, and if you stack up a line of pixels on top of each other, you'll get a grid of pixels. And of course, that's how Photoshop works for the most part. It works with a grid of pixels, so many pixels across by so many pixels tall. For instance, this particular image is 500 pixels across by 500 pixels tall. One of these lettered R's is actually a raster-based R. This is a layer with colored pixels in the shape of an R. Now, my other type of R, this red R, is actually a vector-based shape. And vector-based shapes are created based on curvilinear edge information known as vectors to create this very sharp-edged path or closed circuit, if you will. The beauty of working with vector-based information is that depending on the file format you choose, or particularly if you are sending it directly out of this Photoshop document, it will use your device's, your printing device's resolution to create the sharpest effect possible, whereas it will mix with raster-based image information, and of course that is a fixed resolution, in this case 300 pixels per inch for print. Well, to give you an idea of how these two images will be affected, I'm going to zoom in and show you what these look like. I'll zoom in, I'll choose my zoom tool and drag over these two R's to zoom right in, and you can see that since Photoshop is going to display pixels, they basically look the same at this point. But understand that we've zoomed way in, probably 1000%. I'll double click on my zoom tool to zoom to 1:1. So we're looking at our R's again. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to enlarge both of these R's, my raster-based R and my vector-based R. So I have them linked together, and I'll select my raster-based R and choose Free Transform, or Command T on the Macintosh or Control T on the PC. And I'll hold down the Shift key and go to one of my corner handlebars and drag way up. So I'm going to increase this probably about 700%. And notice, before I've even committed to this rasterization change, the difference in my R's. I'll go ahead and click Enter to finalize the rasterizing, because you know when you choose Free Transform, it's giving you this low resolution preview, but it doesn't do the final interpolation till I commit to this by clicking the check icon or hitting the Enter key. So now it has reinterpolated my pixel-based R, and of course what that means is it has sucked pixels out of the air as best it could using the interpolation algorithm that I chose in the preferences. And you can see what's happened. Since there wasn't much pixel data to begin with, I get a soft and blurry green R. But notice how sharp my vector-based R is. It's still incredibly crisp. So that's sort of the difference between raster-based layer information versus vector-based information. One caveat, though, one important thing to remember with raster versus vector is, since this is actually a series of pixels on a grid, I can, of course, choose any color. And I'll go ahead and lock the transparency here and paint over my R. And that's, of course, because since it's a series of pixels, I can change any one of the pixels in this layer, which looks like the shape R. The thing about vector-based information, at least in Photoshop, is it can only support one color. So we're stuck with whatever color we have here, or we can change it to another color if we wish, but you can't paint on it. If you wanted to paint on this to create some custom painterly effects, I would have to convert this R into pixels. So here we are in the world of vectors. I could, with this layer selected, choose Layer Menu, Rasterize, Shape, and now it is a pixel-based R. And I could go in and create some custom painted effects. However, if I wanted to resize this, it would have the same limitations of any raster-based image, and that is, of course, linked to the concept of interpolation, adding or deleting pixels in an intelligent, visually pleasing way. Well, what are some of the tools or content types that take advantage of vector technology? There's a whole lot in Photoshop. For instance, perhaps one of the most obvious ones is type or text in Photoshop. The text that you create in Photoshop is vector-based until and unless you rasterize it or convert it into pixels. And remember, since vector information can only support one color, that is the basic color choice you have for text, that is, changing it from one color to another color. The beauty of text in Photoshop is that even though it looks like it has the same resolution as the pixel-based image that it lives in this case my 300 pixel per inch photo, it will print out as sharp as possible based on the output resolution of your printing device, not the fixed resolution of your document. And that is, of course, because it's vector-based in nature. I also have a solid colored fill layer here that is being clipped by a vector mask. And to the same extent, I created a mask and then converted it into a vector mask to clip my layer of peppers here. So you can see that this will create a very sharp-edged effect again. If I wanted to, I could create a different type of fill layer with using a custom shape. That's this tool right here. Click on it, press and hold, and we have several different tools to choose from. Standard shaped tools such as rectangle or rounded rectangle, ellipse or oval or polygon. This tool allow us to access the custom shape library, and that's how I created this shape right here. So if I just choose another shape such as this one, and now I can click and drag in my document to create a custom vector-based shape with a custom color. So there are several ways that we can use vector-based information, and not the least of which is creating a custom path. So I have a path I created. I'll click on it, and you can see that I created this custom path here. And since it is vector-based in nature, it will create an extremely precise selection when I activate it as an active selection. So I'll quickly create another path by using my pen tool. And now I'm going to zoom in. Notice how sharp and precise the path line is here. Now, when I activate this path as a selection, my selection is raster based in nature, so it will be rendered based on pixels. So you can see the jaggy pixel edged effect. I'll go ahead and click on the path as well so you can see both the path and my rendered selection and see the difference. Of course, when you have a whole lot of pixels per inch, it becomes very difficult to see the difference between the two, but when you're printing out to a high resolution printer, the difference will become obvious. So using vector-based tools in Photoshop can help you create super precise selections and clipping paths, as well as custom solid filled shapes. The tool that allows you to create custom vector-based shapes in Photoshop is the pen tool. And there are actually two types of pen tool. There is the standard pen tool and the freeform pen tool. And also notice that we have a couple other tools that augment the pen tool: the add anchor point, delete anchor point, and convert point tool. Well, I'm going to talk about the pen tool, and if you're familiar with other vector art packages such as Adobe Illustrator, it's exactly the same tool found in software packages such as that. To give you an idea of how the pen tool works, it allows you to add anchor points whenever you click to construct a path, if you will. So you can see that right now I'm adding points, and in between any point is a line segment. When you pass back over your first point, the pen tool changes to show you this small circle next to the pen tool, indicating that when you click on this first point, you will close the path. Also, notice that I have my paths palette up on my screen, and as soon as I created a point, it added a path thumbnail to the list here. So this is where my vector-based paths are stored. I'm going to go ahead and throw this path away by clicking and dragging it down to the trash can icon and show you how I would create a custom path around this pepper. And the reason I would do this is to eventually convert this path into a selection and then do something like copy and paste it into a new document. So my path will allow me to create a super precise selection. I'm going to zoom in, and when I work with the pen tool, I usually zoom in 1:1, so it's very precise. Well, one way I could create a path is to simply add anchor points, which of course are straight line segments. So if I wanted to create a curve line, I would add several anchor points. Well, that's really a novice approach to this tool, so I'm going to throw this away and show you a more powerful way. What I can also do is click and hold down my mouse button and drag out what's known as a direction handlebar, and this will help me make a curve linear path segment. So now here's my second anchor point, and I'm holding down the mouse button, and I will click and drag out, and now notice that I can manipulate these direction handlebars to influence the amount of curve in this segment. I can edit these handlebars by choosing the Direct Selection tool and click on any handlebar. And if I accidentally clicked off of the line segment, you can see that Photoshop is showing me this path, but it has hidden the anchor points because my line segment is no longer selected. Simply click on your line segment and it will show you the anchor points, in this case between the line segments that I selected, or I could click on any anchor point and I would have access to both my directional handlebars. Notice that I've created two handlebars. When you drag out, they move each other in tandem. Well, I'm going to continue making this path. I'll go back to my pen tool, and I'm going to look for an area where my curve line changes. I'll click here and drag out to create my curve. If you choose the Convert Point tool, it will allow you to break off one of the direction handlebars from the other. So now I can create a shorter direction handlebar or make this next curve line segment go in a different direction. I'm just going to drag it in a bit and zoom out just a bit and choose my pen tool again and click and drag. So this is how I'm going to follow the edge of this pepper to create a very precise path for eventual conversion into a very precise selection. Another way to use the Convert Point tool is to hold down on the Option key while you're using the pen tool, and notice when I pass over a direction handlebar handle, I get the Convert Point tool. Now I can drag this in just a bit. So I'm going to click and drag out to create a nice curve, and this is where the convert point tool comes in very handy, because if I continue to add another point here, you can see what happens to my line segment. It's influenced by this last handlebar. I want to undo that. And what I'm going to do is hold down the Option key and get the Convert Point tool and break it off and drag it basically in the direction that I want my next curved line segment to go in. And now I'll let go of my Option key and I'm back using the Pen tool. Just move this over a bit and I will click and holding down my mouse button, drag out to create a very nice curved line segment. Notice how my work path is being updated here. Wherever you see a dark line, that's the actual path. And at this point, if I would hit the Enter key, I would create a selection which looked like this. So it's going to essentially create a selection from the two ends of my open path. And when I pass back over my first anchor point, I get the pen icon with the circle next to it, indicating when I click now, I will close my path. Well, I can see that there are a few mistakes here that I need to correct. In the next tutorial, I'll show you how you can edit some of these problems. One nice feature of working with the pen tool is that you can easily correct mistakes before you convert it into a selection. Now, when I closed my path, it shows it to me in this form as just this curved linear outline, if you will. Well, I'm going to choose my white arrow tool, and this is known as the Direct Selection tool. And there are two types of selection tools. The Path Selection tool, which will allow me to click right on the path and select it. And in this way, I could copy and paste it to a new path, or just copy and paste one path if this were a complex path to a new path. I'm going to choose the Direct Selection tool, and this tool allows me to select individual anchor points. And with an individual anchor point selected, I can manipulate its position this way. So I can click and drag on an individual anchor point. I can see that I have some problems over here. It's not quite precise, so I might realign it just a bit. I can also click on an anchor point and it will show me the handlebars, the direction handlebars for that anchor point and the adjacent anchor points. So in this way I could click on one of the handlebars and manipulate those handlebars individually. Well, I can see that here is a problem in my path around this pepper. I'm going to go back and click on that anchor point and position it precisely, and then choose the Convert Point tool and choose this handlebar and bring it in a bit so it's more precise. Another way you can use the Direct Selection tool is to drag select over several anchor points, and now all these anchor points are selected, and you know that an anchor point is selected when it has a solid color as opposed to a transparent or just a small square that is transparent. That's an unselected anchor point. Selected anchor points are solid, and now with multiple anchor points selected, I could click and drag, and you see how you can move or maneuver multiple anchor points at once. You can always add another anchor point by choosing the Add Anchor Point tool. Click anywhere on a path segment, and notice when I pass over a path segment, I get the Add Anchor Point tool. It means if I click now, I will add another anchor point. And conversely, you can delete an anchor point from your path by choosing the Delete Anchor Point tool, and it will delete it. And one nice feature of the pen tool is that if you are working with a path, if you pass over a path that there is no anchor point, it will temporarily convert to the Add Anchor Point tool because it assumes that you probably want to add an anchor point. And if you hold down the Command key while you are using the pen tool, you will temporarily get the Direct Selection tool. So now I can click and drag and reposition this anchor point precisely. Holding down the Option key gives you the Convert Point tool. Finally, when you are happy with your path, I recommend renaming it from Work Path to something a little bit more relevant. And the reason is that the next path you make will always be called the work path. So if I go ahead and deselect this path and click with my pen tool to begin creating a new path, notice that I have new path on my paths palette called work path. So the work path will always be replaced with whatever is your new path until you rename it. Well, what can you do with a path once you have it? Well, you can do a lot of things, as you might suspect. You can show your path on top of your image by targeting it or selecting it. So currently, I'm looking at my paths palette and no path is targeted. I need to click on the name of the path to target it. And now I can actually see the outline of this path on top of my image. Now, it's important to remember that this path is only vector-based information. It will not actually print out unless you do something to make this path visible in the world of pixels. So with this path selected, there are a handful of things that you can do with it. At the bottom of your paths palette, there are 3 icons. This one will fill your path with the currently selected foreground color. This one will stroke your path with a brush, and this one will activate the path as a selection, something I'm constantly doing as a way to create extremely precise selections based on paths. Well, if I simply target my path and click on this icon, it will do just as I said. It filled my image with the foreground color. I'm going to undo that and show you the way I would prefer to do that, and that is to choose that option from the Paths palette menu, Fill Path, and notice that this will give us the option for a dialog box. And in this way I can choose a particular blending mode, foreground or background color, or if I wanted to, fill it with a pattern from my pattern palette. Just stick with foreground color. And give that color an opacity. And I could also choose to feather the edge of the effect. And there is my 20 pixeled feathered solid colored foreground fill. I'm going to undo that. And another option I have is to stroke my path with a brush. And it's pretty hard to see. I'll undo that, and if you look closely you can see that in fact this did get stroked. Well, I'll undo that, select my path, and from the Paths palette menu choose Stroke Path, and it will allow me to choose what tool I want to stroke it with. So if I want to choose brush, it will use the last selected brush that you used to stroke my path. I'm going to undo that, because if I really wanted to create an effect like that, I would go to my Layers palette and create a new empty layer. And now I would put that stroke on this layer, because remember, your path doesn't care. It will work on whatever layer is currently targeted. So in this case, my new empty layer is targeted. Go back to Paths, and this time I'll option click on the stroke path icon, and it will bring up my choice of what tool to use. So I'll just select brush again, click OK, and there you can see that it stroked my path. And I'm going to deactivate or de-target my path by clicking down here where there is no path, and it will hide the path from view. And now I can go back to layers, and there is my stroke on its own layer. I'm going to target my pepper layer again, go back to my Paths palette, select my path, and this time I'm going to activate this path as a selection, because this is the way I very often use paths. So with my path selected, I can choose Make Selection, and it will bring up a dialog box asking me, in this case, if I want to feather my selection. I'm going to choose No. Whether or not I want it to be anti-aliased, and I almost always leave this enabled because I want a anti-alias selection. And if I had another selection enabled, I could choose from one of these other operations, but if I don't, New Selection is my only choice. So I'll click OK, and there is my new super precise selection. I'll go ahead and copy that to the clipboard, and I happen to have another image open. Edit menu, paste, and there is an extremely precise pixel-based layer of my pepper based on a selection, which was, of course, based on my super precise path that I made. Well, as I mentioned in an earlier tutorial, another pen tool you can choose is the Freeform pen tool. This tool will allow you to create a path not by adding anchor points, but by simply drawing in a freehand way. So I can just draw a nice curvilinear shape. When I pass back over the beginning point, I get the Close Path icon. And there is my new freeform path. I'm going to throw this one away and show you how I might use it to create a path around this pepper. I'm going to enable magnetic, which is one of our options for the Freeform pen tool. And when you enable magnetic, notice that it looks and works, for that matter, very much like the free magnetic lasso tool. So what you need to do is make sure that the contrasty edge that you want your path to snap to is inside the circle, preferably right underneath the crosshair. I'm going to click once to add a point, and now just simply try to pass over, without pressing your mouse button down, the edge of my shape here. And you can see that it's adding anchor points as I pass over. It seems to be doing a pretty good job of creating a nice path. And if you want to make sure that it does add an anchor point, click to add an anchor point wherever you need it. And when I pass back over my first point, I get the Close Path Pen Tool icon, which means when I click now, it will close that path. So it did a pretty good job. I can see a few problems that I need to correct. And of course, I'll do that using my regular pen tool and my direct selection tool. I'll hold down the Command key to get my direct selection tool and click right on that anchor point. Spacebar to get the hand. And you can see that the Freeform Pen tool is a little bit confused, and it attached itself to the edge of my shadow, not the actual pepper. And that makes sense because that is a very contrasty edge. Well, there you go. It was a pretty fast and fairly accurate path, which needed just a little bit of editing with my regular pen tool. Another way you can work with paths is to convert a selection into a path. So I'm going to use the magnetic selection tool and create a selection by passing over the edge of my red pepper here. And there's my selection. From the Paths palette menu, choose Make Work Path, and it will bring up this small dialog box with basically one control, and that is the tolerance setting. Now, the lower the tolerance setting, the more anchor points it's going to add to create your path. The higher the tolerance setting, the fewer anchor points and the less precise your path. So I'm going to go ahead and set this at 9 for my tolerance and click OK. And you can see it made a path, but not very precise. And if I choose my path selection tool and click on my path, you can see how few anchor points that make up this path there are. So I'm going to undo that. Go back to my Paths palette menu and choose Make Work Path. And this time I'm going to choose the lowest value, that is 0.5, and click OK. And again, use my Path Selection tool. You can see it has created several anchor points. That's what all these little dots are. Well, I'll undo that and try it again, and the default setting for this is 2. Another quick way you can do that is to click on this icon. This will convert any active selection into a work path for you. Remember, if you don't want this path to be deleted when you start creating a new path, be sure to give it a name. let's talk about some of the options in the options palette when you select the pen tool or the shape tool. They're very much the same. The first set of options here are 3 different buttons, and you notice when I have the pen tool selected, I can't choose this last button. This is for the shapes tool only. This tool, the square with the pen over it, allows me to create a proper path, which is stored in the Paths palette. This other tool will allow me to create what's called a shape, and what this really is a solid colored fill layer with a vector base clipping mask. So notice as soon as I created it, it created a new layer over here, and it's added what's known as a vector base clipping mask. Now this is really a path with a solid color adjustment layer. So of course I can edit this with any of my pen tools. This next set of tools to the right of the pen tool are different types of shape tools, and they will allow you to create various preset types of shapes, such as standard rectangle shapes. And if I hold the Shift key down, it will constrain it to a perfect shape, in this case a square. And I also have the option for ellipse or polygon or line or custom shape. And if I wished, I could not create a shape, but a perfect shaped path. So I could create myself a square path by using the shape tool and changing to path mode. And now notice that is my current work path. I'm going to throw away some of these shapes to talk about some other shape options that we have. If you choose one of the shape tools, notice my last of the 3 tools becomes an option, and this is the fill tool. It will actually fill pixels on this layer with this shape. So it will not create a new layer for you. It will simply fill your current layer with pixels based on whatever shape you use. And notice how my image has been updated. I'm going to undo that and go back to my shape tool, talk about some of the other shape options here. If we choose something like the polygon tool, I now have the option to choose how many sides I want my polygon to have. And notice for this tool I can click on the pop-down menu button and it will bring up further options for my polygon tool. I can create a star and program what percentage I want the indents to be here. So say 70%. There's my 7-sided star with a very intense 70% indent. If you click on this last tool here, this blob, it will allow you to access the shapes palette. And right here are several different preset shapes that I can choose from. Click on the Shape Palette button and it will show you the various preset shapes that we could choose from. I'll just choose this one right here and click and drag in my document to create my own custom shape. Now if I hold down the Shift key, it will constrain it to the exact ratio that that vector base shape was originally constructed with. I could change the color of that shape by clicking on my color swatch right here. Brings up the color picker. And I also have options for adding, subtracting, and intersecting one shape with another shape. So if I choose something like this one right here, I believe this is the intersection, can choose a different shape from my shape palette. And now you can see that it's giving me the intersection of these two shapes. Well, what is this actually? You can find out by going to the Layer menu, and you can see that we have two options for our vector masks. We can delete our vector mask or disable the vector mask. And of course, that is the same thing as holding down the Shift key and clicking on the vector mask thumbnail. You can temporarily enable it or disable it by clicking on the vector mask thumbnail while holding down the Shift key. And if you want to delete this vector mask creating our custom shape, click and drag it down to the trash can icon. And it will leave you with your solid colored fill adjustment layer. I'm going to throw that away and talk about how we could create a custom shape using our own path. Go back to my red pepper. And I'm going to select this path by clicking on its name, Edit menu, Copy, go back to my cloud picture, and choose Edit menu, Paste. And what it's done, of course, is it's pasted that path in the Paths palette. Well, with this path still selected, I'm going to go back to Layers. I'm going to go to the bottom of my Layers palette to the Adjustment Layer menu button and choose New Solid Colored Adjustment Layer, and brings up the color picker. Choose a color, and there we've created our own custom shape layer based on a path that we created in another document. Another way you can use paths is to, of course, create a vector mask. That is a second type of mask that you can add to a layer that supports transparency to create a custom transparent effect. So for a moment, if you look at this layered document, you can see that I actually have this sunflower picture, and what I'm going to do is shift click on both of these mask icons to show you my actual layer information. It's this rectangle of my sunflower, and it has one layer mask which supports, of course, 8-bit mask information. And what I did was I'm going to option click on my layer mask icon. I created a radial gradient effect to create this transitional effect of transparency. And I also added a vector mask based on a path which clips away the edges in a very sharp way of the outside of my sunflower. Well, let's talk about how you can use this vector mask, and you can see the basic way that I used the vector mask as a way to create a very sharp-edged masking effect. If you wanted to edit your vector mask, you need to click right on the thumbnail on the Layers palette, and then you can see the path edges. And of course, we could go and use any of our path editing tools to go ahead and edit the way this mask clips the pixel data for our sunflower image. And for what it's worth, I could also simply choose the Path Selection tool, click on the edge, and move the entire path. I'm going to undo that. If you don't want to see the vector mask path, click again until you don't see the heavy black line around the vector mask thumbnail in the layer palette. Well, how did I create this vector mask for my image? I'm going to show you a couple different ways, and I guess what I'll do is simply throw away this entire layer and start from scratch. Here is the actual sunflower image that I used. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my layer mover tool and drag it in to my other picture. Go back to my sunflower tool, go to my paths palette, select that path, copy it, go back to the image that I want to edit, in this case, the cloud picture now with my sunflower. Layers, palette, layer menu, choose Add Vector Mask, and I'll choose Reveal All. And there's my vector mask. And now with this vector mask selected and targeted, I'm going to choose Paste, Command V, and it will paste that path that I had on the clipboard. Well, I need to do a couple things. I need to realign it and move it. I also need to change the way this path is creating a transparency effect. And the way you can do that is to click on one of these buttons at the top of your tools palette on your options palette. So we have the positive add to shape, subtract from shape, intersect, and exclusion will have the same effect in this case since there's only one path as add and subtract. So obviously I probably want the add, and also notice how the thumbnail changes. So whatever is dark gray here is clipped away, whatever is inside my path is showing. There we go, and now I can add a layer mask to this layer. I'm going to deselect that by clicking on the vector mask thumbnail. Choose my gradient tool, make sure I'm on radial gradient. Click and drag out to create my custom effect. Well, you know how easy it is to use custom shapes. All you need to do is choose the custom shape tool here, and from the custom shape pop-down palette, you can choose from any of these shapes. Just simply click on it, and making sure that you're using this tool to create a shape layer as opposed to a path. With your custom shape selected, click and drag out into your document, and you will create the custom shape layer. And again, of course, what this really is a solid colored fill adjustment layer with a vector mask or a clipping mask attached to it. Well, what if I wanted to create my own custom shape? Well, it's easy enough to do. Here is my pepper path that I created painstakingly using the pen tool, or perhaps using the free form pen tool and editing it so it was precise. Well, if you want to create a custom shape, target it on the paths palette so that you can see that path. And from the edit menu, choose Define Custom Shape. Brings up the shape name dialog box. Give it a name. Click OK, and now it has been added to my collection of custom shapes that I can use. If you've ever used a basic text editor, something like Microsoft Word, then you'll be familiar with the basic way that you can use type and text in Adobe Photoshop. If you want to add text to a document in Photoshop, choose the T tool, and that's the type tool. And once you do that, all your options will be specific for editing and manipulating text. You can see that I actually have a text layer on my document, and the text says Photoshop type. Notice that the text layer icon or thumbnail logo here is a T, indicating that this is editable text. It's not pixel-based information. It is vector-based editable text. Well, I'm going to show you how you can add some text in Photoshop with my T selected. I'm just going to move right into my document, and notice how the cursor changes to show me the I bar. So all I need to do is click once in my document, and then I get the blinking cursor with a point next to it. This is called point type, and I can add text line by line. And I'm going to hit the return key to create a line break. And once I'm done, Photoshop wants me to either commit to this text by hitting the enter key or the check button right here, or cancel out by clicking on the international don't symbol. So I'll go ahead and commit to this text by clicking on the check button. And now, of course, we can manipulate this text basically like most other layers, such as moving the text if we choose the mover tool, and even editing its opacity. It's important to remember, since text is a type of vector information, that we can't create a custom painting effect if we wanted to paint a red swatch through our text. I might pick my red color and with my text layer selected choose a brush, and when I pass in to my document, notice I get the international don't symbol, indicating that I can't edit this layer with my brush tool because, of course, text is vector-based in nature, and I would first need to rasterize it, convert it into pixels for it to accept some other color than the one color that I've assigned to it using the type tool. And if I try, Photoshop gives me this error saying I must rasterize it. So I'll hit cancel, as I don't want to rasterize it. I want to leave it as text. If you want to edit your text, you can select it again a couple different ways. You can select all of your text by double-clicking on the T thumbnail in the Layers palette, and you can see that my text becomes highlighted. So that means that I can now edit this text. And another way we might select our text is to, with our T tool selected, notice when I pass over some text in my document, the cursor changes slightly so I don't see the rectangular box around my type tool, indicating if I click now, I'll create a new text layer. But if I pass over some text I currently have, I get the I bar icon, and now I could drag select over a word to select it or a part of it. And another way you can select a word is simply by double-clicking on that word. I'll go ahead and commit again to this text change by clicking on the checkbox. Well, in the last tutorial, I showed you how you can create point type by simply choosing your T text icon and clicking on your document. Well, I'm going to show you another type of text that we can create called paragraph type. So I'm going to drag select my type layer down to the trash can icon to delete it. You can create a text bounding box for your text by choosing your type tool and then dragging out a bounding box, if you will, for some new text. And now notice that I get a blinking cursor in my bounding box, and I also have handlebars that I can manipulate my bounding box with. Well, I wrote some text here, and you can see at the bottom right-hand corner handlebar there is a small plus indicating that there is actually more text than can be stored in this size text paragraph box. So what I might do is double-click and then triple-click to select all of my text and change the font size right here on my size menu. And there you can see that I've actually changed my font size. And I'll go ahead and commit to that change. I'm going to double click right on the text thumbnail in the layers palette to again select the text and, more importantly, show the handlebars for this paragraph box. We can reflow our text by moving the handlebars. So if I go to one of my side handlebars here and pass over this handlebar, I get a double-headed arrow, and now I can squeeze in to change the shape of this paragraph box, and notice how Photoshop reflows the text. Another nice feature when using the paragraph type of text is we can manipulate and distort the actual shape of our bounding box. For instance, if I wanted to skew the bounding box, I'd hold down the Command key on the Macintosh or the Control key on the PC, and notice the dashed edge of my bounding box becomes solid. And now I can go to one of the side handlebars and I'll just drag up to skew that text. I'm going to undo that, Command Z. And also notice if I pass near to one of the corners, my cursor turns into the rounded double-headed arrow, which means that I can rotate this text box. And I'll undo that. Well, another great feature of working with the text tool in Photoshop is, of course, you can always select an individual word simply by double-clicking on it. Triple clicking will select all the text in a line, and quadruple clicking will select all the text in your text box. So in this way, we can change individual words' attributes. For instance, I can select the word Adobe and click on my color swatch, and it brings up the color picker. I can choose a new color and just change the color for that particular word, or I could select that word and change the font for that particular word. Well, if you wanted to affect all of the text globally, I'm going to go ahead and commit to that, but make sure that that text is still selected in my layers palette. And then I can choose a new font. Now, notice that I'm seeing no font selected in the font pull-down list, and that's because this text box contains a mix of fonts. So I'm just going to go ahead and choose a new font. And now all of my text font has been changed to the exact same font, Times Roman, and of course we could go ahead and change the font size as well. So you can create global edits by simply selecting the layer, the text layer, and then manipulating some parameter on your text options palette, such as the font, family, the style, size, and even alignment. So currently it's aligned left, center aligned, and then this button will align it flush right. There are some other type tools that you can use on the tools palette. One of the other type tools allows you to type in a vertical fashion. So if you choose the T icon with a downward arrow next to it, notice how my I-beam cursor changes. Go ahead and click right here. and type the word vertical. We also have the ability to create a quick mask based on text, and that's what these other two tools allow us to do. We have one for horizontal type mask and the equivalent for vertical. I'll just show you the horizontal type mask tool and click once. And notice what I'm getting is essentially a quick mask effect. And once I commit to that, notice how my mask has been converted into a selection. I'm going to deselect that and go back to my vertical layer and just make sure that the vertical text layer is selected, because we also have the ability to easily and quickly convert vertical to horizontal and vice versa. So with my vertical text layer selected, I'm going to go to the Layer menu, choose Type, and notice that I have the option to convert to horizontal and vice versa. And another nice feature is if I select this point type layer that says Photoshop Type, another one of my options under the Layer menu Type is to convert from point type to paragraph type. Now it doesn't look any different, but if I double click on this layer now, this text is now in its own paragraph bounding box. And of course, we could always convert that back to point text if we wished. Another interesting feature when working with text is the ability to give it some basic warping kind of effects. And what's nice about this is it maintains the editability of the text. So if we wanted to go back and edit some part of the text, we've not converted it into pixels. We've not rasterized it. So we can go back and change something like a particular word or font style even. So I'm going to go ahead and select this text right here and go back to my text tool and click on this button right here, the T with a curved line under it, and it brings up my warp text tool, and we can choose from some different options right here. So the default is none until we have chosen a different type of warp to choose. I'm going to show you some of my favorite ones, such as bulge. Choose bulge. Notice we now have the ability to edit the bend percentage. So we can have a plus or a minus value. And we can add horizontal and vertical distortion. Well, that's pretty cool. Let's try vertical mode. Sometimes I also use the fisheye type of effect. And we can also choose something like twist. So you can see that there are several different types of ways that you can distort your image using one of these different options. I'll go ahead and commit to that. And as I mentioned earlier, what's great about using something like bulge is that I can go in and still edit my text by drag selecting over a particular word and typing whatever I wanted into that selection. Notice if I have added a text distortion effect like that, that my T icon or T thumbnail on the layers palette changes slightly. So it's a T with this curved line underneath it, indicating that there is a warped effect added to my text. You can exercise extreme control over how your text looks by bringing up the character or paragraph palette. In order to do that, you can invoke these two palettes by clicking on this button right here when you're using the text tool in the text options palette. And another way to bring up the character or paragraph palette is to choose it from the window menu. You can see that I have the ability to choose a different font or font style right here. And of course, I am choosing a different font in this case for all text in my paragraph since I only have my layer targeted. And I could also choose a different font size as well. In order to use some of these other tools, I need to create a different type of selection, in this case to make it more precise. If I wanted to change the leading or the space between two lines, I would select whichever line I wanted to edit by double or triple clicking right on that line to select everything on that line. Now my leading value will change the space between that line and the line underneath. So you can see it's actually squeezing that space together. And Auto will use the default values. This next tool allows me to control the tracking of any text that I select. I'll go ahead and double click on the word Photoshop, and now we can squeeze the space between the letters together for this entire word. Sometimes you need to do this to make words fit in your paragraph. You can control the kerning or the space in between any two letters by clicking in between two letters, and now my kerning tool becomes available to me and I can control the kerning. Negative values reduce the space between letters. Positive values increase the space between letters. These next two tools will allow me to stretch type vertically or horizontally. So I'll drag select over these words here and choose 150, and you can see how it's actually distorting my text vertically. And we also have the ability to offset text from the baseline. So this is the baseline shift. For instance, if I had H2O here, I might want to drop the 2 by giving this a negative baseline shift. And finally, you can change the color of any selected text by clicking on your color swatch. So I'll go ahead and double click on this word here. Click on my color swatch to bring up my color picker and choose a different color. Photoshop will allow you to enforce some faux styles, if you will, that aren't part of the font family. So if I didn't have some of these styles, such as an official strike through type of style, I could select the text that I wanted to strike through and click on one of these style buttons. In this way, we can add our own stylizing to any text that you have. And we can also choose what level of anti-aliasing we want for our text right here, from none. And of course, none will enforce no anti-aliasing on our text, creating a very jagged looking effect. And sometimes I use this when I'm creating a web page, particularly with very small text, so it creates a more compressed image for me. And the opposite end of the anti-aliasing spectrum is smooth. And I'm usually using the smooth level of anti-aliasing, particularly if this is for a print job. Finally, there are several options available to you also on the character palette menu. The paragraph palette gives us controls over various paragraph settings. The top set of buttons allow me to control my justification and alignment. And notice that I currently have my text layer targeted, so these settings will apply to all text on this layer. The top left side button allows me to align left, center align is the next button, or right align. I can also justify my text by clicking this button. It will justify my text while leaving the last line on each paragraph, in this case aligned left. Justify center align for the last line, or right align. And this last button will force justify the last line. If you want, you can apply these paragraph settings to individual paragraphs, and all I need to do is click in the text on the paragraph I want to edit, and now I can edit these separately. So I could choose right align for that particular paragraph. Go ahead and commit to that and click back on my text layer and choose left align for all of my paragraphs. We also have the ability to indent our left or right margin, and notice when I pass over the icon for this particular tool, I can add or take away from the indent value by clicking and dragging right on the tool icon. Or we could simply drag select in the text box here and type in a value. This tool will allow me to indent the first line of any paragraph. Just type in 3, and you can see it's indenting the first line on my paragraph. I've actually added a tab here, so I'll take away that tab, and notice that it has applied the first line indent. And we also have the ability to add a space before and after any of our first or last lines of a paragraph. By default, hyphenate is enabled, and you can see that it is actually breaking my word rasterize here with a hyphen. If you disable that, it will not hyphenate any words in your paragraph. And there are some other options available to you on the paragraph palette menu. One of the cool options is the Roman hanging punctuation. It can create a very nice effect. For instance, if I had text here, I'm going to go ahead and make my left and right indent values 0. And I'll go ahead and add a quote mark. To the outside of my paragraph and commit to that. And now with my text layer selected, I'll go to my paragraph palette menu and choose Roman hanging punctuations. And what it will do is it will hang the punctuation outside the paragraph box. At some point you might want to add a cool painterly effect or filter to your text. However, if you do that, chances are you will probably need to rasterize it, and once you rasterize it, you can no longer edit it as text. So if you wanted to do that, this is what I would recommend. Assuming your text is perfect right now, but you might need to get back and edit it, what I recommend is duplicating this text layer. So I'm going to drag the thumbnail down to the new layer icon to create an exact duplicate, which happens to be in perfect registration. So here's my duplicate, which I can always get back to and use later if I need to. So I'll turn that off. And with this text layer selected, under the Layer menu, choose Rasterize Type. And now what it does, of course, it has converted this text into pixels. So I can no longer edit the text as text anymore, but I can do some cool things such as custom paint on colors to my new text pixels. So what I'm going to do is select a paintbrush here and enable the transparency lock so that I can only paint on where there are pixels, not where there are no pixels or where there is transparency. Now if I needed to do any kind of editing, I would need to use some pixel-based editing tools such as perhaps the lasso tool if I wanted to edit something like this hyphen here. You can add text on a path as well in Photoshop. I happen to have this path around my pepper, so I'm going to target this path by clicking on its thumbnail in the Path palette and then go to my Type tool and make sure it's selected. Notice when I pass into my image with my Type tool, I get the I-beam cursor, but when I pass over the path, it changes to have a little squiggly line next to it. That means that all I need to do is click once and Photoshop will allow me to type text along a path. Well, what it actually does is it copies this path, creating a new work path, and then I can begin to type. If you want to move your text along the path, choose the Direct Selection tool. That's this tool right here. And notice when I pass over my text, I get the I-beam cursor with an arrow next to it. Now I can click and drag this text along my path. And you can flip it across the path if you wish by clicking it and dragging it over the path. Well, it's just one fun area to work with in Photoshop. It's certainly trying out different filter effects on your image. You can see I have my sunflower layer targeted here, and I'm going to go to the Filter menu and briefly talk about some of our options. And what I'm really going to talk about is the second section of filter options. You can see that Photoshop has broken the filters out in basic categories of filters. So we have artistic, blur, brush strokes, and you can see that there are several different types of categories of filters. Well, I'm not going to talk about all of these filters, but what I will talk about is a way that you can try them out and mix and match, and that's by using what's called the filter gallery. If you choose the filter gallery, it brings up this very large preview interface, which shows us over to the left a preview of our layer, in this case my sunflower layer, and at the bottom I have the option to zoom in or zoom out at a particular zoom ratio. And I could also click the plus or minus button to zoom in or zoom out to see different areas of this image affected by a filter. In the middle of the filter gallery is a collection of folders, and you'll notice that these folders have the same name as some of the basic names of the filter sets. Now, not all of the different types of filters are represented in the filter gallery, and for good reason. Some of these filters take a long time to process because they're very processor intensive. So Photoshop's filter gallery has collected a lot of the popular special effects filters right here. I'm going to open up my collection of artistic filters by clicking on either the name of the folder, or you can also click on the triangle here, and you can see that there is a thumbnail representation of this picture of a sailboat with all these different filters run over it to give you a basic idea of the effect. So if I wanted color pencil, just click on color pencil and it will run a preview effect over my image here, and it will also allow me to access the controls for my colored pencil filter. So colored pencil allows me to change, in this case, my pencil width for the strokes, the stroke pressure, and the paper brightness. So in this way, we can shop around for different filter effects before committing by clicking OK to apply that effect. So if we didn't like colored pencil, I might try fresco and see how that effect looks. And notice when I try a different filter, I get a different set of controls here. Well, one of the cool features of working with Filter Gallery is we can actually mix and match filters. For instance, if I liked plastic wrap, I might click on the bottom of my right side of my interface, because notice what it's doing is it's building up a list of filters being applied. So plastic wrap will be one that I'll choose. I'll click on the new filter button here and choose a different type of filter. I'll choose poster edges. So now I have actually combined poster edges with plastic wrap. And what's interesting is that depending on the order that you have your filters in this list, it will create a different effect. So currently, poster edges would be being run and then plastic wrap. But what I can do is drag plastic wrap above poster edges. And now that effect would be run, and then the poster edges effect would be run. And if you don't want a particular filter in your collection, you can click on it and then click on the trash can icon. If you want to see a bigger preview area, click on this button and it will enlarge the preview area temporarily to show you your layer and how it's going to be affected by your filter or collection of filters. So in this way you can shop around between all these different types of filters, sets, and individual filters within the collection. And now with these 3 filters being run over my image, I'll click OK, and Photoshop will apply the aggregate combination of all of these filters onto my layer. As you can see from the filter menu, there are several different filters that you can choose from. Essentially, I break these up into special effects filters and production filters. Filters that you might run under artistic would create a type of special effect, but sometimes I need to do certain things from a production point of view, such as sharpening or blurring. I want to talk about the sharpening filter that I prefer to use. There are several filters to choose from under sharpen, but By far my favorite one is the one called Unsharp Mask. Now, despite the name, this actually creates a sharpening effect. The Unsharp Mask name comes from a printing technique where it will enhance the contrast between contrasty edges. And I'm going to hit Command plus to zoom in on the background so that I can see this effect at a 1-to-1 ratio. Well, how does Unsharp Mask really work? What it does is it looks for edges of contrasty pixels. So you can see here where my dark building lines up against the bright sky, it creates a contrasty edge. But where I have a low contrast area, say in this white area of the building, it will not apply a sharpening effect to this area. So we have three sliders here: the amount or intensity of the Unsharp Mask effect, and I'll just turn it up to about 100. The radius, or how many pixels out from any pixel it goes out to apply the effect. So if we increase the radius, you can begin to see my Unsharp Mask effect being applied at a very intense rate. Generally, I prefer a radius of about 1. And the threshold slider. The threshold slider controls the threshold of contrast before the effect is applied. At a threshold of 0, it will look at all of the pixels and apply the effect. It will apply the effect no matter how low or high contrast any pixel is in my image. If we increase the threshold just a bit, it will ignore low contrast areas. So now it's not going to apply the effect in any of these pixels of the white building, but it is applying the effect where my white building is next to a darker or lighter sky pixel or a darker or lighter window pixel. If you use too high a setting for either radius and or amount, we can begin to get a halo type of effect. And you can see it right here. My blue sky is meeting the dark building, but there's this white halo because it's trying to increase the edge contrast between these two areas. So for a good unsharp mask, you want to use these values before you see any type of haloing. So I'll just stick with 110% at 1 pixel and a threshold of about 8 or 9. And click OK, and you can see that it did indeed sharpen my image a bit. I'll undo that, Command Z, to show the effect before the filter, Command Z after the filter. Well, the opposite of sharpening is blurring, and sometimes you might want to create a blurry effect, particularly if you want to de-emphasize a background. And of course, Photoshop has several filters to help you out with that. Go to the Filter menu, Blur, and the one that I use, which I think is most effective, is the Gaussian Blur. Now, it does exactly the opposite of sharpening. What it does is it reduces the contrast between contrasty pixels. And you can see that we can simply drag around our interface as we can do in many of these other filter interfaces. Click and drag right in the preview area to move it around and see how that effect will be applied. I always leave preview enabled to see how the filter will affect my image in the background. And for Gaussian blur, we have one slider to control the amount of the intensity, and that's measured as a function of the radius of pixels. So the lower the pixel radius, the less intense the effect, and the higher the value, the more intense the effect. There's another filter I want to talk about called the Digimark filter. Photoshop has added this special third-party filter as a way to identify your images by adding a special watermark to it. So I'm going to choose Digimark Embed Watermark, and it will bring up the Digimark watermark filter interface. Now, the way this works is that Digimark is a third-party company which allows you to purchase an identification, an ID, that you use with this filter. When you run this filter on an image, it adds a noise effect to the image, and in that noise is encoded your ID number. So if somebody wants to use your image, they can check on the Digimark website to see what ID number correlates to who owns it. And another reason I like the Digimark tool is that it doesn't leave an obvious graphic watermark. The noise effect is imperceptible. So here's my Digimark Embed Watermark tool, and you can see that I have purchased my own ID right here. We can choose from 3 types of image information that we want to add. I'm just going to make sure that I have a copyright year in my image. And what one of these 3 attributes do we want to also add? Restricted, do not copy, or adult content. 3 options for target output, and these will jump us through to different levels of watermark durability. You can see that essentially we have a spectrum of visibility durability. So if we have enough pixel data, you might try a very low value, less visible. Or if it's a smaller image, you might make it more visible. Now I'm just going to stick with level 3. And I will also enable verify, and I'll click OK. And my Digimark noise filter will be added to the image. So there I go. I've ID'd my image with my own ID. And notice that I have a small copyright symbol right here. It's been added to my image. I'm going to go to File Menu, File Info. And now if I look at the file info, the metadata has been altered. And I can see that I have a copyright info URL, and this will actually take you to the Digimark website, and there you can check to see who the owner is of this ID, and you'll find out that it's me. Well, another nice way you can use this filter is to check on that. Choose Filter menu Digimark Read Watermark, and it will detect the watermark, and it will also show you the ID for whoever is the owner or marker of this image. And if you wanted to check via the web, click Web Lookup, and it will launch your web browser, giving you more information about the owner of this image. Another way you can use this is if you post images on the web. One of the features of Digimark is something called Mark Spider, and it will actually go out and look on the web and find out where the images that you have Digimarked show up. To learn more about Digimark, you can go to the Digimark Embed Watermark filter, click on the Change button, and go and click on the Info button, and it will take you to their website. In this tutorial, I want to give you an overview of some techniques of using filters. You know that a filter will be run on whatever layer that you currently have targeted. So for instance, if I wanted to run a blur filter on my sunflower layer, it's going to blur all the pixels in this layer. Go ahead and choose Filter Menu Blur Gaussian Blur. And notice that it is in fact blurring all the pixels on that layer. I'll undo that, and show you another way I often use filters, and that is to lock the transparency on a layer. If I didn't want my filter effect to escape the edges of where there are pixels and there are not, I would lock the transparency, filter Gaussian blur, and also notice that it puts the last filter that you ran at the top of the filters palette, and you can just simply hit Command F to run the last filter that you used with those settings. And now notice that it's blurred my sunflower image, but it did not escape the edges of those pixels because I locked the transparency there. Another way you can use filters is to simply select an area. So I'm going to turn off these layers and target my background image. If I don't have a selection active and run a filter, it of course runs the filter over the entire image. But if I do have a selection active, it will only run the filter effect contained inside that selection. I'm going to turn on this vector-based shape and target this layer, and I'll try to run a special filter on this layer. Choose Add Noise, and notice the alert I'm getting from Photoshop. It's saying that I can't run a filter on this because it is not pixel-based data. It's vector-based, so I must first rasterize it or turn it into pixels. So if you want to do that, click OK. And now my layer has been converted into pixels. I can run this filter effect. So those are some basic things to consider when you're running filters over pixel-based or non-pixel-based layers in Adobe Photoshop. Well, you may very well be asking yourself, how did I make this amazing picture of the interior of the Met Museum with the distorted walls? Well, I used the Liquify tool in Photoshop, found under the Photoshop Filters menu. So here's a picture of the New York City skyline. And in order to show you how Liquify works, I'm going to go to the Filter menu and choose Liquify, and it brings up the Liquify interface. It's a very large interface. And notice that it has a collection of tools to the left side of the preview window, and it has a collection of tool options on the right side. The top tool is the forward warp tool, and to basically show you how this works, notice that I have show mesh enabled, and it's showing me a large gray mesh over my image, and this looks very much like a gray grid. If I choose my forward warp tool and click and drag in my image, you can see how it's distorting this image as if it were made from liquid and we're just pushing it around. So the opposite tool to use is the one directly underneath it, and this is the Reconstruct tool. This will paint back any distortions you made back to the original unedited version. So if I choose the Reconstruct tool, see I'm just painting back the image before it was distorted. When you use the Reconstruct tool, we can choose from different types of options over on the right side. You can choose the Revert mode, or the other mode I prefer is Smooth, but we'll just stick with Revert for now. And to talk a little bit more about some of the brush options we have the brush size, and you can increase or decrease your brush size by pressing the right or left bracket key on your keyboard. Will increase the brush size. Brush density, brush pressure, and I have a pressure sensitive tablet and stylus hooked up to my computer, so I have stylus pressure enabled, and this means that with stylus pressure enabled it will look to how hard I press to create an effect. If I press lightly, get a very light effect. If I press hard, get a very intense effect. And again, that's another great reason for having a Wacom pressure sensitive tablet and stylus hooked up to your computer. We have the brush rate slider, and it's not available to us unless we choose something like the twirl tool. And if we have the twirl tool enabled, the brush rate will control how fast it will twirl our image. So I'm going to go ahead and increase my brush size a bit. Go to the top of this building and press and hold on it, and notice it's spinning it around, twirling it. Well, I'll Command Z and undo that and turn down my brush rate. And now with my brush rate set at 16, if I press and hold, it twirls much more slowly. The turbulent jitter slider relates to this tool right here, the turbulence tool, which creates a turbulent type of an effect. So what are some of these other tools we have available to us? We have the pucker tool, which will suck in our picture, and the bloat tool. It's just the opposite. It will bloat our image. Shift left. So if I pull up, it's shifting left, and if I paint down, it shifts right. And the mirror tool creates a strange kind of mirror, funhouse mirror effect, if you will. Well, if you've created a complete mess of your image, you can always click Restore All, and it will revert back to the unedited version of your image. Well, another nice feature of using the Liquify tool is we can freeze areas from being edited or thaw those areas as well. So we have the Freeze Mask tool and the Thaw Mask tool. So I'm going to click the Freeze Mask tool and make sure that Show Mask is enabled here. And now I can just paint on a mask for the areas that I don't want to be affected. So now if I choose something like my Forward Warp tool and drag in, notice that I can't edit the area that has a mask over it, that's frozen, if you will. We can thaw that mask, if you will, by choosing the Thaw Mask tool, and now I can paint back that mask. And now whatever area is not masked will be edited by any type of distortion tool that we add. If you are using the Liquify tool on a layer which supports transparency, we have several different mask options available to us right here in the mask options area. I'm going to click and hold on this first one right here, and you can see that I have the option to use a selection, the transparency, or a layer mask for this layer. Well, this layer doesn't support transparency since it's the background, so those particular items are currently grayed out for me. But I can choose none, or mask all, or invert all. So the way you might use this is to paint on part of your area with the thaw brush, and then that's now protected, and if you choose invert all, it will simply invert the mask, and now whatever area is not masked will be editable using the Liquify tools. If you want a very refined effect, choose a smaller mesh size. And we can also choose what mesh color we want to use right here. I'll just stick with red. And finally, if we were working with layers, we could choose to show the backdrop or the lowest layer in context to the layer that we might be editing. So once you're done with your distortion effects, all you need to do is click OK, and Photoshop will render the high resolution results back to your image. Well, when you're ready to output your image to your printer, you want to check a few things before you print. I usually go to Image menu, choose Image Size, and just reconfirm exactly how big my image is. So in this case it's 5.3 inches by 4 inches at 300 pixels per inch. Okay, well with that in mind, I'm going to go to File menu and choose Print with Preview. This brings up the Print with Preview dialog box, and you can see what's great about this is that it shows you how your image will look in this preview pane, in this case on my 8.5 by 11 inch piece of paper. So for position, notice that position is locked with center image checked. If you disable center image, then we can move our document up or down or to the left or to the right. And of course you have the option to choose any one of these measurement units. So I'll just say top, instead of almost 3 inches, I'll say 1. And you can see that it has jumped my image up to the top. And if you want to center it, just enable center image. For print, scaled print size, I can enable scale to fit media, and then it will enlarge my image as large as possible in order to print from side to side in this case. If you disable scale to fit media, you can type in a particular value you want right here. So if I just type in 100%, that is exactly, as you can see, what my image size was set to be, 5.3 by 4 inches high. I could also go to one of the handlebars for my bounding box and drag out to resize my image. So it's another nice feature. At the bottom of the Print with Preview dialog box, we have several different options here. And if you're not seeing them, make sure that Show More Options is enabled. When you choose Show More Options, we have a pull-down menu which toggles between output options and color management options. If you choose color management, we can choose to use either the document color space, in this case my generic RGB ICC profile, or the proof color space as the source space. And we could also choose what ICC profile color space we want to use for the print or output color space from our list of ICC profiles that are in your system right here. I'm going to go back to output and talk about some of our output options. You can choose a different background color if you wish by clicking on background, or change the border color by clicking on that. Also, you could add a crop mark so that it was actually inside the edge of your image by clicking on bleed and giving it a value here. So I'll say 0.125, and it will actually add a slight crop mark on the inside edge of my image. And we could also adjust the screen and transfer functions as well if you wish. If you enable calibration bars, it will add some calibration marks to the outside of your image. We could also add registration marks as well. So these would include bullseye targets and star targets. Corner crop marks, will add corner crop marks. Center crop marks will do just that. If you enable description, it will use any description information that you might have typed into the File Info section found under the File menu. Labels will use your file name and add it to the top right here. Emulsion down will swap the image so that it can be printed with the emulsion down. Or you could invert the brightness value of everything by enabling negative. So once you're ready to go, click print, and what you see here in the preview area is what you will get when you print out your image, with the caveat, of course, that your printer driver needs to support this kind of information. Well, you can see that I have a very complex layered file here, and I also have some extra mask channels on my RGB document, as well as some paths. Well, with that in mind, I want to talk about some saving options. Now, I've already saved this image once, and I recommend saving your image at a particular stage that you wouldn't want to lose that work if your power went out. And if you haven't already saved, click Save, and it will, if it's the first time, essentially bring up what looks like the Save As dialog box, asking you to do three important things. Give your file a name, choose a particular file format from our format pull-down list, and choose what directory you want to save it on. Well, I'm just going to stick it back into my experiment directory, and I'll call it saving to. And I'm going to save it as a Photoshop format image. And I prefer to save my working files as Photoshop formats because the Photoshop format, of course, supports all of the features that you can work with in Photoshop, notably layer information, paths, and channels. And at the bottom of this Save As dialog box, notice we have several different options available to us. I can choose to save the alpha channels, which I always do, and also to maintain layers, which I also want to do, so that I can save this document, quit Photoshop, and at a later time come back to Photoshop, relaunch the application, and reopen this document and work with it in all its layers and paths and channels still available to me. And also I'm going to embed the ICC color profile that this image was developed in this case my generic RGB color profile. So when you are simply continuing to work with a Photoshop format image and you are not ready to save it as another format for a different type of output option, I always recommend saving as Photoshop format. I'll go ahead and click Save, noting that this will of course maintain my layers and extra mask channels. And Photoshop brings up this dialog box saying, do I want to maximize compatibility? And what this means is that it has to create a backwards compatible Photoshop file in order for older formats to be able to open this if I choose maximize compatibility. The real issues here are if this particular file were being edited with 16-bit layers. Older formats do not support 16-bit colors with layers, so it would have to create a version which supported that, and that would be 8-bit layer information. And also, new Photoshop supports up to 53 alpha channels, and that's a very nice thing. However, older formats support fewer alpha channels, so it would not include all of your extra alpha channels in an older format. I always choose OK to this with the caveat that I understand that this might create a much larger file. But if I'm not working with 16-bit layer information or more than around 20 extra alpha channels, I won't create a much larger file than an older Photoshop format. So if you're going to continue to work on this image in a later Photoshop session, always save your document as a Photoshop format image. Another format you might choose to save in is the GIF format. This is a popular format for displaying images on the World Wide Web, as it is a reduced color format and it is also LZW compressed. So it creates a fairly small file, which is good for quick file transfers on the World Wide Web. So I'm just going to go ahead and choose saving to .gif, making sure that I've chosen the CompuServe GIF format. And another nice feature of Photoshop is in the preferences, you can have Photoshop always add the suffix for the file type. And so that is this 3-lettered suffix after the dot. So this is .gif for GIF, or .psd for Photoshop, or .eps for EPS, or .tiff for TIFF, and so on and so forth. And this makes the file a little bit easier to read on the PC as well, as the PC often needs suffixes, but I like having a suffix on the end of my image so that it gives me a little bit more information about what the file type might be. So I'm going to choose to save it as a GIF, and notice that all of my options, particularly the layers and alpha channels, are grayed out because GIF format does not support any of these other options. So since it doesn't support layers, it's asking me if I want to flatten my layer document, and of course if I want to save as a GIF image, I need to do that. GIF images support basically an index color schema, allowing you to save a color image with no more than having any pixel be no more than one of up to 256 separate colors. So because of that, it can make your files very small, but you can lose a lot in color fidelity. So our main options with the GIF format is choosing how we want to index our color. And the main pull-down menu you choose from is what type of palette you want. And we have some standard palettes, such as the Mac or Windows palette, the web palette with a subset of colors, only 216 colors, or the uniform palette. And from uniform, we can type in up to 216 colors. And notice, since I have preview enabled, notice if I type in, say, 16 colors, how this image looks. And you can see that it looks low color fidelity. You can also choose to have a custom palette created based on the local colors. So we have three variations of local perceptual, which creates a custom palette by giving priority over to the colors that humans are most sensitive to. We can choose selective, which creates a color table similar to perceptual but favoring broad areas of color and the preservation of web colors. And adaptive creates a palette by sampling colors from the spectrum appearing most commonly in the image. And if you had saved out a custom color palette, we could also choose that from custom, and it will ask us to go find that color palette to use. I'm going to stick with perceptual, and I'll just choose 32 colors. And it's done a nice job of creating a decent looking image, and I can see a little bit of banding. And that's why I use something like the diffusion option. Diffusion creates a type of noise effect. If I choose none, you can clearly see the banding that's going to occur with a GIF image with very few colors. You can make this image look better by adding a type of dither, and the dither I prefer to use is a diffusion dither. If you choose something like diffusion, we can actually choose what percentage of dither we want here. So notice if I use a very low value such as 20%, get a bit of banding effect, but still it's mixed with a bit of dithering, so it looks better. So I'm going to stick with 80% and click OK to save out my indexed color GIF image. If I were going to email this image to somebody to preview, say if I were working with an art director or designer and they wanted to see this version of the image, I would choose to send it to them as a JPEG format. JPEG format does not support layers, but it does have a very clever compression scheme that makes your files very small while maintaining pretty good file fidelity. In order to save as a JPEG format, I would choose File menu, Save for Web. And it brings up this very interesting interface allowing me to see how my image will look in this particular format. Well, I'm going to double click on the hand tool, which will zoom out to fill the screen, And if you want to see your image one-to-one, one screen pixel for one image pixel, double-click on the zoom tool. This interface also has a few tabs at the top. So we have our original image, our image, the way it looks optimized through whatever JPEG compression we are using, and we can click on the 2-up tab so we can see the original plus one JPEG optimization scheme, or 4-up so we can see our original image and 2 other JPEG settings, if you will. Well, I'm just going to choose the 2-up, and I also want to point out on the right side of my interface that I have various settings that I can choose from. I'm going to stick with JPEG, although we could choose GIF or PNG 8 or 24. I'm going to stick with JPEG because what JPEG does is it runs what's known as a lossy compression scheme. It actually degrades your image in favor of creating small files. So without reducing the actual pixel count, you can see my original image here is 5.5 megabytes, but with the lowest compression available, it has squeezed it down to only 50K. I'm going to zoom in one-to-one by double-clicking on the zoom tool. I'm going to drag around so that we can see the difference here on my original image and the JPEG compressed. You can see that at a very low setting, quality setting of 10, and this is measured essentially from 0 to 100. We'll just dial it all the way down to 0. You can see what happens here. We get some, looks like crystallized artifacts, and those are really compression artifacts that are being introduced because of my extremely low JPEG setting. Well, again, this is the reality of saving with a lossy compression scheme, and the reason you would do this, of course, is to create a very small file size. So if I double-click on the hand tool and zoom out, I can see that my file looks pretty good, and I think if I were showing this to somebody to get an approval on a project, they could essentially make a decision based on this image, and even with its compression artifacts. So essentially, when you choose JPEG, you have the ability to choose what type of quality you want. 0 is the lowest, and 100 is the highest. And you can see that at 100, it looks remarkably like the original, yet it has compressed it dramatically, a little bit less than a megabyte. So we have the entire range from 0 to 100, or you could choose from one of the preset options here, from maximum to high or low, which is about 10. And you can further make your file smaller by adding a bit of blur to the image. It will, of course, soften the image a bit because it is in fact blurring it, but that will actually help the compression. You can create a progressive JPEG so it will download in multiple passes, and you can also add your ICC profile to your JPEG image, which will make your file size just a bit larger. Another nice feature of this interface is we can click on the image size tab, and in this interface quickly change our image size. So if I wanted to, I could simply cut this in half by choosing 800 pixels, and you can see that it's going to constrain my file size, or my proportions I should say, so it will change the height proportionally. Or I could simply type in a value for percentage right here. Click apply, and it will resize my image. So when you're ready to save out your JPEG file, click Save. And of course, it will ask you where you want to save that file. Well, to simulate a print workflow, I've converted this image to CMYK, and that would be the last thing I do if I were creating an image for print. I would work in RGB as long as possible, collapsing my layer at the very end, and then finally converting to CMYK. Well, many print workflows require an EPS file format. So with that in mind, for my CMYK file, I'm going to choose Save As, an EPS format, and this is the kind of format that you would import into a page layout application such as Adobe InDesign or Quark Express. So I'm going to choose from my Format pull-down menu, and notice that I have a smaller set of options once I've converted it to CMYK. Just choose Photoshop EPS, and I could choose to embed my ICC profile right here. Go ahead and do that, and it brings up some of my EPS options. Well, very often you're going to want to create a preview image with your EPS file. This will make your file size a little bit larger. However, when you are placing it into an application such as Quark Express or Adobe InDesign, preview is very helpful because you want to see essentially where that picture is going to show up and how you might crop it in a picture box. So we have a handful of preview options here. You can create a TIFF preview or a JPEG preview, and I recommend always choosing JPEG as it creates a great preview quality while making the preview image fairly small in file size. For encoding, you can choose between essentially ASCII, binary, or JPEG. You might choose ASCII if you're printing on a Windows system, or binary if you want to produce a smaller file. You might choose JPEG to create a smaller file as well. However, remember this is a lossy compression scheme. However, if you choose something like JPEG maximum quality, it's highly unlikely you would ever see any compression artifacts. It does a great job of reducing your file size through the JPEG compression algorithm without really introducing any artifacts, assuming you choose a high enough quality setting. You can choose to include any halftone screen information, or also you can include any transfer information as well. And you're really going to want to talk to your service provider or your printer to find out if you want to enable that or not. PostScript color management converts the file data to the printer's color space. So doing this might disrupt any color management you have or that you're working with this file. If your file contained vector data, you might want to choose Preserve Vector Data, and that can be helpful, particularly if you have a clipping path in here. And finally, image interpolation is nice to enable as it anti-aliases the printed appearance of any low-res image. Another format you might want to save in is the Photoshop PDF format. Photoshop PDF's format, just like the Photoshop format itself, which suffix is PSD, supports many of the same options such as alpha channels, layers, and even can, of course, embed color profiles. So I'll choose Photoshop PDF format and click Save and see what other options we have available to us. For encoding, we can choose two types of encoding, and I recommend choosing the JPEG encoding, and you can see that we have a compression slider. So Photoshop will run a JPEG compression on all the bitmap layers. So this also includes the alpha channels, and if you want to create a very small file, you'll choose a very low quality setting, but I'm going to leave it at quality level 10 in order to create a very high quality file. In fact, JPEG is a lossy compression scheme, but at high levels or high quality levels, you are hard pressed to tell the difference or see any type of compression artifacts. So this is actually a great format to save your image in. And if you wish, you could also invoke some of the various PDF security options. You could give this image a password to open the document or even to change any passwords. So I'm going to cancel that because I don't want to actually enable any PDF security on this image. Finally, if your image includes vector data, and this image does, it includes some fonts as well as some paths, I'm going to be sure to enable include vector data, and I'm going to choose embed fonts. That way, anybody who wants to open this image does not necessarily have to have this font. You can see I'm using Papyrus font here, but this font will actually be embedded into my PDF image. And so this is a great way of sharing files that include fonts that you're not sure that the other person has that font. If you choose include vector data and embed fonts, the actual font will be embedded in my PDF document, so it will look exactly the same opened up in somebody else's Adobe Photoshop, or for that matter, a PDF reader. Another very popular format to save graphic images in is the TIFF file format. It stands for Tagged Image File Format. Choose the TIFF format from the Format pull-down menu, and you can see that we can save additional alpha channels, and it's enabled since I have additional alpha channels. What's a great new feature in the TIFF file format is that it now supports layers. So I'm going to click Save, and it's going to bring up my TIFF file format options. And we have some options for different types of compression. I always recommend using an LZW file compression, as it will compress areas of similar pixel color highly. So this is very good for compressing masks in particular. And essentially it will save a lot of space on your hard drive. So I'm going to go ahead and choose the LZW compression and also enable Macintosh byte order. And notice when I click OK, it's telling me that including layers will increase the file size. And I'm going to say OK to that. So now when I close this document and choose to open it again, here is my TIFF format with layers. I'll click open, and you can see that now the TIFF format, assuming that I saved it with layers, looks very much like the Photoshop file format. It maintains all my layer information as well as my extra alpha channels and paths as well. You can use TIFF to save as an RGB image as well as CMYK. It's an excellent format to save your images in. Well, in this tutorial, I want to talk about a couple different types of file compression. And in order to do that, I'm going to flatten this image. So from the Layers palette menu, I'm going to choose Flatten Image, and it's going to drop all of my layers in order onto the background layer. And I'm also going to throw out all of my extra mask channels here, as well as delete any paths that I have. So now I have a very clean image consisting of only one collection of RGB data. And I'm going to save it in 3 different ways. First thing, I'm going to choose Save As, and I'm going to save it as a TIFF image. Create a new folder called Compression. And I'll save this one as a TIFF image no compression. And for image compression, I'm going to choose none. I'm going to do the same thing and choose Save As, and this time I'm going to run an LZW compression. I'm also going to save it as a TIFF image, and I'll call this one LZW. And the LZW compression algorithm is a lossless compression scheme. So what it actually does is it looks for areas of similar pixel color and writes that using less information. For instance, if I had an area with 3 black pixels, if it were uncompressed, each pixel is written, I am a black pixel, I am a black pixel, I am a black pixel. But if you use LZW, and those are 3 exactly the same pixels, it will say something like 1 through 3 are black pixels. So I'll go ahead and choose LZW and save that. And for the next one, I'm going to choose a JPEG format. And JPEG is a lossy compression scheme. It will compress your file, but actually throw out data depending on how much compression is run over your image. So with our quality setting, I'll choose a quality of level 10, and frankly, it's very difficult to see any type of compression artifacts with such a high quality setting. So I'll go ahead and choose level 10. And I'm going to do that again, but this time with a very low quality setting. So I'll call this one JPEG low. And I'll turn this down to about 4. And notice if preview is enabled, it will actually show you what the compression will look like in your image. So if you turn it way down, we should begin to see some bad artifacts. I'll just stick with 4 for now. So now I've saved this image in 4 different ways, and let's go ahead and look at that folder. And look at the different file sizes here. So with my TIFF image, which was not compressed at all, it's 5.5 megabytes. But that exact same image with the LZW lossless compression scheme run over it is about half the size, 2.3 megabytes. And these 2 images will look exactly the same because it is a lossless compression scheme. Well, that's very interesting. So you can save a lot of space by always enabling LZW when you save as a TIFF image. And for what it's worth, when you save a Photoshop file format, Photoshop runs the LZW compression scheme over all of the layers, saving you a lot of space. And notice our 2 different JPEG images. We have our JPEG run at a very high level of quality, and that's about half a megabyte. And then the one run at a very low quality is much smaller, 164 kilobytes, about 1.6 megabytes in size. So look at the range here from no compression, 5.5 megabytes, all the way down to a little bit more than 0.2 megabytes for this one. I'm going to go ahead and open up this image, the one that was highly compressed JPEG, and I'll zoom in 1:1, and you can indeed see some JPEG artifacts here for this image that was saved at a very low quality. And our LZW compressed image, no compression artifacts, looks great. So the moral of the story is, if you're saving as a TIFF file format, always run LZW compression. It will always save space and never make your image look bad. Well, in this last collection of tutorials for Adobe Photoshop CS, I've designed an illustration, and in this illustration I'm going to essentially walk through how I created this image. And you can see this is an image of our dusty backyard, and I've added a few items in this backyard image, a little bit of lawn art, if you will, to spruce up my backyard. I'm going to hit the F7 key and it will bring up my layers, and I'm going to hit Command minus to zoom out just a bit to make my picture just a little bit smaller and break down my layers and how I created this image. At the very top of the layers palette is a layer which contains essentially sort of a vignette effect. And you can see that that's my vignette effect right here, and it is set to about a 40% opacity. If I set it back to 100%, you can see the vignette effect at 100%, and it's a little bit too strong, so I went with about a 40% opacity effect. So that's where I'm at, and if I turn it off, you can see the image without the vignette effect. The vignette effect is a nice way of containing the attention of the image right in the center of the image. Then I have a picture of my neighbor Jessica pointing behind her, and I composited this on so that she looks like she's very excited and pointing to my yard art. So I'll go ahead and turn these off so you can see the final image. Then I have a section called Leaves Clone here, and I'll turn that off, and you can see that this is the actual picture, of course not with my giant mushroom or pepper and seed pod, but that's the actual picture of my backyard, and we can see my neighbor's house. Well, I didn't want to see their house, so I cloned in some leaves. And if I open up my layer set, you can see there's actually 2 layers of cloned information. Then I also have a layer set for each of my 3 elements here. One for the mushroom. And if I open up my mushroom layer set, you can see that I have a fair amount of things going on here. I have a levels adjustment layer, darkens the image a bit. I also have a pixel layer where I darkened underneath my mushroom just a bit, and the mushroom itself, and finally a shadow where the light might fall on underneath the mushroom, or I should say the lack of light. Shadows really help add weight to any type of content that you might composite into an image, giving it a little bit more of a realistic effect. If you don't have the shadows, things can essentially look pasted down. I'll go ahead and close that and turn off my mushroom. Then I have my pepper, and I actually created a layer that I filled with the color sampled from the pepper as a way to make the green stem the same color as the pepper. And I set this layer to hue, so that's my blending mode for this layer is set to hue. If I chose normal, which is what it started out like, that's what this layer looks like. It's just a peppered shaped color. But I only wanted the hue information of that layer to come through. Then I had another adjustment layer here, further reducing the saturation. And another adjustment layer for hue saturation. And also some shadows for this pepper. And you can also see that I actually added a highlight patch. So this is the original image. And the lighting for this pepper was so different, you can see the big highlights here, that I wanted to get rid of them so the lighting blended in a bit. You can see the overall lighting for this image is very soft and the lighting for this pepper is very harsh. So what I did is I created a highlight patch and cloned over those highlights with some other area of the pepper. And for my pepper, I created a layer mask which chopped away part of the bottom to make it look stuck in the ground. So if I shift click on the layer mask, you can see that's my actual pepper. And I'll turn it back on, and now it looks like it's sort of stuck in the ground with my layer mask. And also there are a few shadow layers as well. So I'll go ahead and turn on all those layers again. And finally, my seed pod. So here's my actual seed pod, and there is a shadow behind the seed pod. And actually I have two shadow layers for my seed pod. And of course, at the very bottom is the base picture of the backyard. So you put all of this content together, and here is my illustration. Here's a special folder I created in my content folder, which contains the ingredients, if you will, for my project. And I'm going to make these a little bit larger. And you can see what we have here. Essentially, here's my source image, the backyard. And then we have 3 individual pieces of lawn art eventually. My mushroom, my green pepper, my seed pod. And we have Jessica pointing to the background. And then here's the final illustration. Well, I'm going to go ahead and start to work on some of the ingredients, if you will, for my illustration. And what I need to do is essentially isolate some of these things in order to drag into my backyard. So I'm going to start with my seed pod, double click to open this image. And now what I want to do is to create a mask for this image and chop it out so it supports transparency. So in order to make this layer support transparency, I need to rename it. All I'm going to do is double click on its name and give it a name other than background, and layer 0 is fine because I'm just going to use this as the basis of content to drag into another image. I need to isolate this in order to copy and paste it, and there are several ways I could do that. But the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to create a mask based on one of my data channels. So I'll look for the contrastiest data channel here, that is, which is the one that my seed pod looks darkest in against my essentially white background. And I think it's the blue channel. I'm going to drag the thumbnail on the channels palette down to the new channel icon at the bottom, and now I have my first alpha channel. And it essentially looks exactly like the blue channel because it is an exact copy. Well, I'm going to go ahead and make this very contrasty by running levels. Command L brings up my levels, and one way you can begin to create a mask for your image is to sample black and white. So I'm going to click on my black point slider and click in a dark area, but not a black area, just a dark area, and try it again to make it very dark. And it seems to be doing a pretty good job, so that's pretty good. And now I might help out my black slider by dragging it up a little bit more. And I'll take my white point slider and drag that back. So now you can see that we have the beginning of a pretty nice mask. I'm going to say OK to that, and now I need to edit my mask using my paintbrush and black and white. So I'm going to choose a paintbrush and click on the black and white icon and go ahead and zoom in 1 to 1 by double clicking on the zoom tool and begin to paint out the areas such as the shadow that I know that I don't want. So I'm pressing the left bracket key to make it very small. And I'm just going to paint out these little areas. I'm holding down the space bar and clicking and dragging around to see if there are any other areas around my image that I need to paint out. And there are, but what I'm going to do is use my lasso tool and create a very tight selection around my seed pod here, and eventually inverse this selection and fill it with the opposite color, or fill it with white, I should say. Command minus to zoom out, and there is my selection around my seed pod. Command Shift I or Control Shift I inverses the selection. So now everything that was selected is deselected and everything that was not selected is selected, and I'm going to fill that with white. Option Delete or Alt Delete on the PC will fill your selection with your foreground color. That's pretty good. I still need to clean up my seed pod because now there are sections inside the seed pod that have highlights that were not quite selected if I want to convert this into a mask. So I'm going to do the same basic thing, create a freehand selection using my lasso tool, going around just all these little white areas here. And now filling this with black. Control Delete or Command Delete on the Mac will fill with my background color. Now if you want to be really good, I need to go in and edit these highlights. Wherever there's a gray area, if I activate this as a selection, it will capture these pixels in a semi-transparent way. So I'm going to turn on the RGB eyeball and paint with black. These areas that are highlights. And I'll say that's good enough for now. So once you're done perfecting your mask, I'll go ahead and turn my RGB eyeball off. You can see that, well, there are a few areas that I really should clean up, but I'm just going to say that's good enough for now. Well, if I activate this mask, it is of course going to select everything in the white and protect everything in the black. So I need to invert this mask. Command I on the Mac or Control I on the PC will make all the pixels invert in brightness values. Now, I'm going to activate this mask as a selection. Command click right on the thumbnail loads this mask as a selection. Target my RGB because I want to copy RGB data, and choose Command C to copy that pixel data. Now I'll go back and go to Browse and open up my background yard picture here. And go to Layers and choose Command V to paste it in. Well, here's my red pepper, the next ingredient for my illustration. So I need to copy this onto my background image. So the way I'm going to isolate this is I'm going to use my magnetic lasso tool. The magnetic lasso tool, you will recall, looks for areas of contrasty edges, and it will attach a temporary path around it until you close it, and then it will create a selection. So I'm going to go ahead and click once to start it, and then notice how it changes to the circular cursor with a plus in it. All I need to do is to make sure that I keep the contrasty edge inside that circle. And I'm just going to pass around, and I'm not touching down with my mouse at all. I'm just passing around the edge of my pepper. hopefully it will create a very nice selection. I'm going to go ahead and click once to add a point there. Again, just passing around the edge of my pepper to create this magnetic selection. And once I pass over the first point, notice the cursor changes to look like the magnetic lasso tool with a small circle beside it, indicating that all I need to do is click to close the path, and it will activate that as a selection. Well, there is my red pepper. Looks like a great selection, very precise. So I'll go ahead and copy that to the clipboard, Command C or Control C on the PC. And I'll go find my backyard picture and choose Command V to paste that as a new layer. Well, now might be a good time to organize this a bit, so I'm going to go ahead and call this one Pepper by clicking on the text, type in Pepper, and I'm even going to put this in its own folder by clicking on the new layer set icon right here. So here's my new layer set. I think I'll call this layer set Pepper. Now I'm going to click and drag on the thumbnail right into my Pepper layer set. Now I can close that by clicking on the triangle. And I'll do the same thing for my seed pod. So I'll create a new layer set by clicking on the new layer set icon at the bottom of the layers palette and double click on the text there and give this one a name as well. And this is just really a way to organize my layer content. Drag that into my seed pod layer set. Now what I think I'll do is resize some of these. So I'm going to click on the seed pod layer, choose my layer mover tool, and choose Command T to bring up Free Transform. Puts the Free Transform bounding box around all of the pixel content on that layer. And I'll hold down the Shift key and go to the corner handlebar here and drag down to make this a little bit smaller. That looks pretty good. Hit the Enter key to commit to that change in size and drag that over here. Turn on my layer for the pepper. Command T on that. Shift, click on one of my corner handlebars and make that a little bit smaller as well. I want to see that in relationship to my seed pod. So I'm going to turn on the eyeball here, and I can't do that. So I'm going to undo that by clicking the international don't symbol. Turn on my seed pod layer. Go back and try Command T again on the pepper layer, which is currently targeted. Shift, drag on one of the corner handlebars to make it smaller. And now I can reposition it by clicking and dragging right in the middle of my layer. And this needs to be a little bit smaller in relationship to my seed pod because it's going to be in the background. And I think that looks pretty good. I'll go ahead and commit to that by clicking the Enter key. Well, this is going to be my last giant lawn sculpture. You can see, of course, it's actually a close-up of a mushroom. And if I double-click on the zoom tool, you can see that it's a little blurry up here at the top. So I want to create a very precise, sharp-edged selection for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a selection based on creating a path first. So I'm going to use the pen tool, and I'm going to press the spacebar to get the hand tool temporarily and drag up. And I'm going to click and drag, starting my path right here, and drag out a direction handlebar and go up and drag up again to create a nice curve. Option key temporarily gets the convert point tool, and I can drag that point, that last direction handlebar, back in. Now if I press the command key, I temporarily get the direct selection tool, and I can move that point because you can see that it wasn't quite on the edge of the stem. So I'm going to drag it right there to the stem edge. Now I'll just go ahead and click to add some more points to create my irregular edge for my mushroom here. I'm clicking and dragging out, creating small handlebar direction lines to create more curvilinear line segments. Spacebar gets me the hand grabber tool temporarily, allowing me to move the image around. And I really couldn't use the magnetic lasso tool here because you can see that there isn't a very high contrast edge between the background and my mushroom. So I really need to use the path tool. So I deselected the path, and if I started to use the pen tool now, it would create a new path. What I need to do is select this path. So I'm going to hold down the command key again and click right on the path to select it. Go back to the pen tool and click once on the last point that I added to tell it that I want to continue on with this path. Now the next point that I add will be a continuance of this path. Option temporarily gets me the convert point tool, and I'll go over here and close the path. Notice when I pass over my first point, the pen tool, I get the pen with the small circle next to it, indicating that when I click now, I'll close that path. Well, I've got a few problems here I need to correct. So I'm going to hold down the command key and click on my path. And I can see that I need to drag up this direction handlebar. Option key temporarily gives me the convert point tool, and that would be pressing the Alt key on the PC. And if I recall, there was also a problem right here. So I'm going to click with the command key on that point and then press the Option key and drag in this direction handlebar. Command minus to zoom out, and that looks like a pretty good path. I think I'll name this path. I'll just leave it path 1, so that if I created a new path, it wouldn't replace that fabulous work path that I spent so much time on. So I want to load this path as a selection. Command click on the thumbnail here. Notice when I press the command key, my little pointing hand icon has a marquee next to it, indicating when I click right on the path thumbnail, it will load it as a selection. There is my selection. Edit menu copy, or Command C to copy to the clipboard. And now I'm going to go to my backyard image here, and Command V to paste in that as a new layer. And now is a good time to save my image because I've done a fair amount of work that I wouldn't want to lose or have to recreate. So I'll go ahead and save this image. And I'll just call it Backyard version 3. And I'm going to save it as a Photoshop file, Photoshop format image, which will support, of course, all my layers as well as adjustment layers and paths. Well, the thing with photo composites like this is if you simply copy and paste in pixel data, such as this seed pod on my backyard, it doesn't really look like it has weight, because things that have 3D mass, of course, will cast a shadow. And even though the lighting for this backyard is fairly flat, you still need a shadow. So I'm going to go ahead and help out this image by giving it a shadow. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to copy my seed pod layer to an exact duplicate layer. I'm going to select the layer thumbnail and drag it down to the new layer icon, and it will create an exact copy. I'm going to target the underneath layer and hold Option Shift Delete, and it will fill with the foreground color but preserve transparency. So you can see now there is my black version of my seed pod. And what I'm going to do now is run a blur filter on this to create a little blurry effect, because we really can't see that shadow. So I'm going to choose Filter Menu, Blur, Gaussian Blur. And I think 72 pixels is far too big a radius, so I'm going to dial that back down. Try something like 5 pixels. Now, selecting my mover tool, I'll just press the down arrow key, and it will move it in 1 pixel increments. So you can begin to see my shadow separate just a bit. And I don't want my shadow everywhere, so what I'm going to do is add a layer mask to my shadow layer by clicking on the layer mask icon at the bottom of the layers palette. So I need to paint away some of this shadow. So I'm going to choose my paintbrush here. And if white is creating no effect, I need to paint with black. Choose a larger brush. And paint back the top part, because I don't want the top part of my image to really have much of a shadow. And that looks a little better, and we can test the shadow by turning the eyeball on and off. So you can see that now my seed pod has a bit of visual weight, if you will, because we've added a shadow to it. And what I might do to make it a little bit more believable is add yet another shadow layer. So I'm going to create a new empty layer here. And this time, just use my paintbrush, and I'll make it a little bit larger. And with my paintbrush selected, I'm going to hit the number 4, which means that my opacity will be set to about 40% on the paintbrush. I'll just go ahead and paint a little bit underneath the bottom edge of my seed pod. So there's my secondary shadow, and you can see the effect if I turn that on and off. So it makes it a little bit heavier. So now there is my secondary shadow off and my primary shadow off. And if you want to see what the shadows look like by themselves, you can turn off the seed pod, and there is my secondary shadow, and there's the primary shadow, of course, which is hidden by the seed pod. So that really helps giving my seed pod a little bit of visual weight, making it a little bit more believable that this might actually be a gigantic seed pod sitting in my backyard. Well, that went pretty well with the seed pod, so now I need to do some things with my red pepper here. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that on with the eyeball and open up my red pepper layer set. And I guess I'll zoom in by double clicking on the zoom tool. Zooms in to 1:1. Well, one of the things I need to do is to make my red pepper look like it fits into this image a little bit more cohesively. One problem with this red pepper is the shiny highlights on the edge tell me that this was, of course, shot completely different lighting. In order to make this a little bit better, what I might do is get rid of these shiny highlights. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to clone those out. So I'm going to select my red pepper layer and create a new empty layer for my clone. I call this my clone patch. And this is how I do most cloning, as a way to keep all the clone data on its own layer in a non-destructive way. So if I make a mistake, I've never actually edited my background source picture. So here's my empty layer that I'm going to put my clone data on. I'm going to choose my clone tool, And I'm going to make sure that Use All Layers is enabled. This way, it will sample from all underneath layers. So with Use All Layers enabled, I'm going to hold down the Option key to create a sample point, click to establish that sample point, and simply paint on my cloned area. Option, click to create a sample point, and paint over. And I think I'm going to clone a little bit here, but not 100%. So I'm going to hit the 5 key so that my opacity is now set to 50%. Notice that when you press any single value key, your opacity for that tool will go to that 10% value. So in this case, 5 equals 50%. And I'm also going to try that for this highlight as well. So now here is my clone patch. And if I turn it off, you can see my highlights pop back. If I turn it on, they diminish tremendously. And if I turn off my red pepper layer, you can see the actual clone pixel data right there. That's pretty good. I'm going to Command minus to zoom out. Now what I need to do is to create the effect that this red pepper is stuck in the ground. So the way I did that is I used my pen tool to create a path, eventually converted that into a selection, and used that as the basis of a layer mask. I'm going to think that it starts about here, go around here, and try to create or follow the curve of this pepper shape. And I'll just create a big selection outside here. And maybe edit this just a bit. So there is going to be the basis of my layer mask. So with this path selected, I'm going to hit Command Enter to activate it as a selection. And with my selection active, click on the layer mask icon. And it creates a layer mask for me, but exactly the opposite of what I want. So with my layer mask selected, I'll hit Command I or Control I on the PC will invert the brightness value of whatever layer or mask you have selected. Now if I Command minus to zoom out, it looks as if my pepper is somewhat stuck in the ground. Well, this pepper also needs a little bit more visual weight, so I'm going to add some shadows for it as well. So I'll go ahead and add a new empty layer by clicking on the new layer icon at the bottom of the layers palette. Drag it below my red pepper and use my paintbrush set at about 40% opacity and paint a bit of a shadow around it. And I might turn the opacity down for this particular layer. So I'm going to choose the layer mover tool or the layer tool and type in a value. Just press the 7 key and try about 70% opacity. I'm going to go ahead and add yet another shadow layer to this, and this time it's going to be a very tight shadow right around the edge of the bottom of my pepper. So I'm going to use a much smaller brush and paint a fairly heavy mark. Well, one thing I've noticed about this pepper is it's simply far too vibrant and too red. So what I'm going to do is add a layer adjustment to this pepper, and it's going to be a hue saturation adjustment layer. But before I add my hue adjustment layer, I'm going to drop this clone patch onto the red pepper. So with this layer selected, from the Layers palette menu, choose Merge Down, and it will drop this layer to the underlying layer. And it's asking me about my layer mask, and I'll just click Apply. So now I'm ready to add my hue saturation adjustment layer. So I'm going to go down to the bottom of my layers palette and click on the adjustment layer menu icon. That's this button right here. Pops up a bunch of adjustment layer options. I'm going to choose hue saturation, and I'm going to adjust both the hue and the saturation. So first I'll dial my saturation down because this pepper is simply too saturated, just too vibrant. And now I will change my hue so it's a little bit more orange. That looks pretty good. I'll say OK to that by clicking OK. However, I've noticed that my hue saturation is now affecting everything underneath, so I need to add it to a clipping group so that it affects only my pepper here. So I'm going to hold down the Option key and click in between the layers of my pepper and the hue saturation, and it will add it to a clipping group. The only effect it has is on whatever is controlling the clipping group, in this case my pepper. So there's my adjustment layer for the red pepper, on and off. And the last thing I notice is that my green stem here is pretty green, and what if I wanted it to be the exact same color as my orange pepper? Well, I can do a couple things here. What I think I'll do is add a new empty layer by clicking the new empty layer icon at the bottom of the layers palette, and add this layer also to the clipping group by pressing the Option key and clicking on the line between the layers. So now whatever I do on this layer will be clipped again by my pepper layer, and I'm going to sample the color in my pepper layer by choosing the eyedropper tool and clicking on the pepper to get that nice orange color. And I'll go ahead and paint on this layer with that color. So I'll choose my paintbrush and paint on this layer, and you can see that it's filling the layer with those colored pixels. But it's also obliterating any detail in the stem. So in order to bring that detail back, I'm going to change the blending mode for this layer from normal to something else. So press and hold on the blending mode menu at the top of my layers palette, and I'm probably going to either choose hue or color. So I'll try hue, and that looks like the right choice. I might also try color, and that looks a little too saturated. So I'm going to go back to hue. So essentially, only value that this layer is adding is it's using the hue information on this painted patch, applying it to the rest of the red pepper layer. I went ahead and resized my mushroom so it looked like a nice basic size similar to the other ones, and I noticed that this mushroom simply looks too bright, so I'm going to add an adjustment layer to this mushroom, and I'm going to make it a levels adjustment layer. So with my mushroom layer adjusted, this time I'm going to hold down the Option key and then choose levels, and what it does is it brings up the options for my adjustment layer, and the only one I really care about is to, at this point, add it to a clipping group. And again, I'm going to use the mushroom to clip it. So here are my levels, and what I think I'll do is I'll drag my black point up to make it look a little bit darker, and perhaps the output levels for white to take away some of the lightest values for this mushroom. And I also might turn down the gamma the gray slider for my input values to make my mushroom darker again. So I'll click OK to apply those changes, and now we can see the effect before and after. There's before the levels adjustment layer, and there's after. Similar to my other layers, this mushroom also needs a shadow. So I'm going to go ahead and add a new layer to my mushroom, and it added it to the clipping group, so I don't want that. I'm going to drag it below the mushroom, and this is where I'm going to put my shadow information. I'll click on the black and white icon on my tools palette and use the oval selection tool here to create a shadow underneath my mushroom. So I'm going to hold down the Option key and click and drag out from the center of my mushroom. And I'm going to drag out an oval because I think if there was a shadow, it would look a little bit something like this. There is my oval for my shadow, and I'll go ahead and fill that with black. Option Delete fills with my foreground color, which happens to be black. And now I can deselect. Command D on the Mac or Control D on the PC deselects any selection. Well, that's a pretty darn dramatic shadow. So what I need to do is make that a little bit softer. And again, I'm going to use one of my favorite filters, Gaussian Blur. Filter menu, Blur, Gaussian Blur. And I'm going to turn it up a lot this time. That looks pretty good. I think I'll stick with about 20% or 20 pixel radius. So I like the blurry shadow effect, but it's still a little bit dark. So to try out different opacities, I can go up to the top of my layers palette and click and drag back on the word opacity to dial down the opacity of my mushroom shadow. And that's a little bit better. And another thing I noticed was I might want to make the front edge of my mushroom a little bit darker, and also the underneath part of the stem that's directly underneath the cap of the mushroom a little bit darker. So at this point I might add another layer, this time making sure it is added to the clipping group. So I'm going to target the mushroom and add a new empty layer to my clipping group and drag it above the levels. So now whatever I paint on here will be clipped by my mushroom, and I'm going to zoom in using my zoom tool and choose my handy brush and begin to paint. And again, the point of putting all these things on layers is we can turn them on and off, or adjust the opacity, or even add a custom layer mask to create more customized transparency effects. So there is my mushroom with its own shadow. And you can see if we turn these on and off, the effect you get. So that's the mushroom before any of my layers. Here's the levels, which makes the whole thing a bit darker. A custom darkening layer that I just painted on, which was added to a clipping group. And the final shadow, which gives it some weight. Well, at a point like this, I might hit the Tab key and hide all of my tools and look at the overall image. And one thing I notice is my neighbor's house in the background is a little distracting. So what I'm going to do is clone some of the leaves from the background image on to its own layer. So I'm going to add a new empty layer to the top of my image. Choose the clone tool and start cloning. Make sure it's set at 0 so it has 100% opacity. And I'll undo that little mistake and try it again. Option click to establish a sample point. Just begin painting away the house. Go ahead and add another layer, and this time I'm going to use my lasso tool because the color of the leaves next to our garden is very different than the trees. So I'll create sort of a hard-edged area that will contain the clone for my leaves. Back to my clone tool on my new layer, and I'll sample some of my more vibrant green leaves. And begin cloning. Those two layers look pretty good. What I think I'll do is link them. And with these two layers linked, one of my options from the Layers palette menu is to choose New Set from Linked. And I'll call this Leaves Clone. Click OK. Drag that out of the way just a bit. And that looks a little bit better. It's a little less distracting without that white house in the background. Another way you can enhance an image's composition is to darken the edges of the image. This is an old photographic trick, and they would burn down the edges of the image to make the center a little bit lighter to keep your attention in the center of your image. Well, the way I'm going to do that is to add sort of an old style camera vignette effect. And I'll do that again on its own empty layer. So with my topmost layer set selected, I'll click the new layer icon and it creates a new empty layer. I'm going to drag out some guides to help me position my oval marquee tool directly in the center of my image. So I'm going to hit Command R to bring up the rulers, or Control R on the PC, and drag out some guides. But before I'm going to do that, I'm going to convert my background layer to a floating layer. And the reason I'm going to do that is that one of my options for my guides, if I choose View, Snap to, one of the options is Document Bounds. And I'm going to make this a floating layer so that my guide can snap to the center of the content on this new floating layer. So I'll double click on my background layer and just give it a new name. And now this supports transparency. And now I'll go up to my guides and drag out a guide, and notice that it will snap right to the center of this particular layer. And I'll go back to the top of my ruler and pull out a new guide and hold down the Option key, and it will transform it to a vertical guide. And I'll also try to find the center of this layer and have it snap to it also. And there's the center. I'm going to target my new empty layer here. I'll zoom out just a bit, Command minus to zoom out. And I'm done with my rulers, so Command R will hide my rulers. The oval marquee tool And I'm going to drag out a circular marquee from the center. So I'm going to hold down the Option key and click and drag out. And notice it's dragging out my oval marquee from the center. Well, I'm going to make it a circular marquee tool by holding down the Shift key. And it will constrain it to a perfect circle. I'm going to drag it out to the edge of my image to about right there. I need to inverse this selection. So select menu, inverse, and now I'm going to fill this area with black. Option, delete, fills with my foreground color, which happens to be black. That looks pretty good, so I'm going to get rid of my selection. Looks a little heavy, so I need to blur it. And I'm also done with my guides, so I'm going to hide those. Filter menu, blur, Gaussian blur, my old friend, will allow me to blur the edge or blur all the pixels on this layer. That looks pretty good. Well, that's a little heavy and a little dark, so I'm going to add a layer mask, and I'm going to add a radial gradient from black to white. So I'm going to click on my black and white button here, and I'll go ahead and show my guides again. And with my gradient tool selected, I'm going to make sure that radial gradient mode is selected, and I'll click on the gradient swatch and click on this first one right here, which is the foreground to background color, which is what I want, black to white. Now I'll click and drag from the center, and I'll hold down the Shift key to constrain this to a perfect 45-degree angle. And you can see the slight masking effect it created. I'll try that again. So here is my vignette with its own radial gradient layer mask, and if I turn off that layer mask by holding down the Shift key and clicking on the thumbnail, you can see the effect without the layer mask and with the layer mask. Well, it looks pretty good. Command H to get rid of my guides. It's still a little dark, so I'm going to select my RGB component by clicking on the layer which has transparency, not my layer mask, and just type in 5. I'll press the 5 key and I'll go to about 50% opacity. Well, it won't do that unless I have my mover tool selected, actually. So I need to click on my mover tool, and now I can press the 5 key and it will go to a 50% opaque effect. And of course, that's the same thing as clicking on the opacity slider here and dialing in a particular value. So there we go. There's my vignette, and there it is without the vignette. So it just helps keep your eye in the center of the image. Well, I feel like this image is almost complete. I look at it and I realize it's missing one important element. And that is, of course, a little kid pointing back to these amazing backyard sculptures. Well, I happened to find a little kid on my front yard and took a picture of her. Here is my picture of Jessica. And of course, I had her point backwards because I knew I wanted to composite Jessica on my image. So I need to cut her out and select her. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to use my magnetic lasso tool. And of course, the magnetic lasso tool looks for areas of contrasty edges. And I'm just going to go around her head. And if it gets to be a low contrast area, you can always add your own points by clicking to ensure that the magnetic lasso tool doesn't get confused by low contrasty areas. This is a really great tool, assuming you have a fairly contrasty image. And I'm going to go ahead and hit the Enter key to make that a selection. Now there are a few holes here, so I need to take these away. So I'm going to hold down the Option key, and while using the magnetic lasso tool, click to create these holes, because I want these to be transparent. And I can see it didn't quite get all of her hair, so I'm going to hold the Shift key down and try that again and add my own points. And it did a pretty good job. I'm going to look at the bottom. So now I'm going to switch to my regular lasso tool and again hold down the Shift key and just drag around this area that was not selected. And there's Jessica ready to be copied and pasted onto my image. So Command C to copy Jessica. And now Command V to paste her in. And well, she's obviously a little big, so I'm going to switch to my mover tool and free transform her so she's smaller. Command T brings up my free transform bounding box around the pixel data on this layer. Now hold down the Shift key to constrain proportions and drag a corner handlebar down. And now I can reposition her wherever I want while free transform is still enabled. I'll make her just a little bit smaller. And there you go, my backyard with amazing, gigantic vegetable matter sculpture and little kid pointing in amazement to them. Hi, this is Andrew Hathaway, your author for the VTC tutorial for Adobe Photoshop CS. My background is as a professional photographer as well as a digital imaging artist, and I've been using Photoshop ever since it was a little bit more than a scanning software. I hope you've enjoyed this training tutorial, and I invite you to visit my websites. Thanks for the opportunity to do this, and I hope you enjoy using Adobe Photoshop.